So, Mr. Professor Jan Marcin Welsławski, would you open the conference, please? The director of the Institute.
I'm very proud that we are working together with the next meeting of that kind. And I'd like to just give you one word to remember. The word is consilience, which was coined by the late Edward Wilson, a famous biologist. And it means that we need a unity of science and unity across disciplines. So the physics shall talk with the artists, shall talk with the social scientists, because here is the most interesting frontier of knowledge on the edge, on the where the different disciplines meet. So having your own specialty, please communicate, talk, and listen to others, because it's really rewarding. And you're in that stage of your career that it's really easy to start, and that such a conference is a great opportunity for that cross-disciplinary information exchange, ideas exchange, and inspiration. So I wish you interesting meetings and interesting lectures, and hope you will enjoy it all.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have really very interesting program this year. 5 sessions, 2 are humanities and social sciences, 3 are natural sciences. We also have 35 posters, if I remember correctly. So there's really an array of interesting topics. We hope you will all enjoy that, and please ask questions. Please be active during the conference. And exactly, that's the idea of the conference. We all have to talk together in order to make the planet better. So we have, as every year, we have 3 main awards. There is a Professor Szymborski Award for the best natural sciences presentation. We have this year an award of the director of the Institute for the best poster. And also we have the award for the humanities that is provided by the Sopot Science Association. So good luck to all of you. Please be at your best form today. And we have a panel of judges from different institutions across Europe. And I'm sure we'll have very interesting discussions at the end of the day. During the conference, please mute your microphones and follow the rules. We have moderators for each session, so these people will take care of all the technical issues and stuff. So I guess we open the conference, and we're starting, as every year, we're starting with a keynote speaker. And this year it's Professor Luca Ferrero from the University of Milan Bicocca. Luca Ferrero is an atmospheric chemist. He's been working with climate change issues for a number of years now. He's been cooperating with us for a number of years, going to the Arctic on our ship and publishing a number of papers with our teams in the Institute. So I'm sure we'll hear a very interesting story about the climate change and the consequences and the views that Luca can share with us regarding these topics. So Luca, the floor is yours, 20 minutes, and I will rush to my computer to run this first session. Thank you very much. Good luck to all of you, and let's have fun. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Timon, for your kind introduction. I just share my screen. So just a second. And then I open the presentation. Okay, you should see.
Yeah, we see it. It's all good. Full screen.
Okay, that's perfect. So let us start with the title of the presentation is regarding the climate change and the aerosol science, how they can meet in order to start from the knowledge to some engineering application to solve the issue of the climate change. Well, we have several indicators that tell us that we are in front of a huge climatic change. We can see the land air temperature that increases, the sea surface temperature, the marine air temperature that is rising together with the sea level due to the increase of both fresh water that come from the continental ice melting and the expansion of the water itself with the rising of the temperature. And we have the sea ice extent in the Arctic that is extremely decreasing. We lost in the last 44 years about 2/3 of sea ice volume. So there is no way to say that the actual climate change is a matter of a fact that we are all experiencing now. All of us know that most of the climate change is driven by the CO2. Here you can see a plot coming from the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, which reports for any chemical species into the atmosphere. Here from the greenhouse gases, CO2, methane, halocarbons, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, NOx, and so on. We can have the different impact in terms of radiative forcing. That means the forcing compared to the pre-industrial times. For example, for CO2 is about 1.7 watt per square meter. First of all, I would like to address that often we speak about climate change just in terms of temperature, which is just a proxy of the deepest change into our atmosphere. And in fact, it's better to say a chemical change of our atmosphere, because in the first column here, you can see only chemical variables that are changing in our atmosphere, and then they have a physical effect on the energy budget, and thus at the end on the whole temperature that ensemble and integrate all of these effects. Well, we have very well known substances like CO2 with a very high level of confidence on the knowledge, and these values of 1.7 watt per square meter seems very low, but if you integrate it over the whole surface of the Earth, consider all the square meter of the Earth, and just in one day you arrive that the CO2 alone adds something like 75,000 petajoules per day of energy in our system, which is a huge quantity that can really drive our climate transition. We are interested, however, in this area, aerosols. That means these objects. Aerosols are a suspended fraction of solid and liquid particles in the atmosphere. They range from nanometers up to micrometers, and especially they have the possibility to fly in the atmosphere from minutes till hours and weeks. So they are called short-lived climate forcers. Short-lived because despite CO2 stays in the atmosphere for hundreds of years, the aerosol just for weeks. Despite this, due to their changing shape coming from different sources like Aeolian transport of dust material from desert, the fractal shape of combustion aerosol that come from incomplete combustion of our engines, for example, or biological particles suspended into the air, and so on, they can really interact with the solar radiation, having a direct effect on it, either scattering and reflecting the radiation or absorbing it, heating the atmosphere, so they have a double nature inside them, or they can act as cloud condensation nuclei. Instead, in fact, the aerosol rules our hydrological cycle with the cloud formation, and thus giving the so-called indirect effect affecting the lifetime of clouds and the capability of reflecting the radiation. So we are in front of a very complex chemical system made of inorganic salts, black material coming from incomplete combustion, dust coming from road suspensions, desert dust, and so on, elements coming from the earth and our industries, organic material coming from biomass burning and secondary and photochemical reaction into the atmosphere. And these things vary with times of the day, with the particle size, with the ambient condition of relative humidity, with the space, so that we have a complex chemical system that interacts with the complex environment and generate some climate impact. Just to give you an idea about the spatial distribution, here we have a satellite proxy of the aerosol concentration, which is the optical depth from a satellite. You can see very well that there are areas with very high concentration. Here, plumes from Sahara Desert and biomass burning in Africa, the pollution over North India and China, here the Po Valley where I am actually, and around the sea spray around all the globe. And we are thus in front of an heterogeneous concentration and heterogeneous change in chemistry of this material. That means that every point in our planet, the aerosol interfere differently with the solar radiation. At the same time, here we have the CO2 that you can see is very homogeneous. The scale comes from 390 to 400 parts per million. There is just a huge disparity in the northern side due to the fact that emissions are mostly concentrated in the northern hemisphere. But despite this, it's homogeneous. So we have an homogeneous positive forcing and an heterogeneous forcing of the aerosol that can be positive or negative. And now we come into the history. If we have shortwave radiation, shortwave can interact with the aerosol suspended there and with the clouds. And depending on the clouds and the aerosol that we can have different effects and different reflection or absorption. So this is the point. The aerosol not only cool the system, but also can heat the system, while greenhouse gases act on the long wave radiation, trapping it, so just having a positive effect. Well, assuming it, if I have some scattering material like made by nitrates, sulfates, or other chemical component, I'm cooling the system because I'm reflecting radiation. If I have absorbing aerosol made by incomplete combustion due to, for example, biomass burning, either natural or anthropogenic, we are absorbing the light and we are warming the atmosphere. So that, first of all, the aerosol is here in our plot of IPCC with some chemical components like the dust from the desert, the sulfates that comes from photochemical reaction into the atmosphere from emission precursor from either anthropogenic activity or seawater, nitrates that come from the oxidation of NOx emitted in the atmosphere and so on, that cools the system. And then we have the organic fraction, the organic matter and black carbon that can instead heat our system with a very huge error bar. We know a lot of things, but not so much. And then if we plot on the Earth the heterogeneity and the effect in watt per square meter, here is what we know. We know that mostly on the Earth, we are cooling the system, but in some region, like in the Arctic, we are heating the system due to the presence of the aerosols, that amplifying the so-called Arctic amplification, the fact that the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the globes. And in the Antarctica, similar things. But if you look at the shaded color, there is here a double diagonal line that means conflicting signal. That means that depending on the kind of material that we have in atmosphere, we can have different patterns. So that the aerosol is very complex because a particle that cooled the system may be over the America and North Atlantic, one traveled the same particle over the Arctic due to the high snow reflection there, can heat the system instead of cooling. And the history is valid also over the desert, which is an highly reflectant surface. So that the aerosols are tremendously complex to be integrated into our system. In addition to this, they are, better to say, the seed for cloud formation, which interact a lot with shortwave radiation. Without aerosol, you should need a supersaturation of water vapor into the atmosphere up to 120% of relative humidity to promote the formation of a pure droplet of pure water into the atmosphere due to the spherical geometry that interfere with the chemistry of the water itself. If we have instead aerosol in our atmosphere, this barrier decreases because the surface of the aerosol and its chemical composition that is made also of salts that are water soluble decrease this barrier of activation, and we can have the embryons of clouds that can start to form at relative humidities down to 80% till. So it's extremely powerful, the aerosol, to interact with the water vapor and rule our hydrological cycle. Well, what happens when we inject aerosol in the atmosphere? We are perturbing a natural cycle. If in the first panel here we are in a natural cycle in which we are adding, in which the aerosol is just made by natural sources like sea spray, desert dust, volcanic eruption, and so on, we have a certain number of aerosol that promote the formation of clouds. The water condense on this number of aerosol, and then we have a cloud evolution till we have the precipitation. If we perturb anthropogenically the system here, adding more aerosol due to our activity, either from agriculture, industries, traffic emissions, and so on, we increase the number of particles over which the same amount of water vapor condense, so that the cloud droplets are smaller, and being smaller, the lifetime of clouds here increases, because the smallest are the cloud droplets, the smallest is the gravitational force, and the smallest is the probability of a precipitation. So we are perturbing the cloud lifetime and its possibility to precipitate. And it is really true, because from satellite here you can see a picture of the cloud droplet radius, and you can see that in red are the smallest one. Above anthropogenic sources, you can see very well over China and over Europe and United States, the cloud droplets are very smaller compared to natural areas like over the oceans, so that we can perturb a lot the system. What happens perturbing the system? That the clouds effect due to the aerosol presence induced by the anthropogenic activity has a huge error bar and extremely low knowledge on the effect, but we know that is negative, more or less over the whole planet. It's cooling the system. There are some specific areas where this is not true, but essentially it's cooled the system. So why I did this huge introduction? Because we are in front of a CO2 and greenhouse gases driven climate change, in which the aerosol has a double effect, positive and negative, and is essentially negative over the clouds, so that we are warming the system and we need to do something. If we go on the so-called CO2 emission in the historical trends, since pre-industrial revolution till now, and we look at the so-called representative concentration pathways, so that what we can have in the future in function of the technology and the social and the politicians' decision that we are going to take, you can see that we go over to very dramatic issues to constrain our global warming. But it depends on what we are doing. And as our capability to decrease the CO2 is very low, what was taught in the past? To use engineers applied to the climate to stop the climate change. And so we are going into the engineering part, the so-called geoengineering. It was taught to use the aerosol, and especially the reflective aerosol, so there's just the chemical components that can reflect the radiation, like sulfates, to be sprayed, for example, in the atmosphere and in the stratosphere, which is very stable, and the aerosol can stay there for not for weeks, but for tens of years, to reflect more radiation and decrease the energy entrance into our system. Or it was thought to use evaporative ships to make evaporation and sea spray, increase the sea spray to promote the formation of clouds over the ocean, to reflect again more sun and counteract the effect of CO2. But this is completely wrong in my mind as an application, because it's very difficult to control. And the reason is there. The aerosol change is a fact depending on the location. And moreover, as it can cool or warm the system, This means that if we are injecting and modifying the cloud system, we are generating local and regional forcing that generate gradients of energy on our Earth, modifying the wind patterns, for example, or the hydrological cycles and precipitation. So it's very not fair as an application. Moreover, is not fair even in a social terms, because this means that we cannot care in our mind from a psychological point of view of CO2 emission just because we use something that shade us from energy, which is completely crazy in my mind. Because in the atmosphere, something is valid, anti-pollution versus the pollution. Once we pollute the atmosphere, to depollute it is quite impossible. We have to prevent it. So now I want to show another way to use engineer and the aerosol knowledge to not pollute or counteract the energy entrance in our atmosphere, but to prevent CO2 emission in an anti-pollution way of using. And so from aerosol and chemistry in the atmosphere, we jump on the electronics. And why, you should ask, why we jump on the electronics? Because the aerosol, the particle, when deposited on circuit boards, like the computer that I'm using now, can promote corrosion. And corrosion means low lifetime. And why we're speaking about it in the climate change? Because all of us are using informatic technology more and more and more. And this informatic technology is constrained in so-called data center, buildings that have hundreds of computers and servers just dedicated to store and share the information around the world. And why they are important? Because the energy consumption of this data center, here you can see in black and white, is rising a lot, of about 4 times in the last decades. And what means in terms of energy? I'm using just an example to give you the amount of energy in the world. They are using about 5% of the whole energy in our world. So let me use this example. I did it for high level school 10 years ago, and I used the energy needed for stream 1 minute of video from YouTube, download 1 megabyte of files, see 1 minute of video on our computer, and I took the Gangnam Style videos that at the time had about billions of visualization and take 4 minutes about. If you do all the calculation, you arrive at the fact that just to see one simple video, you use something like 400 gigawatt hour. That means 1.5 the borrowing annual energy. But in our life means that we are able to maintain a domestic power 3 kilowatts power for 16,000 of years. This means CO2 emission, climate change, and ocean acidification. How we can counteract it? Well, this data center need to be cooled because the computer heats this building, and 30% of the building energy is used by the standard air conditioning to cool the data center. Well, what happens if we are able to use the atmospheric chemistry knowledge to decrease this barrier of energy? Will prevent the CO2 emission and most of the pollution. We use this in a data center in Italy, the Eni Green data center, which is one of the biggest data centers in the world, located in the Po Valley. And it's a 30 megawatt data center, and it's cooled not using air conditioning, but air from outside. So the point is that we use external air to cool it, but we have to prevent corrosion using the knowledge of the chemistry of the aerosol. How we can do it? This is the data center under construction. Now it was constructed. We can sample inside it and outside it, and we can look at the chemical composition, especially water-soluble components like ammonium, nitrates, sulfates, all the salts that can absorb the water and be corrosive. And by depositing them, on electronic.
Luca, I'm sorry, we have 5 more minutes to go.
Oh yes, in
That's
1
okay.
minute I stop.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you.
I have just a slide.
That's perfect.
If we deposit them on electronic circuit and we put in a smoke chamber when we change the relative humidity, in terms of conductance and electrical effect, we can know when the water activates the salts and when the water instead evaporates from them, and we arrive to dry and crystallized aerosol, so that we can define in a psychometric chart. So don't go in details in the psychometric chart, but we can define an area in terms of temperature and relative humidity in which the aerosol is dry, and we can use external air really to cool electronic devices without corrosion. If we do it, and we take really the whole amount of relative humidity that stays outside, and we use the heat of the computer to bring down the relative humidity itself of the air that is coming in, we can arrive in this area, and we can use this energy saving, so the external air, for 79% of the time. This means that we save these energies, 200 gigawatt hour per year. That means we are not injecting into the atmosphere about 80 kilotons of CO2 per year, even with the economic save for the factories. So which is the message? The message is we have the potential, by using the basic of the science, to have very huge engineering application that in the atmosphere means an anti-pollution system that works on the CO2, and not to change again the climatic system and the energy balance, having then a disrupted environment in which we can think that we can emit any CO2 that we want just because we create like a shadow made by aerosol. This is wrong as an application, is even from social point of view. That is one of the target of this conference. So I thank you very much, and I'm open for any question.
Thank you very much, Luca. Thank you. It was interesting, as always, I would say. Do we have any comments or questions? We have 2 minutes to comment or ask questions to Professor Ferrero. If somebody wants to speak up, please do, because I cannot see many people due to the presentation. I don't hear or see anyone. Luca, from your own perspective, because you not only do work in the laboratory, but you also go to the Arctic, and you've been in the Arctic many times. So your own perception of the change, can you tell us something that you've noticed? Because my first time when I was in the Arctic, and some other time after like 15 years later, I noticed physically the change. Something that used to be a peninsula became a land and a small island, for example. So the glacier retreated very much. So
yes, obviously you can appreciate the same, because you can see really the retreat of the glacier by your eyes. And one of the most impressive things is that you cannot see more the fjords that frozen. Mm-hmm. So just 10 years ago and more, you were able to see all the fjords completely frozen in springtime, and now no more frozen is present. So you can really appreciate the decrease of sea ice, even traveling with the plane when you arrive. Mm-hmm. There, so that more seawater is exposed, and this is a huge feedbacks, because the albedo completely change. Mm-hmm. And more warming is present. More aerosol is generated by the seawater exposed to the atmosphere, and this generates new clouds that in the Arctic, instead of cooling, okay, they cool in the summer, but in winter they heat the system, because trap the long wave radiation, because there is no sun. Right. So that this is the things. But I prefer to show this presentation just because to connect to the social aspect of our choice in the future.
It's always a matter of choices.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Luca. I think we have to progress with our program. So I pass the floor to Paulina Pakrzys. Paulina?
Yes,
you
thank
take
you.
care of the second of the first session. So good luck to everyone. Thank you once again, Luca, and let's start.
Yes, thank you, Luca, once again for this very informative lecture. I think that in the face of climate change, it was a lecture on the point related to the topic of our conference. So the first lecture of the first session is Marta Majerska from the Institute of Geophysics, PAN, with the lecture of water temperature variability in 2005 to 2022 in the Vogelbecken in Svalbard. So Marta, the floor is yours. Please share the screen. Is Marta with us? Yes, Marta is with us.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for having me here. And yes, I will start to share the screen. Okay, I think I have some issues. Wait a minute, please.
No problem.
I will share the whole screen.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yep. Okay. But you mute yourself.
Now it should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now can you, no, I'm not sharing the screen.
Yeah, you need to share again.
Okay, I'm sorry, I choose the wrong option. Okay, now it should be fine.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Okay, so once again, good morning, everyone. I would like to talk about water temperature variability in 2005-2022 in Vogelbecken, Svalbard. And together with my project team, Marzena Osłuch and Tomasz Wawrzyniak, we are associated with the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences. And I will start with a quick introduction. As we know, the behavior of river catchments is connected to the behavior of glaciers, permafrost, and biotic elements. And it is named to be one of the most important indicators of climate change in the Arctic regions. And the recognition of these hydrological processes, especially of water temperature, which is the most important for me, for my study, is one of the most important research needs in high Arctic. And this is water temperature is a principal variable that has an impact, especially on the aquatic environment in terms of water chemistry and freshwater biota. So what are the aims of the study? This is the study of unglaciated catchment that is getting more common in Svalbard and also in Arctic regions as the bare ground is uncovering and the glaciers are retreating. The goal is to demonstrate water temperature simulation outcomes that are derived from hydrological models. And I want to recognize the major factors that influence hydrological conditions in the polar catchment. And also I would like to briefly show the investigation of solute transport that is based on tracer experiments using rhodamine tracer. As I said, the unglaciated Vogelbecken catchment is located in Spitsbergen, the largest island of Svalbard archipelago. It's a small catchment of around 1.3 square kilometers. It is located in a close vicinity of Polish polar station Horsund. And it's been widely examined in terms of permafrost, active layer, runoff, chemical denudation, and geomorphology, and many others. As I said, it's very close and very convenient to travel to Horsund, and it's very close to the Polish Polar Station. What was very important for the water temperature analysis in a longer period is the meteorological and hydrological monitoring. Meteorological data set is available from 1978. And it was very useful for modeling purposes, especially the data from the Vaisala weather station. And also precipitation data. The data from flow meter, especially from Nivus flow meter, the automatic measurements are available for Fuglebecken since 2014. So then we have the information of on runoff in Fuglebecken stream with the interval of 10 minutes. And also we use the TD divers that measure water temperature and water level in the streams. And seafloor sensor to measure rhodamine concentration that I will talk about later about the tracer experiments. And also soil moisture and ground temperature sensor, TOMST. And this monitoring allows us to analyze the long-term data. And based on that, we know that the changes are significant. The mean temperature rise of more than 1 Celsius degree per decade. Also, the very significant change, even larger, is described for the minimum temperature and also for the maximum temperature of 1 Celsius degree per decade. And also there is a huge change of, for example, the longest period with positive air temperature. In the last years, we can see that this period is getting longer comparing to the 80s or 90s, and it's rising still very intensively. And also the length of the flow period, which is very important for the water temperature measurements. In Fuglebecken River, we can see the analysis from the 1979 to 2020. We can see that the active flow in Fuglebecken River is getting longer. The onset of the season is much earlier than it used to be in the last decade, in the previous decades, and the finish of the hydrological season in Fuglebecken is also much later. So in overall, based on the simulations, we can tell that it's been over 14 days longer in the last years than in the previous decades. So it's also very important for the water temperature measurements as the flow is active. So actually, what influences the temperature of the stream water? It is especially solar energy. Air temperature, ground temperature is even more important than air temperature. Snow cover melting, it has a significant impact, especially in the beginning of the season when the melting is very intensive. Also the precipitation, the presence of the glacier. Well, there's no glacier in the Fuglebecken, but in other catchments, it also has a significant impact. Also the presence of suspended matter, and it shouldn't be snow cover melting, it should be also runoff. So what are the tools? Firstly, I will tell about the tracer experiments. So I will use the Otis model that actually describes salt mass balance for two conceptual areas, the stream channel and the storage zone. And there were 10 injections in September last year. It was the first time that these experiments were carried out in Fuglebecken. So there was one in the morning and one in the evening. There was 10 milliliters of rhodamine per injection. and around 300 meters between the injection and the measurement point, and it was done during different hydrological conditions. So this is the photo from the tracer experiments. We can see the rhodamine that is in this, let's say, red, pinkish color. And this is the location of rhodamine release point and fluorometer. And the water temperature modeling was done using MISO, multiple input single output model, using the stochastic transfer function approach that belongs to lumped gray box modeling approach. And also the other approach was Gaussian process regression, which is a machine learning regression technique. And going to the results, this is the overview of the ground temperature, radiation, runoff, and water temperature in 2020 in the summer. So this was the year that the calibration of the models was done. And in the end, the inputs to the model included ground temperature and radiation. And this is the overview of the MISO simulations, the calibration in 2020. We can see that the simulated and observed values observed in the orange color and simulated in the in blue color fits very well. So we choose this simulation, this calibration settings to use for other seasons. This is the overview of all calibration and validation results. And for 2020, the values were the best. So we choose them to simulate the water temperature in other seasons. So the closer to 1, the simulation is the best fit to the observation. And in the season 2020-2022, we could actually compare the observation with simulations, and the values of the objective function was always above 0.7, which is a very good result. And we could, according to these results, show the patterns and the directions of water temperature in the last years. So this is the visual representation of the results that were simulated from 2005 to 2022. And we can see that in these warm colors, we can see that in the last years, in warm colors, the water temperature is the largest, comparing to the cold colors during the whole season. Summer season. In the previous decade, there was the water temperature was much smaller than in the last years. And especially this change is visible in August from 2013, around 2020, 2012, 2013. This increase of water temperature in especially July and August is the most significant. And this trend is significant, especially in June and July, also in September, of around 1 Celsius degrees. And also in the other approach, the GPR, machine supervised learning approach, also the 2020
Marta,
season.
2 minutes left.
Yes, thank you. Turned out to be the best. So also the simulations were very good comparing to the observations. And also we could see the similar pattern for the water temperature, which is much larger in the last years than in 2005, 6, and the all seasons in the last decade. And also there was a similar trend for the GPR method. And quickly for the Otis solid transport, the different conditions occurred in September last year. So at first we had frozen, almost frozen stream, and the concentrations, the maximum concentration was around 1 hour after the injection. And then when the river was active again, a few days later, when this runoff was much more intense, this flow was more or less more on the surface, so the maximum concentration was around 30 minutes after the injection. And to conclude quickly, the first stage of the research was the fieldwork last year that included tracer experiments and water temperature measurements. And then there was the comprehensive data analysis that revealed the factors controlling water temperature that turned out to be ground temperature and solar radiation. And it enabled to apply two simulating methods to simulate water temperature in Fuglebecken catchment, and both produced very good results. There were also tracer experiments in Fuglebecken, and it provided information on retention, flow, velocity, and also interflow and groundwater discharge. And then in the next year, there will be more tracer experiments and water temperature measurements, not only in Fuglebecken, but also in the other catchments. So this year, we're starting another round of fieldwork, and we will see what will be the result and what will turn out if the river is active again, or if there are totally different conditions. So the research was carried out within VARIAB project as the variability of Arctic river thermal regimes in a changing climate, and it benefits from funding from Norwegian financial mechanism. So thank you very much for attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Marta. So are there any questions? Okay, I can't hear anything. So
maybe one quick one, if I may.
Oh, yeah, Joachim, please.
You calibrated the model with the observations, and that seems to work very well. But what wasn't quite clear to me, what do you do with the model now? What do you use it for?
Well, actually, these calibration and validation stages was significant for calculating the water temperature for the period that we have the meteorological and hydrological observation, except the water temperature measurements. So from 2005 and up till 2011, we could tell based on this calibration what was the water temperature in these seasons. And also based on that, using also the prediction and the forecasting, we could say if in the future there will be similar trend or what are the patterns. So actually the goal was to find the patterns of the water temperature values in the past, and in the next stage, what are the patterns for the water temperature in the future.
Okay, now get it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So actually, we don't have time for other questions. So thank you, Marta, for this presentation. So let's go for the second presentation of this day, and second presentation in the session is Mathilde Lartigat. I'm sorry for this pronunciation, from University of Toulon. The title is Risk of a Change in Ocean Circulation. Mathilde, the floor is yours. Please share your screen. Okay.
Something is wrong with your sound. It's not really clear. Sorry. Uh, uh, um, do you can heard me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So personally, I live in France, and France is extensive coastline along the Atlantic Ocean, the English Channel, the Mediterranean Sea. So this means that my country is directly influenced by change in ocean circulation, and it is for what I have chosen to speak about this subject today. The first pillar of my plan will focus on the hammock. I will explain what it is, and after a while, I will brush his uncertain evolution. The third pillar focus on the melting of Greenland. And for my last part, I will talk about the risk and the consequence. So, AMOC, it is the acronym of Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It is a large-scale system that large-scale circulation system that play a vital role to regulate the climate. In fact, it transports the warm water from the tropic to the subpolar region, where the water will cooling, and after that, when the water will be cold, it will return to the tropical region. And it is important to note that in addition to this transportation of warm and cold water, there are also this circulation also facilitate the transportation of nutrients, which play a crucial role in supporting marine life. Furthermore, the hammock has a vertical component that is associated with water density. When the water cools, it becomes denser, and because the water from the Atlantic is salter than the water from subpolar region. When the two water will be in the same temperature, the water from the tropic will become denser than the water from the the subpolar region, and this explains the formation of the cold and dense layer of water in the depth of the Atlantic Ocean, which is essential for maintaining the hammock circulation. Um, to estimate the hammock, we can use the SST. It is a good indicator. SST is for sea surface temperature. And with this studying of variation in SST, we can obtain indication of the change in ocean circulation. This it is the representation of the trend of the SST between 1870 and 2016. We can constate that there has been a warming of the geosubpolar of a warming of the Gulf Stream and a cooling of the geosubpolar. And but it is important to note that this method has a limitation and require ongoing improvement to ensure accurate estimation. And in this part, we will see that the hammock have very uncertain evolution. Like you can see the red curve, it is the representation of the hammock, the index over the time between 2004 and 2020. So this curve show that the hammock it's have a strong variability, a variability seasonal, interannual, annual. So it is very complicated to give a clear trend of for the hammock, but on the other hand, we can note abrupt event like in 2010. We can observe a spectacular drop in the hammock, and this drop have a consequence on the climate because you can see in the same years big consequence on the climate, but we will see this on my last part. So it is very complex to measure really the hammock because it's very variable, but we can have some prediction of the hammock. In this part, it is the hammock intensity. In blue, it is the data we already have, and in red, it is the prediction of the hammock intensity. So the model suggests a significant weakening or maybe an eventual collapse of the hammock that could occur in the future. But it's important to note that this model does not take into consideration the melting of Greenland. But we will see in this part that the melting of Greenland is a reality. This it is the satellite data. With this data, we can see that since 1992, there are a big acceleration of the melting of Greenland. But in parallel with the melting of Greenland, there has been a significant reduction in the thickness of the dense water layer formed in the Labrador Sea. Since the same years, made of 1919, there may be a reduction of 50% of these waters. So this observation suggests a possible connection between the melting of Greenland and the decrease in deep waters. So the link between the two can be explained because the melting of Greenland introduced fresh water into the ocean, and this fresh water cause stratification and preventing the vertical mixing and preventing the convection, which is necessary for the hammock. And consequently, the warm waters in the surface are not able to sink and slow the formation of ice sea. So when we considering the melting of Greenland in the hammock prediction, we can estimate a drop of 5 to 10% more market of this. So now we will see the impact if there are hammock fall. So there are a lot of impact. Firstly, if the warm and the cold water not circulate, there will be an increase of temperature difference between the two atmospheres. In fact, the North Atlantic will be colder and the South Atlantic will be warmer. And warming and cooling have repercussion. So for example, if the North Atlantic cools, there will be less evaporation. And because there are ocean atmosphere interaction, less evaporation, say less precipitation, because the water evaporating, yes, because less evaporation is less precipitation, or less precipitation have impact on the agriculture, and impact on agriculture can have impact like migration of the population. Secondly, it's the hammock. It is overturning circulation, so it meaning that it mix surface water with deep waters. And this mixing is essential for better absorption of CO2, and CO2 it dissolved at the surface of ocean, and after it will sink. And if there is not breathing if we are not breathing, the CO2 will be there will be an accumulation of the CO2 on the top of the ocean, and the ocean will be have difficult to absorbing more. Finally, in this picture, we can show all the other risk. So I have circled the risk with the strongest probability of arriving. So we can see that the risk is many and varied. In fact, there are physical, biological, and human system. It can affect the physical and biological and human system. And to give for some example, for example, in Poland, we can show that there are potential risk of temperature decrease, but in France, there are a possible risk of sea level, an increase of sea level rise. To conclude this presentation, it is it was important for me to speak about this subject because I am studying on maritime engineering, and maybe in the future I will work to find a solution to contributing to the preservation of marine environment. So I think if I want to work in this field, it's important for me to understand this phenomenon. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Matilda. I think we are on time with your presentation, but we are running out of time. So are there any questions to Matilda? If not, let's switch to the next presentation. Next presentation is Nicole Hanselman from the Institute of Geophysics PAN with the presentation evaluation of evaporation in the horizontal area in the period 2019 to 2022. Is Nicole with us? Yes, Nicole is with us. Please share your presentation, Nicole. Okay, you also need to unmute yourself. Do you hear us, Nicole? Hey, hey. We still can hear you. Okay, I think we have
we're gonna switch the computer to Abhishek's.
Okay,
for Nicole's
but
presentation.
maybe we can switch the presentation.
Yeah,
Is Zuzanna with us? Zuzanna, it will be a problem if you will be next presentation and you will present right now.
No.
Super.
Yeah.
So Zuzanna will be presenting right now, and Nicole, we will go back to you when you switch your computer. Okay, we will be
Okay, fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
Super. So now we'll be presenting Zuzanna Kocięcka, evolution of renewable energy technology based on the IPCC reports.
Okay. So can you see my screen and can you hear me well? And is the presentation visible?
Yes.
Yes, everything is fine.
Okay, and one more thing, is the presentation scrolling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so wait a minute. I'm just okay, so hello everyone. My name is Zuzanna Kocięcka and I'm a third-year geography student from Poland. And today I wanted to present to you my bachelor thesis, which was about the evolution of renewable energy technology based on the IPCC reports. But before we will talk about the evolution itself, let's get back to 1958, when Professor Charles David Killing noticed the dependence between the increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and the human economic expansion and all the environmental problem it caused. Killing curve, a constant increase of CO2 levels, was a proof of human interference in the geographical environment, drawing the attention of the authorities to integrate and stop the intensification of greenhouse gases emission. And it led to the first climate conference, which was held in Berlin in 1995 and continues to this day, as the last conference of parties was held in November 2022 in Egypt. Along with all the research about the climate change, United Nations and one more World Meteorological Organization established a scientific panel called IPCC, which task was to analyze the effects of climate change and the possibilities of its mitigation and adaptation. Going back to my topic, the energy sector is the most important single source of greenhouse gases. And in 1990, the percentage of the population without the access to electricity was 29%, while in the 2016, this percentage was about 13%. And the increasing of population will increase the demand for the energy as well. And providing everyone the access to clean, stable, and modern energy is one of the tasks of the Sustainable Development Goals. And by the clean energy, they of course mean the renewable energy, to which we include the wind, geothermal, hydro, biomass, and solar energy. And in my bachelor thesis, I was analyzing two reports, and the first one is the first assessment report, which was published in 1990. And from the beginning, we can see that IPCC underlined here that this report is the first tentative step toward the goal of identifying the paths and strategies needed to ensure that energy and greenhouse gas emissions are compatible with the concept of sustainable development. Why is like a tentative step? Mostly because in this report, we don't have many data about the renewable energy technology. And for example, here you have the chart about the global fossil energy consumption. But when we look to the data about the renewables, we will not find many details about it. And it's of course because the renewable energy technology was not as implemented as they are today, but also because even if information of technical potential is extensive, the economic potential depends on specific circumstances, and that is why no figures of renewables are there applied. The third reason is that they did not have complete data, for example, from the Eastern European countries. And that's why it made it impossible to create a global coherent analysis. From the IPCC recommendations from this report, I pointed out some of them. For example, the introduction of wind turbines, the introduction of photovoltaics, the CO2 separation, and these are actually common technologies that are used nowadays to create a sustainable world. And we also can see the tentative introduction of electric and hybrid vehicles. And IPCC underlines that the high prices of alternative fuels compared to relatively cheap oil derivative fuels could be a constraint and decrease their potential in future. But actually, this did not happen because we can now see that electric cars are really developing right now. And to sum up, first assessment report called for the preparation of future studies, including macroeconomic models and policy frameworks, which would be a holistic approach to the changes that should be undertaken in the energy sector in order to achieve the concluded climate agreements. But actually, I also noticed one small detail from this report, and with publication of this report, IPCC also releases the 5 scenarios concerning the future concentration of CO2. And we can see that the sequence, one of them, the 2030 high emissions, predicted that in 2025, the concentration of ppms will be about 437. And sadly, the latest data from the Global Monitoring Observatory showed us that this concentration is about 424 ppms right now. So we're like, so it like made us think that world economy followed the most the strictest scenario. Another report I was analyzing is the 6th assessment report published by IPCC in 2022. And according to IRENA reports, which are also included in the IPCC report, the renewable that will become more and more competitive in relation to other forms of energy generation is solar energy. And when we look at the data, the LCOE, which means the levelized cost of electricity of photovoltaics, decreased by 88% since 2010 at a rate minus 16% per year. And it is, of course, due to the lower cost of installation. And also the LCOE of concentrated solar power also has fallen at a rate minus 9% per year. But here IPCC also underlines that solar collectors are much more valuable as they can store heat much more longer than the photovoltaic battery system. Different approach when talking about the renewables is also seen in the social perception. As in contrary to previous report, a 6th assessment report also focuses on public perception. And for example, the conducted researchers proved that the solar energy is considered positive by people as they are seeing their independence in having like their own source of energy at home. The second most developing energy is wind energy. And here I can also say that LCOE of the onshore wind energy decreased about 68% since 2010. And the offshore wind energy decreased about 60%. And here also IPCC underlines that the offshore, like in the concentrated solar power, has a greater potential as the sea wind is much more stronger and much more stable. And here you can also see on this chart how significant and how enormous change was in a solar and wind levelized cost of electricity comparing to other sources of electricity that are here on the left. But what IPCC has about to say on the water energy? In 2019, hydropower stood for 16% of global electricity production and was the leader of the generation of the renewable energy. But actually, water energy is really sensitive to climate change. And for example, on this map, you can see that areas exposed to decrease in the amount of rainfall, for example, Southern Europe, will also decrease in efficiency of hydropower. And sadly, you can see even the examples of such process today, as and the example is the shutdown of the hydropower plant in Mequinenza in Spain after the water fell below 23% of the reservoir capacity. However, the evolution of the approach to energy acquisition and all the technologies connected to that term has changed significantly. And to sum up, first assessment report has limited access to information analysis, while the 6th assessment report has the better access to data and development scenarios. The scenarios are much more extensive, and it is of course due to the cooperation of the countries. The 6th assessment report also include the social perception and our contribution to it, and that the greatest growth in renewable technologies took place in between 2015 and 2019, and the renewable that develop the most and are predicted to develop the most in the future are wind and solar energy. And that the IPCC recommends also acceleration of CCC technologies and the production of electric cars, which can make a great contribution in creating the sustainable world. But where the world is heading right now, the current share of renewables in electricity production is 28%. And there are many scenarios about the renewable implementation, but for example, IRENA report indicates two of them, the plant energy scenario and the transformed energy scenario. And the transferred energy scenario is a scenario that we should follow to meet all the agreements that has been signed over the years. And here you can see that by 2030, the share of renewables is predicted to be 38%, which is significantly different from the objectives of the transferred energy scenario, which assumes that the share of renewables will increase to 57%. And a similar disagreement we can also see in electric cars and heat pumps usage.
10 minutes left.
Yeah, of course. Which moves the world away from meeting the Paris Agreement and the related climate neutrality. Now it's time to stop burning our planets and start investing in all abundant renewable energy all around us, said Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General. And as it is the human activity that caused the global warming, the priority of the authorities of the leading countries should now put the focus on mitigation activities related to climate protection. And in the implementation of renewables is the key to achieving this low emission economy, contributing to building a sustainable world that will meet the needs for access to clean energy while ensuring the energy security for the future generations. And that's all. I think here is my bibliography, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Susanna. So we have time for questions. Are there any? Okay, so I've got the question. So I saw the nice comparison about the renewable energy. So did you have a chance to currently looks how this division is currently looks in Poland about the renewable energy?
Well, I don't have the exact data, but we will be needs to seriously develop the renewable energy much more that is now to meet the standards of the Paris Agreement and everything. But I don't have the exact data, but the difference between these two are seriously enormous. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, probably. But there are a lot of plans, especially in Poland. And it's actually really differ from Europe and the whole world for Poland. The plans and actual divisions from the whole Europe. Okay.
Yeah.
Any others questions? If not, we are a bit out of time, so let's switch to the other presentation. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Susanna, let's check what about the Nicole, if she's ready.
I have some other issues right now, but
yeah, now we can hear you.
Good, so I'll fix it then.
Okay, so let's back to your presentation. You can share your screen.
You see my screen?
Not yet, but let's wait a minute.
Good.
Yeah, now we can see your screen. 12
Perfect.
minutes.
Yeah.
Let's start. Okay.
So I want to welcome you on my presentation on the evaluation of evaporation in Horsund area, Spitzbergen, for the period of 2019 to 2022. And yeah, what is the motivation for studying evaporation? It is one of the most important components of the hydrological cycle, but it's not well understood for high Arctic. And there are only a few studies on land evaporation in high Arctic. And most of the accepted values or estimates for land evaporation indicate values of 80 millimeter per year for glacier-free areas like our catchment. And these studies are from the early 2000s, so it's more than 20 years ago now, and we want to get newer data on this value. And it's likely that evaporation rates are increasing due to ongoing climate change and increase of air temperature. So therefore, we made some in situ measurements. We placed evaporometers in the catchments, and to get better estimates about this parameter for the climate and especially for hydrological modeling. So we did this within a project. It's about applied remote sensing and geophysical imaging in recognition of changes in the water balance in high Arctic catchments. So we investigate the whole circulation of water in 2 small high Arctic catchments. It starts from the meteorological side, where we have measurements all around. We measure the runoff and things, and I will especially speak about the evaporation. So our study area is located in Hornsund, Svalbard. It's in the vicinity of the Polish Polar Station, and on the bigger map you see where we placed our measurement instruments. We have 5 evaporometers placed in 2022, and there was an ongoing measurement or a summertime measurement with 1 evaporometer on the meteosite station. And we have next to the evaporometers, we have a meteor station which takes measurements all year round, or some only in summertime. So in this presentation, I will mainly speak about the meteosite evaporation because it's the measurements where we have 4-year data, and this is what I want to show you. So this is how our evaporometer looks like. It's a really small device. It has a pan on top, which is filled with water, and it measures the weight of the pan every 10 minutes. And so therefore we know how much water was evaporating to the air. For protection, we put this evaporometer into a cage, which is seen on the right side of the image. Its cage should prevent animals from destruction of our measurements or drinking from the pan. It should also prevent rainfall getting into the pan, and it has a gitter around because we want to have it actually exposed to weather so that we have similar conditions than if, just how weather is like. And in the middle, you see a small picture of one of the meteor stations we have close by, and we have more of them in the field to measure all the other parameters. So this is how the raw data of an evaporometer measurement looks like. It just shows the calculated rate from the measurement instrument, and it's going up because it's just measuring all the things. And therefore, we made this blue line, which is the pre-processed data. So we only took the difference between each measurement step. And we also removed these sharp drops because this is when we refill the pan with new water. For better analysis, we summed them up for 1 day, like 24 hours. And since evaporation is the flux from water to air, we removed all the negative values. And we continued with the green line of the data for our final analysis. When we looked into our metadata, we found that most of these negative values were due to precipitation. So in Hornsund, precipitation is not always coming from above to far. It has also a lot of wind, and therefore it can be that the precipitation comes almost horizontal and then falls into the pan. So for our measurements or analysis, this is unfortunately not good. So therefore we remove these values. This is the comparison of all the 5 evaporometers from 2022. And it confirmed us that most of the measurements seem to be reliable because all devices show similar shape and pattern. And that's why we go on with this. So we used different potential. Sorry for this. We use different models to calculate. So we calculated different potential evaporation models, and they are based on, sorry. Different input or formulas. Most of them are based on radiation, like up to, or temperature, like Hammond and Karufa. We have models which take both into account, like Hargrave, Samani, Jensen-Heiss, McIntyre-Tork, or combined models like Penman, Monty, and Priestley-Taylor. And we compared these models for the 4-year period, and we found that they fit, or they show quite a big range of measurement values. But in generally, they are in similar range to our measurement, which is in the red. So we continued with this and compared the annual variation within the models. In this plot, you have in the black line the net radiation, which is the main component for radiation. So it provides energy for the water to evaporate, and temperature, which is also important, it's the red line. This is also because it's easier for water to evaporate, or the demand is higher if the temperature is higher. Then the air can keep more water inside the air, so it's more higher demand of water for the air. When we look at the radiation-based models, they seem to peak really early. Unfortunately, we only placed the measurements from end of June till September, so we don't really see where the peak is in our measurements. But we can say from this data that depending on the input variables, the curve of the evaporation, potential evaporation is different, and the peaks are either earlier or later, and especially between radiation-based are super early, temperature-based models are later when the temperature is peaking, and the combined and temperature radiation models are showing both peaks or are also in between. And then we correlated all the measurements with the potential evaporation for each year separately and the 4-year period. For 2020, we got really well correlation between measurements and the calculations, but for some years we got super worse correlation, and we see a strong, it's not really safe to say this model is best for now and is not. So we need to investigate more and more. And we also summed the measurements up for the whole measurement period, and also what the models show for this measurement period. And as I mentioned at the start, literature says 80 millimeter per year, which is this second line over here, the second lowest line on the plot. And actually almost all the models, also the measurement, show higher values than this 80 millimeter per year. Only the temperature-based models are below. And for 2021, we had a super short measurement period because of device failure, and therefore the measurement is also below this 80 millimeter per year.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, so what we learn is evaporation is still understudied in the Arctic. Our measurements and calculations show or indicate higher evaporation values than the literature. We need to investigate more in the potential evaporation formulas and calibrate them to the climatic conditions at the study site. It is the temperature-based models tend to underestimate evaporation and radiation-based models overestimate it. And the peak evaporation depends on the model's main input parameter. What we do next is we calibrate them and validate the models. So it's an ongoing task. We want to identify which model will fit best for horizon area. We check the new evaporation estimates, how they can limit uncertainty in hydrological modeling, and how this evaporation will change in future climate. So thank you for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for your presentation. So are there any questions?
I would have one.
Oh, super, Joachim.
Yep.
I would have assumed that evaporation depends on wind and humidity as well. Are you only
Yes.
considering models that look at temperature and radiation because you want to compare to satellite data eventually?
So our catchment is pretty small. So we compare it more with the in situ measurements there. But we have models with, as Turk takes relative humidity into account, and Penman sorry, also takes wind speed into account. So we have the whole bandwidth of models with different parameters.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So your stations with those instrument are staying the whole year in this area, right?
No, we place them. So we're actually on the way to place them now. And we take them back in September because we cannot really measure them if the water is frozen, or
Sure,
it may also destroy the device.
So only when the water is flowing. So
Exactly.
but right now the in the previous presentation, I mean when Marta is showing now, the water season when the water is flowing is longer. So actually even your measurement is for longer season.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Okay, super. So thank you. Thank you so
No
much.
problem.
Now it's the time for the last presentation in the session by Marta Górska from University of Wrocław with the presentation Microplastic and Human Health. Marta with us? Yes. Super.
Yes. Okay, I'll try to share my screen. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation is microplastics and human health. And because I am a student of human biology, I will focus more on the human aspects of microplastic contamination rather than the scientific terms that regard microplastics degrading in the ocean. But what is microplastic? Microplastic has become a really popular topic nowadays. There are many research done on microplastic. And microplastic is basically any plastic that is below 5 millimeters. And it can be divided into primary and secondary microplastics. Primary microplastics are the ones that are made on purpose, and they are in cosmetics and like cleaning supplies, they are, for example, in cosmetics, they may be those peeling grains, like when you buy body peels, those grains are actually microplastic. And secondary microplastic is microplastic that is made not on purpose. So, for example, when bigger parts of plastic degrades, it creates smaller and smaller pieces, and eventually it becomes microplastic. And microplastic is actually about 70 to 80% of plastic water waste. So it's really a lot. And why is it a problem? Well, microplastic, because it is so small, it can be transported across the globe very easily. So it can be found literally everywhere, even in the Arctic snow, in all of the oceans, and even in the Amazon jungle, which is supposed to be, clean of waste, but it actually isn't. The other problem with microplastics is the fact that it absorbs and carries toxins inside, like kind of inside of those plastics. So when it reaches living organisms, those toxins affect those organisms and eventually even humans. And it kind of relates to the third point. Microplastic appear in the food chain and in the air. So those toxins that are carried with microplastic actually reach us eventually, not only through food, but also through the air. Here are some foods that have been found to contain microplastic. So fish is the most popular one to be researched, because when the plastic floats in the ocean, it degrades because of the UV lights, basically. Becomes smaller, then becomes microplastic, then living marine organisms consume those particles, then fish consume other living organisms, and microplastic reaches the food chain this way. Microplastics can be found in farm animals, such as like cows and pigs, because if the farm animals are fed with fish, the microplastic contaminating the fish reaches bigger animals. It can also be found in honey, in beer, and also in drinking water, and also in sugar and salt. Here are the effects of microplastics on marine life, which have kind of pushed the research about the effects of microplastic on human health, because we saw that microplastics actually have some effect, and we found that microplastics have some impact on the changes in reproduction of marine life. It also increases DNA damage, and it has an impact on neurotoxicity, and also it changes how an organism grows and develops. And yes, so you can see especially the growth and development and the DNA damage might be quite important when it comes to humans, because it may lead to some dangerous effects. Oh, sorry. But then we have some research about the effects of microplastics on rodents that show microplastic actually weakening the memory and weakening how we are able to learn, how the rodents are able to learn, But the researchers suggest that this may be also an effect in humans. So basically, we would like to answer the question if microplastic has an effect on the human brain, and does it affect how we think, and maybe does it cause any psychological problems? Because we can see that it actually does have an effect on rodents' brain. And it may be a risk factor for developing some neurological disorders. So, microplastic can be found in human samples in basically all of the samples. So we found microplastic in stool samples, and urine samples, blood, even breast milk and placenta. Especially the breast milk is kind of research at the moment, because breast milk is very important for the growth of human infants, and if it is contaminated, then human children from the very early age are in kind of a danger, actually. And how does microplastic enter human bodies? Through food, like I said before, it may be in the food chain, through the air, and also through the skin, because microplastic can actually be found even in dust particles. Some research say that humans ingest 5 grams of microplastic per week, which gives us around a kilogram of microplastic in 4 years. So it is really a lot. And in, what really raises our awareness is the fact that 97% of blood and urine samples of children contained microplastic. So we can see that even humans in the early stages of development and teens are prone to contaminate the microplastics in the body. And here are some effects on the human health that we know of, and we are actually still researching. When microplastic enter the airways, it can lead to the reduction of lung cells lifespan, which is very dangerous for us because, well, we need our lungs to breathe. So if the cells just die, then we might face some breathing problems. We also found that microplastic stop the cell cycle, which is also very dangerous. It promotes cell apoptosis, and it also activates inflammatory genes, which may lead to the development of cancer even. So as you can see, there are many ways in which microplastic may have an impact on the human health. And as I said, the most studied now are the effects on developing cancer and also the lungs. And coming back to microplastic in breast milk, it's important to acknowledge the fact that microplastic contaminates human breast milk, because it may lead to reduced IQ in human babies. It may lead to an increased risk of developing allergies. And it may have an effect on the human brain, just like it did in the rodents, and it may lead to a slower motor and cognitive development. And recent studies have researched if it actually has an effect on developing Alzheimer's disease and schizophrenia. So the results didn't really say anything. It's still in research. So we just know that more research has to be done, because right now we just know there are some risk factors, but we don't know actually if there is any effect. It's just like a hypothesis. Okay, and to conclude, the fate of microplastic in human body is not fully understood, and the effects are controversial. As I said, there are some hypotheses, but we don't really know. We only focus on marine life and rodents, so we only may think if it may have the same effect on us. Long-term effects need to be assessed. Food safety must be increased, because obviously microplastic in the food chain is not helping us. So if we get rid of the microplastic in the food chain, it might actually be beneficial for us if we could do it. The overall use of plastic must be limited, because microplastic even we create microplastic when we use like plastic materials, plastic clothes. When we rub on those clothes, microplastic particles are created. And as we know, many clothes are right now made out of plastic, so it's really not good for the environment at all, and for us. And the awareness of risks should be raised. That's why I'm giving this presentation right now, to maybe promote, choosing consciously what you wear, what cosmetics you use, and just so we know that it may actually have a huge impact, not only on the environment, but also on our bodies, on our blood, brains, and it might end badly for us eventually. Okay, and thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Any questions to Marta? No, okay. So I have one, maybe two. Because I didn't catch that. Is it your part? This is the part of your master or doctoral thesis?
No, I'm still just a student, so
Okay.
it's just a review of those research that I have found on this topic, because the topic actually appears in our studies quite often. It's talked about a lot.
Okay. So second question: how is it get to the breast milk?
Well, if it's in the blood and in all over the organisms, I guess it may be this way. If it's in the mother's organism, then maybe it gets, through the bloodstream.
Okay, just my curiosity. Okay, thank you so much, Marta. That was the last presentation in the session. We are more or less in time. So now time for a short break. Let's go back, Timon, if you agree. Maybe 5 minutes for a break, right? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. For whatever reason, my big screen does not cooperate with the computer. So maybe it's 10:49. I would say, okay, let's start 5 past. Can we afford this little change?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So
Okay.
see you in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Maybe let's just check. Hi, can you hear me?
Sure.
Great, thanks. Okay, so shall we start or should we wait for Timon?
No, let's start.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Grażyna Niedoszytko from National Marine Fisheries Research Institute and the Gdynia Aquarium. Is Julia Perlikowska with us? Or maybe Dominik Olczyk?
Yes, I am, and I will be presenting our presentation.
Okay, hi Dominik, nice to see you.
Hi.
Dominik is from Ateneum University in Gdańsk. Please, Dominik, share your screen with us.
Right.
You need to know that I will interrupt you when there will be 2 minutes left.
All right, good to know.
So the floor and the screen is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, very good. So, good morning. Our today's presentation will concern what I think is a very important topic that is rarely even mentioned today. And that topic is modern slavery in Uzbekistan. We will also touch the topic of the economic reforms introduced by Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and did they really liberate the people from cotton slavery? To begin with, the concept, slavery itself is probably present in each of our lives today. We might not realize it, but when we perform everyday activities, such as, for example, checking emails on our computer, we might actually be participating in someone else's tragedy because we don't know how that particular object was created and where, and was this person well paid for the job. So, does slavery still exist, and are we a part of it? Well, although slavery is formally prohibited in all of the countries in the world, it is still widely practiced, making it one of the fastest growing branches of the black market now. And data from the Global Slavery Index has shown that as much as 40 million people, more than 40 million people today, is still subjected to various forms of modern slavery. And the report also reveals that half of this number lives in 5 countries. And one of these countries is Uzbekistan, which I will focus on moving on. So, what is the connection between Uzbekistan, USSR, and cotton? Well, the ongoing problem with slavery in Uzbekistan is inseparably linked to the history of this country in the 60s and 80s, because they were connected with intensive development of cotton cultivation, and they were mandated by Moscow as Uzbekistan's specialty. And later on, despite the death of Stalin and the collapse of the USSR, and this resource was still extracted, and the tragedy of the population associated with this extraction of this resource continues to this day. Uzbekistan is the 6th largest cotton producer in the world, and Uzbekistan controls about 10% of the global market, and with cotton. Along with natural gas and gold, it forms the basis of the economy of this country. But what are the consequences for the citizens? Well, every year the government subjects its citizens to forced labor that is referred to as voluntary during the autumn harvest. And this forced labor deprives them of their education, their honor, their health, and their private lives, and sometimes even all of their lives. Over 1 million people participate in this practice, including students, for example, soldiers, teachers, nurses, doctors, various people from different branches of work. And they are required to meet daily collection quotas that depend on their gender and age, obviously. This forced labor is expected, they expect them to meet the quotas, and if they're not meet the quotas, then they will be persecuting, arresting, and torturing them physically for not meeting these requirements. These labor practices were implemented under the orders of President Islam Karimov, and they continue now. Although there were some changes, I will later say, it is not still that good in this country. But moving on to the children, because the situation is bad for all the citizens, as you could expect, but for children it is even worse, because the government imposes taxes on cotton producers, and that forces them to seek the cheapest labor, often implying children. And despite the ban on forced labor below the age of 15, many children can still be found working in the fields. And sometimes teachers take the earnings of their students, because if a child fails to meet daily quotas, they are humiliated in front of the entire class, often shouted at, either beaten, ridiculed. So because of that, many children escape deportations, fully aware that it will probably result in expulsion from school, unless their parents will gather enough money to compensate the state. So we can see the tragic in this situation of children and their families, of course, also. So the government has halted the liberalization of the economy and privatization to protect the economic interests of the stakeholders. And unfortunately, the machinery left from the Soviet Union has completely deteriorated, and there is no money for new equipment. So they are forced to work manually, because the mechanization of agriculture practically does not exist in Uzbekistan, and over 90% of the cotton is being harvested manually, because it is just much cheaper. And the cotton success is still so profitable, even though the citizens suffer because of all this harvest, but it is so successful in terms of money, and it is so profitable that there is no price that the government wouldn't be willing to pay. Well, can something be done to counteract this problem? Well, the issue has sparked a loud outcry among the human rights defenders, who accused companies like H&M or other clothing giants of purchasing Uzbek cotton. So the awareness is actually being raised in this manner. In 2012, these companies officially implemented a boycott on cotton from Uzbekistan. I believe that this increase in awareness of customers and making this problem worldwide, talking about it and sharing it could be something very important. And if we acknowledge the problem and point to it, I think that is very important, and the customers have great power in counteracting this problem. Well, the Global Slavery Index report has shown that 12 out of the G20 member countries are doing nothing with imports of products that are manufactured by modern-day slaves. And United Nations also is turning a blind eye on it. And furthermore, 120 countries still maintain diplomatic relations with Uzbekistan, and 35 have opened embassies in Tashkent, as you can see, the capital city. The European Union also has signed a Partnership for Peace agreement with the country, so nothing changes in that regard. Countries are still making deals and still having relationships with this country. But is change possible? Well, Globe School of Oriental and African Studies has shown that despite the state's obligation not to send children, to the fields is practically impossible, and it will require some of the points on this presented here. So, for example, reform of the entire agricultural system, abolition of the state's cotton monopoly, and raising the state's purchase prices. And well, that is necessary for now, but these problems are not so easy to implement, and it will require some big changes. So, did the economic reforms introduced by Shavkat Mirziyoyev liberated people? Well, in 2016, Islam Karimov died, and the longtime Prime Minister, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, who has served as the Prime Minister from 2003, took power. And because of that, discussions about the forced labor began, and the president announced a series of reforms. For example, he banned child labor, harsh penalties were introduced for those who forced others to work in cotton harvesting, and supervision of the fields, which had previously been in only the hands of the state, now started to be under private ownership. But unfortunately, that is not enough. And these measures were not sufficient to eliminate the problem. Because according to the research of Uzbek Forum for Human Rights, the state monopoly it transformed just to the private monopoly, not the state monopoly. And many of the firms that currently are managing Uzbek fields were previously involved in illegal business practices. And in such conditions, it is difficult to believe that this forced labor will disappear in years to come. But according to the International Labour Organization, this forcing people to work in the fields is no longer considered systemic or systematic. But however, still there is many people that are forced. During the 2019 harvest, over 100,000 individuals were still engaged in this forced labor, and human rights advocates, including representatives of the Cotton Campaign, believe that still the 100,000 is a significant underestimation. So just imagine just how many people really could be still forcing, because it is not as shown and avert as before, but it is still going on. So the dynamics of these ongoing processes are significant. There are some changes, but it's hard to determine to what extent the new Uzbekistan under Shavkat Mirziyoyev will prove to be a state that continues these liberal reforms. But what can we do as us? For example, we can choose to support companies that have ethical practices to determine whether a specific clothing product is made ethically. We can consider following factors: materials and certifications. For example, materials. We can check the used materials in production of this particular clothing we are interested in, and we can check if this is organic or recycled. Does the manufacturer declare the certificate or eco-friendly materials? Eco-friendly materials often require fewer natural resources, for example. And the other thing, certifications, as I mentioned, we can look for any certifications in the clothes that we are interested in. For example, some shops will just say that on their website, for example, we can look for certifications like Fair Trade or Global Organic Textile Standard. These certifications can be important they can say that the company fulfills certain ethical and ecological standards. To check if this company has the certification, it is just best to browse the About Us or Our Values page on their website. And then if the company has the certificate, it will most likely be on their website, because it is a very important thing and they will want the customers to know about it, just like that. And here a few examples
Excuse
of
me,
ethical. Yes?
less than 2 minutes left.
Okay, all right. Here are the examples of ethical clothing brands you can find in Poland, for example. MLE collection, the other side, move, I think that is how it's read, and pan tu nie stał. And also on the slide, there is some logos of these companies and of this global organic textile standard. So these logos are important if we are looking for ethical companies, just like that. Well, while it is difficult to expect Uzbekistan, currently the 6th largest cotton producer in the world, to now change their ways because of changes in the government, the future generations will have to answer the important questions: is it worth it? Because if none of the mentioned solutions are implemented, it would take Uzbekistan a really long time to change the reality. And above all, it is necessary to start with the mindset of those in power, because they have to think about what is best for the citizens and not about just their wallets and their own interests. There are ways to improve the situation, but without facing the reality and taking action and talking about the problem, nothing can be achieved. So we have to just be aware of this problem. And if we are, then maybe in the future, Uzbekistan will change for the better. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dominic. I think that's the saddest presentation you could start a session on a conference called Where the World is Heading.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Does anyone have any questions to Dominic?
I have a question and comments to Dominic. Hello. Fortunately, there's more and more talk about fast fashion and slave labor associated with it. But the example of your presentation showed that it's not enough. And thank you very much for your unique presentation. And where the world is going if slavery still exists? Can you see the green lights in the tunnel?
Yeah, I think I can see, because, well, yes, there is a lot of buzz going on in this regard when it comes to slavery in this modern world. But when we look at the past, it was just so much worse, and slavery was still going on in like 100 years ago. So I think that, yeah, it may not be perfect today, and it's still very, there are the areas we have to change. For example, with this Uzbekistan manner, but I think that there is a green light in the future, because, for example, right now, this presentation can be a proof that there is a rise in awareness of customers. So if more of this topic will be shared and talk about, I think there is a green light. For example, in 50 years or 100 years, there might be no slavery in the world if we will all pay attention to this subject. So yes, I think this topic just needs to be talked about, and that is something we need to do, because, as I said, customers and awareness in the society has tremendous power, I think.
Super. Thank you very much, Dominic.
Okay, thank you, Dominic. Please, Dominic, stay with us. And if anyone has any questions, type it in the chat box, and I hope Dominic will answer them. I can see Jarosław Borucki is with us. Hello, Jarek. Please unmute yourself and share the screen. Jarosław is from the Ateneum University in Gdańsk and will have a presentation on immigration and refugees. Jarek, the stage is yours.
I believe that my presentation is visible.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks a lot. So my name is Jarek Borucki. I was in the
Is this a problem with my internet?
No,
Or-
we have.
No,
Okay.
no, okay.
Yes.
No.
Okay, Jarek, are you still with us?
I'm afraid we are losing Jarek.
No.
Okay, so maybe let's move on. I can see Niranjini is with us. Niranjini, could you please start your presentation, and when Jarek comes back, we will come back with his topic, okay? Niranjini will tell us about metaverse marketing, and she's from Educational and Research Institute in Chennai. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Yes,
Yeah,
Niranjini, we can see your presentation.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I am Niranjini, and I'm from India, from Dr. NGL Education and Research Institute, and I am here to talk about metaverse marketing, fad or forever. So my co-author is Dr. Sridevi, my research supervisor. So I will be presenting now. I hope you can see the transition of the slide.
Yes, we can see the slides.
Yes. So I would like to start off with the novelty of the study and why really I wanted to focus on this topic is because there are not many studies that I found when I wanted to start off with the topic metaverse, which had the association with Generation Z and also with the concept of gamification. So I wanted to dig deep into how gamification is really being used to market the brands. So this was really a new thing to me when I think about how gamification can be used to do branding or to market or to impart any kind of brand information to the customers. So this was my interest, and when I wanted to read more on it, I did not find many researches which had an associative study on particularly on these three concepts. So, and also there were not many literatures provided between the association of Generation Z and gaming. So, Generation Z are people who are from the ages of 8 and 23 today. So, I wanted to throw my focus on them because there are various studies done on other generations, right, from baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, and so on. So the focus is placed on Gen Z today. It's because of the concept of metaverse. So we know that right from the millennials, they are being exposed to a lot of technology, and they are really adaptive to advanced technology right from when they are very young. So they have this kind of a technological exposure, so they are inclined towards technology. So that's why I wanted to place my focus on Gen Z. And the second point that has my interest is the concept of metaverse, because for the past couple of months or even a year, wherever I turn to, whichever industry or whichever idea, there was a topic of metaverse going on in that area. So be it education, be it marketing, or be it finance, everywhere we turn to, even the cryptocurrency is a part of metaverse, is what they're saying. So this interested me a lot, and I wanted to study more on it. And the third concept which interested me is the gamification process and how gamification is used as a strategic tool to market in the metaverse to the Generation Z. So I have shown certain examples here, which is the Nike Land, a game on Roblox in the metaverse, and also Forever 21 store found in the metaverse, which is also a kind of game. So first, to understand better about Gen Z's perspective towards metaverse or their association towards technology, I went through a study among the various other literatures. This was highlighted to me. So this is a study from Forbes. The statement says that Gen Z consumers spend twice as much time in the metaverse than they spend socially. So they are very interactive in the metaverse, and they want to spend their time, most of their time there. So this shows how much they are interested in the metaverse than they want to spend in the real life. So they see something or the real potential there in the metaverse. So they are investing their time in the metaverse. So this is one thing thing that I want to highlight on the Gen Z's characteristic. And the next statement goes like this. So half of the Gen Z users feel freer, or they have complete freedom and liberty to express themselves in the metaverse better than they are able to express themselves in the society. So this is a huge debate and also a point of conversation everywhere today in the world. We see that there is an identity crisis, and people want to feel accepted, and people want to express themselves however they are. So they want to prove, and they want to have a strong stand of their identity. So metaverse is a really big opportunity for Gen Z consumers as well as other generations, also an opportunity to express themselves. So they feel at liberty to be whoever they are in the metaverse is what is an important characteristic of Gen Zs. So what is the real aim of metaverse marketing? It came as a surprise to me that metaverse marketing is not really looking at sales turnover. So this is really surprising, because every marketing activity, the end is to increase sales, increase profit for the retail industry or for the company. So this is what came as a real surprise, and they are not looking for sales turnover, but what they are looking for is customer interaction and brand engagement. So these two concepts are more important to them, to the marketers, than sales turnover. So why is this? So how are they going to build this brand interaction and brand engagement among Gen Zs? Is to gamification. So this is where my interest has sparked, and this is how I carried on with the rest of the analysis part, and how I generated the surveys and how I circulated it. So I will be showing the results of this gamification strategy used by marketers to attract Gen Zs. Now, this gamification is a strategy used in metaverse marketing. So another study from Forbes says that 80% of the smartphone users play mobile games, and 50% of them play it regularly or every day. So here we can see the amount of time that each person is spending to play games, are spending on their mobile devices. So this is an important point for marketers, so that once they identify where their customer is spending a lot of time, so there they are able to attract the customer's attention, and they are able to provide the brand information. So this is why gamification is used as a strategy. So through the games, they are able to provide the brand information, and the brand communication is happening, as well as customer interaction is happening while they play games. So the psychology behind playing games is that once we play games, we feel good and we are having fun, and we will never forget how much we enjoyed something, right? So this psychology is positively used by the marketers towards Gen Z to communicate this brand information constantly. So this constant process is the real thing behind gamification as a strategy in metaverse marketing. So as I already said, that they are not looking for sales turnover, but they are looking for brand engagement and customer interaction. So how are they going to build this is upon the constant communication. So brands want to stay familiar with the Gen Z, so that once they have or they are promoted to the highest, the generation with the highest purchasing power, they will have since the brands are very familiar, since the customer is very familiar with the brands, they will have the brand as the first choice. So why gamification will work for brands as a marketing strategy is because every game will have these three elements of, or the drivers of engagement. First one is the challenge, choice, and change. So every game will have a challenge. There will be an obstacle that the player has to come across, and there will be a challenge in the game. So this is the thing that will keep them to enjoy the game. And the second one is the choice. In every game, there will be a decision-making process, whether or not to opt a certain thing. So this element will also be present in a game. So the customer will have a sense of freedom to choose, or whether to choose or not. So they are having the decision power there. And finally, the third element is the change element, change or the upgradation element or the evolution element. So each time we complete a level, there will be an upgradation in the character, in the player, right? So they will be growing or they will be upgraded to another level, a higher level. So these three things combined together will keep the customer in place and will make them to spend more time in the game because of these three elements. So that's why they are called the drivers of engagement. So metaverse marketing is really not the marketing for the present, but it is actually a futuristic targeting. So since they are not looking for sales turnover, what are they looking for is to have a relationship with the customer. So when they have a relationship with the customer and they are staying familiar with the Gen Z customers, once the Gen Z customers are becoming a generation with the highest spending power. Right now, the generation with the highest spending power is the millennials. So once they surpass, the Gen Zs will take over that place, and at that time the marketers, since they are taking up this futuristic targeting, they will stay assured that the Gen Zs will choose them when it comes to physical purchases or even virtual purchases. So this is what they want to do, build relations and stay familiar. And their target is not really the millennials, the Gen Z or the other previous generations, but their target for futuristic marketing or targeting is Gen Zs, because because they are technologically inclined and they spend a lot of time in the internet and the metaverse. So here I would like to show little glimpses of how the Gucci Garden or Gucci Garden game has been developed in the Roblox and what kind of an experience are they providing to them.
I'm sorry, we can't see the film.
Okay, then I'll just go to the next slide.
Now we can see your presentation, but in not the full mode, the full screen mode, but in the editing mode.
Okay, the screen has become frozen in my side. Are you able to see my video at least?
No, not really.
Just a second.
Maybe you could send us a link to the film in the chat box and we will see it later.
Yeah, sure. I will just continue. My screen has become frozen and I'm not able to go back, to come out of the presentation mode. So I will just continue and complete the presentation orally, if that's okay. So,
yeah.
So the point of showing this video is that why a luxury brand like Gucci or Louis Vuitton or a sports brand like Nike and a beverage brand like Coca-Cola wants to have their presence in the metaverse. So this is the real question behind it. Why do luxury brands want to have their presence there? Because luxury brands are already well established and they do not want to prove anything because they are already serving the elitist of the society. So why do they also show a particular interest towards metaverse is the real question behind this study. So immaterial of whether the brand is great or whether the brand is small, everybody wants to have their presence in the metaverse is because the world is moving towards technological revolution. So today we are in marketing 4.0. So this metaverse can lead to the next marketing revolution because everybody are being influenced by it. So that's the real point behind it. And also another statement we saw in the previous slide is that they are able to, Gen Zs are able to express themselves freely. And they are having a lot of freedom to be whoever they are in the metaverse. And they see that.
Sorry to interrupt, but less than 2 minutes left.
So, so they feel that the avatars in the metaverse, they are able to associate more with the avatars because they are choosing the avatars and they are giving the special characteristics or the features for the avatars. So this is how they are able to express themselves freely. So psychologically, the metaverse is providing the customers an extra opportunity to be whoever they want, or even be a better version of themselves in the metaverse. So the methodology used for the studies and empirical research. So I have used certain research tools to find out the correlation between the frequency of playing games and and brand engagement through the online games. So the result of this correlation, the Pearson correlation coefficient, infers that there is a strong positive correlation between the frequency of playing online games and the branded engagement through online games. So it is true that gamification really drives the customers towards spending more time with the brand. So obviously they're going to spend more time in the online games. So this is a good pathway where marketers can build this brand engagement. And also percentage analysis says that still Gen Zs are willing to buy physical luxury products, even though they spend most of their time in the virtual reality and augmented reality. They still feel that physical luxury products add more value to their lives. They feel a sense of achievement. So it is still there, but there is a transition phase. So they will be able to accept virtual products more quickly. And the results of this study are there is a higher possibility for metaverse to be a permanent change in the marketing than being just a fad. So it is going to be, at least it will be the catalyzer to bring about the next big marketing change. And the gamification enables better brand engagement.
The time is out.
Yes. So just one last point, I'm going to complete it here. So I'll move on to the conclusion. So the conclusion is that Gen Zs have the potential to catalyze the next technological revolution, and gamification delivers branded experience. So people are going to remember this branded experience, and gamification strategy helps the brands to stay familiar. So thank you for being patient. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation, especially when you think about marketing in a wider sense, like marketing ocean literacy. If anyone has any questions to Niranjini, please ask them now or in the chat box. Meanwhile, Jarek is back.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Luca, please.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I just missed one thing, probably because I'm not in the field. Why you say that let me say that the market is not dedicated to sales, but mostly on relationship? What avoid the problem of the fact that even the sales can be used?
Yes, I agree. I completely agree. So sales turnover is the element that drives the market and every marketing activity. But today, marketers view relationship building more important. It is because of one factor that they will have when they have a good relationship with the customer, they are able to have a long-term customer rather than just a one-time visitor. So this relationship or brand engagement is really important, and I have put it in this sense that metaverse marketing focuses on building brand engagement and customer interaction, whereas the traditional marketing methods are really aiming towards sales turnover.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Niranjini. Please stay with us and share the movie that we should see in your presentation. Jarek, we can see your screen.
Yes, and could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. We can't see the screen enough for
so I believe that
that
will be better now. So sorry for my technical problem. I don't know what happened, but I would like to speak today about immigration and refugees. More because of my practice, because I am
Jarek, sorry to interrupt you. Please put your presentation into the presentation mode.
Just you didn't. You don't see it all the time, as I would like. Okay. Hmm. And do you see something? My presentation is changing or not? Because I don't know what I
really, it's not changing.
Listen, so I'd like to ask you to take part somebody else. Because I don't want to take your time for this moment.
Okay. Okay. Jan, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Jan. Please, let's switch into your presentation.
Okay.
Jan Krzywdziński is from University of Wrocław, and he will tell us about brutalization of the language of public discourse in Poland. We can see you, we can hear you, we can see your presentation. Let's start. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jan Krzywdziński, and I'm from University of Wrocław. And during the presentation, I would like to talk to you about the increasingly considered issue of brutalization of language, language or communication. And I'd like to talk about the phenomena accompanying it, and above all, the breaking of cultural and social taboos, but also the vulgarization of communication. And at the outset, I would like to refer to the assumption fundamental to the language system, and the system itself is neutral. And however, we can identify such elements, words, construction, communicatively context, whose main purpose is or rather should be to express emotions. And this would be the case, for example, with vulgarisms. However, these words increasingly have a metatextual function or are substitutes for other words in communication, but it's a separate issue. And the analysis I'm conducting concerns public discourse, and it's a subject of interdisciplinary research. And this is also the idea of linguistic research in relation to discourse analysis, because by observing linguistic facts, we can draw conclusions that form the basis of future research for example, psychologists. And public discourse is a multifaceted space of human activity in which we will analyze both the linguistic reality and the context. And it's in order to correctly analyze the correlation between individual elements of human life and their expression. So once again, it's important to emphasize that brutalization of communication is a part of discourse, is a part of communication, but not an element of the language system. It's the resultant of systemic elements that are used in specific context and for a specific purpose. And on the basis of press content, but also on the basis of observation of social life, it's possible to identify certain trends that indicate the brutalization of communication. And for example, according to the data from National Corp use of the Polish language from 2000 to 2010. An upward trend can be observed in the frequency of the lexem, forgive me, kurwa, and the English equivalent is the lexem fuck, and it's per 1,000 paragraphs. So tendency increase. And the corpus has not been supplemented since 2010, but analysis of the language of the internet or parliamentary language confirm us that this trend still persists. In last years, an interesting element of Polish socio-political life, exactly in recent years, has been the many strikes that have been characterized by highly emotional language. And emotional language in public space can show that language users are genuinely committed to the issues that concern them. However, it's important to realize that the use of emotional or vulgar language distance opponents, and it's important. At the stage of setting the communication framework, it's a situation where the other side of the discussion has to decide whether it adapts to the same communication strategy, brutalization, vulgarization, maybe breaks off communication, or agrees to such strategies. And brutalization in itself can therefore be a communication strategy. And for example, for young language users, it can be a factor of inclusion among their peers. We see the important role of the media, such as the press or television, which increasingly have an informative function, as this is now mainly fulfilled by the internet, is relevant. However, brutalization, and I suppose we know it, isn't a demi-variable that transforms the analyzed communication into a binary vector. Rather, we should see the brutalization of communication as potential communicative strategies that emerge in specific communicative contexts. And context is regulated in part by social, cultural taboos. But in recent years, we can see a tendency to break communication taboos. It's the trend not only in Poland. So now I will show you some examples that are interesting from the perspective of breaking taboos in communication. And in 2004, Waldemar Milewicz, a war correspondent, was killed in Iraq. After his death, Super Express put a picture of his corpse on its cover. And the taboo associated with death, with human body, is one of the most strongly held cultural prohibitions. However, depending of the context, there are modifications within the sensibilities of language users. And the photograph of Milewicz corpse sparked a discussion about the ethicity of such journal activity. But the change of context was for us clearly seen in the case of the COVID pandemic. After all, there were daily reports of the number of deaths in Poland. But now, in the case of the war in Ukraine, death seems to be more euphemised again, I suppose. But after Milevich's death, 8 years after, in 2012, in Poznań, Mikołaj Przybył attempted suicide. And he shot himself in the head, and Super Express put the photo on its cover. Note that compared to the previous photo, we're talking about more brutality in the coverage. So, but it's Super Express. We also have in Poland another press, and on this slide you see the cover of one issue of the weekly magazine Nie. And although the periodical represents political extreme, and it's noteworthy that vulgarisms are appearing more and more frequently in the press, but also, for example, in the language of debates, political debates, or political spots. And it's difficult to justify that the emotive character in this context is correct. So it appears that vulgarity and brutality can be a strategy of political gamesmanship. But the sentiment of a sense of community is accomplished in this context by appealing to negative emotions. And the loosening of the rules of the language of political disputes of public discourse leads to a sharpening of public debate and polarization of political opponents. And a recent example is an advertisement for the company Adrian, which in this context, the aim of the advertisement is to draw attention to a social problem, such as domestic violence, and using the violent convention of breaking rules, breaking taboo, finally breaking the rules of ethical communication. So one has to wonder, in this case, what the proper purpose of this project is. After all.
Excuse me, Janek, the time is ticking out.
Okay, so maybe summary, I suppose. I suppose in the coming years, it doesn't seem possible that there will be a significant improvement in the quality of public discourse. But I've touched upon and are evident on the slides and topics. I would like to add one more in conclusion, or rather remark. It should be borne in mind that the catalogue of situations in which vulgarity is necessary and permissibly is narrow. So, and it shouldn't be interpreted broadly. Thank you very much for your attention. Please feel free to contact me.
Thank you very much. Does anyone has any questions to Jan? Okay.
Yes, I actually have.
please.
I think we are still on the conference, and I actually have no question, but I have one comment. So if we are on conference, I think it's not possible to show an image which you actually show with bad word in Polish, or any picture which show an image with dead people. So this is my comment, sorry.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I disagree, but I understand.
This is an official conference. This is a public conference. So I think it's not possible to show that. You should somehow cover it with somehow cover it.
I think to defend the presenter, we didn't put such a disclaimer, so I think it was okay.
Maybe I can ask also, Mariola Zalewska from University of Warsaw, do you think that it is only the case of Poland? Do you examine also the different country? It will be my question. Okay, thank you.
It isn't only the case of Poland. We have a tendency, global tendency to brutalize the communication. But I'm Polish philologist, so I research in the Polish language. But it's, I suppose, we have a big correlation with globalization, with internet, and the result we have global brutalization of communication.
Yes, and this is why I think that if you put this in the context, a different context, it will be not. It will be seen like not only the Polish problem. However, I would like also to ask you about the relationship. What is the cause of this brutalization? This is the daily life, or this is the source of the politicians? What is your opinion on this?
It's a difficult topic, but in my opinion, users of language somebody give us permit to take brutal strategies in our communication, in political life, in social media, in YouTube, or in tram where we travel. So I suppose the private communication is brutal, and in the result, public communication is brutal also.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Please, let's move this conversation into the chat box. Jan, please stay with us. Thank you for this presentation. So maybe let's check if Zuzanna is with us, and we will give the floor to Zuzanna, and when she finishes, we will try to see the presentation of Jarek. Zuzanna, are you with us?
Are we waiting on us? Yeah, it's okay.
And hi, is it us called the Zuzanna Rzysko? Yeah?
Yes, we're looking for Zuzanna Rzysko from University of Warsaw with the topic sustainability board game.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, sorry, we got confused, but we were presenting our presentation now. Can we share the screen already?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So Róża, you have to.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just.
No worries.
Yeah.
Share screen.
So I will say a few words. We had a presentation on gamification, and now Zuzanna and her team will tell us about board games. I wonder what is your opinion, Zuzanna, and your team about metaverse, but maybe please let's start from board games.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we have problem with the laptop and it doesn't allow us to
could we
share
go
the
next?
screen. Could we maybe
Okay, so maybe we should give you some time and ask Jarek to give his presentation, or is it something that you can fix in a few seconds?
as we need to leave the meeting to change the settings. I'm very sorry. Can we just skip with our presentation and join the next one as the next?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So, Jarek Borucki from Ateneum University in Gdańsk, a topic on immigration and refugees. Jarek, we can see your presentation in full mode. Please unmute yourself. Maybe this time we will see you, hear you, and see the presentation.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we
Okay.
can see the first slide of
So
our presentation.
it's special because we have at this moment presentation from other accounts, so other computers. So I believe that now it will be better. So I'm sorry.
Please, the floor is yours.
Immigration and refugees is the subject which is very important for me because in my life I was working a lot of time with as a therapist with persons who comes from another country to Europe, especially in France. Actually, unfortunately, I don't have the possibility to do it, but I believe I can return. But I would like to speak with you about the questions for me very important, which I have met when I have met refugees in my life. Refugee is it's the person who has comes to Europe. You have some immigration terms. It's the most important term about refugee. It's accepted in 1951. Who is refugee? The persons who fear the persecution, conflict, generalized violence, or other circumstances that have seriously disturbed public order and as a result require international protection, the refugee definition. But we have also another terms as climate environmental migration. Why I'm talking about it? Because we are talking in the subject, where is the world heading in the vision of the changing of climates changing. And now we know that we have more and more the people who are coming to our countries because of changing of climate. It's climate environmental migration. What's important about this subject is that the person who comes because of this climate changes, they are not recognized as refugees. They are only recognized as immigrants. So they don't have the same rights as others. We know that they are a lot of them came here because they should change leave their homeland because of wars, ethnic tensions, violence, political, racial, and religious persecution, poverty, hunger. But more and more changes about this. So it's the climate change which are the reason. And I'm sure that the next couple years, this group, it will be more and more significant who is coming here in our country. For today, you can see that more of people is coming from Central and Central Africa and Latin America and Asia. And it's because of wars over there, but also because the situation in the climate, especially in Africa, I think, but more and more also in Latin America. Which parties that were affected? Climate change is the reason for an increasing wave of immigration. Where they are going, we know, to Europe, USA, Canada. But at the beginning, they are coming to the countries, the nearest countries. So today, Colombia, Turkey, Sudan, and Poland also are the countries the most populated by immigrants. What they are looking for, the fulfillment of their hope, peace, safety, food, job, better life, better future for them and their families. But we know every day we have an information from over the world what they are meeting during their journey, the path into Europe, for example, or America. Violences, gangs, helpers, smugglers, trials are very dangerous. And a lot of them, they are coming after this difficult time in our Europe, in the United States, and they are illegal. And for them to be legally here, it's to obtain permit of stay, it's very difficult. So they are recognized, they are very often not recognized as refugee, but they afraid that if they will be catched by police, for example, they're afraid that they will be taken and departed. And we see this every day. How are they received? Very, very often with distrust, indifference, hostility, very rarely, but sometimes with favor. But I would like to talk about with you about two topics, the most important, because what is the most important aid for immigrants when they are coming to our countries? They would like to find a roof over their head, medical care. But they would like also find a job, because job that is giving for them the possibility to live here, and they need also psychological care. I would like to talk a little bit more about these two things, because I think they are very important. What about the right to work? An illegal immigrant cannot work legally in Europe. Many immigrants discover that they don't have here any rights because they are illegal, so they are forced to hide in immigrant life. It's really, I have met a lot of people who's coming here, don't have any possibility to find a job, and then they are looking for another persons who could give them the possibility to live here. So gangs, drug dealers, crimes, and all kinds of illegal activities. And every day, fear and terror accompany them. No right to work, no access to training programs, interviews, and reports indicate that immigrants willing to start working as soon as possible, but official work permits are delivered only in extremely rare circumstances. Asylum seekers, however, do need to find sources to income to ensure their livelihoods. For example, in Poland, if somebody is illegal, if he would like to find a job in any place, so immediately he could be deported to his country, and also he can also pay some money and fine, at least 1,000 zlotys. Also for employers, if takes illegal immigrant to make any job, for example, in the farm, then he can pay also fine from 1,000 to 30,000 zlotys. So as I told, to find permission to stay in country in Europe, for them it takes very often more than 5-10 years. Could you imagine that if you have, for example, your family, your children, your wife in your country, and all this time you couldn't see them, you couldn't take them in country where you're living. Actually, it's disastrous also for their psychological situation. And the second thing, what is very important for them. Refugees have experienced a lot of complex traumas. I'm talking about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So, it's something what they're living during the journey to Europe, exposure to death, exposure to threat of death, the serious injury, exposure to sexual violence, threat of sexual violence is all the part of PTSD, and afterward, the new traumas is coming here because they couldn't live here as they hope. So I think that we should to find something in our law in Europe that they could find more possibility to live as a home, as a person who have the same rights as we have. But the first right, as I told, in my opinion, is right to job. Because if they will find a job, so they could also assure their permit to stay, their situation financial situation is better, and then they could create also something for our community, for our I can tell you society. We can see it, for example, now in Poland. We have a lot of Ukrainians. They came to Poland. Almost 2 million Ukrainians came to Poland, and it wasn't difficult for our economy. It wasn't difficult for us. Moreover, I can tell that I'm sure that our economy is better now than it was because they work, they can work, they have permission to work, to find a job in Poland. So I think that initiative is to find the way to legalize the permission to job for all immigrants. It will be better also for our society.
I'm
So
sorry,
thank you.
Jarek, the time is ticking out.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for all my technical problems. So I believe that it's only a topic for discussion, maybe another day. But I would like to tell you that with this problem will coming more and more in our personal life, because they will coming to our homes also to ask help. So this question is open and also connected with changing of climate. Thanks a lot. Have a nice time. And if somebody has any questions, I am at your disposal.
Yes, thank you very much. Jarek, please stay with us. If anyone has any questions to Jarek, please type them into the chat box. Jarek, I hope you will find time to answer them. I can see now Zuzanna and her friends.
Hi.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thanks.
Please, let's try and share the screen.
Can you screen, right?
Yes.
I can see that you are thanking us.
Oh no, we're not yet.
Sorry. Spoilers alert.
Okay, everything should be fine now. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we would like to begin with this quote, which we've come across while researching the movement of Solarpunk, which is this literally an artistic movement that provides an optimist vision of the future, a green future. And the quote goes, "It seems to be easier for us today to imagine the thoroughgoing deterioration of the earth and of nature than the breakdown of late capitalism. Perhaps that is due to some weakness in our imaginations." And when we were making this project, it really resonated with us. And we asked ourselves this question. Maybe we would like to ask you as well as this thought exercise. If we were to go about imagining a new world, what should we value the most in it? So obviously it is not an easy task to come up with foundations of the new world or new foundations for our world. But this is a question that we would like to answer during this presentation and to propose a solution by the means of our project. Yep.
Why is this here?
No, don't worry.
How did we even get to start to think about it? A couple of months ago, Bayer organized this conference, Sustainability Talks, and we were asked to come up with a project that we could spread the awareness and knowledge about sustainability. So we quickly realized as a group of young people the need for the change. And we knew that we wanted to educate people, possibly from the youngest to the oldest, and we recognized that the education is key to creating a more aware society. So as what we came up, ladies and gentlemen, we came up with a board game idea called The Elements. For us, this simple education, for us, it's simple. Education is key. So having a sustainability aspects, we are targeting families. We have thought about having 6 sectors in this game: agriculture, education, politics, energy management, civil society, industry, and businesses. And basically what we are thinking is necessary cooperation and teamwork between the people who are playing this game, and it's the concept.
Yeah. So what do we see in this game and what ideas lay behind it? Broadly speaking, we want to increase and encourage this ecological and social sensibility among our players. We want them to learn how to relate to other people, how to be part of a community, so how to go beyond winning or being first in this case. And we want the game to feel cozy. We want the players, when playing together, to have fun. We wanted to really influence the understanding of how the world works, both among the youngest kids and older players, just playing together in families. And what we really want to stress out, that it is a modern way of seeing the education for us. So such learning should encourage players to reflect, be critical, ask questions, experience, experiment, and be active. So the game should create in the players a sense of hope and agency. A lot of research shows that it is essential that communication about the environment does not focus entirely on gloomy and stressful information. We need bright spots. So we need hope in the society. We need energy. We need momentum. It is easy to imagine everything failing, but it is a challenge to imagine the world actually succeeding. And our goal is to spread the so-called systems thinking. So this is then a part of interdisciplinary approach. That means thinking in terms of relationships. As the world is increasingly complex, we need to understand it. We need to make sense of the relationships and dependency. So this dependency between humans, natural resources, the environment, and development. Our goal basically could be encompassed in this one term, which is sustainability literacy. We want our players to acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, as it is laid out in the goals number 4 and 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes, and while the concept overall is great, we also have some data and research to back our concept and project. And based on the available research done in the field of benefits of playing board games, we can confidently state that board games are an easy way to encourage healthy brain development in older kids and teens. And here is a quote that I thought it would be important to mention. "Strategy games are useful in helping the frontal lobes of the brain to develop," says Beatrice Tauber-Pryor, clinical psychologist. "The frontal lobes are responsible for executive functional skills, which include planning, organizing, and making good decisions." And board games are also often meta messages about life, that life can change really quickly in a matter of seconds. So it's important to make responsible and sustainable decisions from the start, which aren't shadowed by possible tragic consequences. For example, coal-powered power plants, which now we can feel consequences from having. but about the market itself. So back in 2017, the market value of board games was estimated at around 7.2 billion US dollars. But in the current year, it's set to hit the mark of $12 billion already. Research also shows that 38% of Gen Zers really enjoy playing board games. So the market still has huge possibilities to develop and invest in. But despite the enjoyable value, which Gen Zers show, the age group that actually plays the most is 25 to 54, which shows that the board game market is actually a perfect environment for a family-oriented game, which our board game aims to be.
To sum up, as we have already mentioned, our main goal is to expand people's knowledge on sustainability and to inform and to spread information on how our decisions influence the change of the environment. With our board game, we want to engage all groups of people, the adults, youth, and children to come together and learn about ecosystem in a fun way, practicing skills such as solving conflicts, working in a group, and thinking in a different perspectives. We also thought about some ideas that stand behind the game, such as for it to allow to play up to 5 players, to have many strategic possibilities, to be based on managing the resources and building self-sustainable society.
Yes, and it should come as no surprise that we aren't actually pioneers in the sustainable board game development, but there are honorable mentions that we would like to mention here, which is Ecosystem, Smoke City 2, and Fate of the World, which are actually the true pioneers for this market, but we hope that we can someday join the trio and make it a quartet.
Yeah, so we started our journey with this whole idea and with board game because we believed in the need to change the way people think and see the world. And now after our presentation, we feel secure enough to answer that question that we posed at the beginning. So on what values should we build our world? And for us, those values and those key ideas were always the most important. And those are the things that we want to teach. This is the way we perceive this education and the sense of this board game. So sensibility is the most important for us, meaning the willingness to act and think not only in our immediate self-interest. Cooperation, which we understand as willingness to include others, to mutually learn from each other, whether it is young and old, whether it is in the cities and in the countryside, whether it is in the north, in the global north or global south, we need to cooperate, we need to learn from each other. Participation, we understand it as actively taking a stand, as having this responsibility and feeling the sense of responsibility for your immediate surroundings, but as well for the environment as a whole, for the world. So we need to be active in our day-by-day life. And balance. This is a very, very important value also and a key factor in our game. So we need to act by the principle of equality and social justice. We need balance between all different sectors. So just as in our game, we need to balance those six sectors. We need to balance also the different sectors in our economy, in our development and environment. That is what we stand for. And relationships. This is also a very important factor and part of the systems theory. And we need to perceive the world as it is, meaning it is a whole. It is not some different separate factors that are completely independent from each other. We need to perceive the world in terms of relationships. So it is as a complex system that needs all its parts to function properly in order for its inhabitants to survive. Whether it is us and the environment or us and other people, we need to see the relationships between us, and especially in the age of technology as we grow more and more estranged from each other as people. And we want to teach the next generation of learners skills in how to relate to others, how to be part of community, and how to go beyond winning or being first. And yeah. So what's next for us? We want to bring the game to the market. Obviously, we are on to create a business plan that we can actually make it come true. And as always, our goal is to promote sustainability in different forms, in projects, in our work, and in everyday life. And
thank you very much. We would really like to hear from all of you. This is our email. I will also put it in the chat. And just give us any feedback, any ideas, because we have heard so much in this conference from different people about their wonderful research and so on. So please get in touch with us, and we would really appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Especially thank you for keeping in time. Does anyone have any questions to the team from Warsaw University? Olivia, yes, please. Unmute yourself.
No, I'm just giving a round of applause. I loved it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
So guys, please stay with us in the chat box. So if anyone who's not eager to speak out loud could ask you questions in the chat box. And thank you for this session. It looks like the topics that you took are so interesting and intriguing that it could be separate conference on that. And now I should give the floor to Alexandra. Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
So hello, my name is Alexandra Kroza and I will be chair for the next session, number 3. And I would like to start with presentation from Agata Bigay. Are you with us? Or any co-authors of the presentation, influence of specific environmental conditions on the benthic size structure in the Vistula River estuary. Hello, Agata? Okay, I cannot hear or see anyone really from the team. So we may proceed with the next presentation and then go back to the first one. The next presenter will be Zuzanna Mil from University of Gdańsk with presentation Impact of Underwater Sound on Cetacean Populations. Zuzanna, are you with us? Okay, so the third approach will be Emilia Zygarłowska from Utrecht University, Fate of Buoyant and Non-Buoyant Microparticles in the Nearshore Coastal Zone, a 3D exploratory model. Emilia, are you with us?
Alexandra, we can continue with our session if you will give us the stage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is happening, guys. Okay, so maybe a fourth approach, Karolina Maciejewska, University of Gdańsk, ceramic vessels as the trap of the past environment, archaeobotanical study of plant remains from the Losian Ornfield culture sites in Grodno and Polanowo.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm so happy that you are here, seriously. The floor is yours.
I didn't expect my presentation will be so short, so I start the presentation.
Yeah, if you can, because we lack 4 presenters before you, so if
yes,
I see. Okay, so the floor is yours. Share the screen with us and yeah.
Okay, I will. Okay, I want to ask you a question. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. It's full mode presenting and you are able to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will start. Hello, my name is Karolina Maciejewska. I am PhD student at the doctoral school of the University of Gdańsk. I am carrying out my doctoral dissertation in the laboratory of paleoecology and archaeobotany at the University of Gdańsk. Today, I would like to present my archaeobotanical research. The title of this presentation is Ceramic Vessels as a Trap of the Past Environment, Archaeobotanical Study of Past Plant Remains from the Lothian Unfair Culture Sites in Grodno and Polanowo. First of all, I would like to say what is an archaeological site. Archaeological site is a place where the material trace of past human activity have been preserved. On archaeological site, we can find much evidence of former human activities. This can be buildings, structures, objects, items, artifacts. However, at the sites, you can also find many biological traces that inform us how former inhabitants lived in the past. It could be, for example, human remains, animal remains, microorganisms, and also plant remains. Botanical traces found on archaeological sites are a very interesting topic, and I will focus on it. The science that deals with the study of plant remains in archaeological sites is called archaeobotany. Archaeobotanical research allows us to discover the mutual relation between people and plants in the past. Plant remains on archaeological sites can be preserved in various forms. Due to their size, we can divide them into two groups. This can be micro remains, for example, pollen grains, phytoliths, but also it can be macro remains, like fossilized seeds, fruits, leaves, harucas. Plant remains, such as fossilized seeds and fruits, can be preserved in very good condition. The diagnostic features on these remains are compared with the diagnostic features on contemporary specimens. Based on this, the identification of plant is possible. In the site, we have an example. On the right, we can see remains of rice from the 18th century. On the left, we can see a modern specimen. There are different research directions in archaeobotany. I will try quickly to outline the most important of them. Much research focuses on learning about the history of cultivated plants. This concerns issues when and where some species were domesticated. Another topic is useful plant. In the past, there were many cultivated and wild species that can be used by people. Archaeobotanical research allows us to understand the importance of the plants in ancient communities. Archaeobotanical research also allows us to understand how people in the past used the arable land. Plant remains at the archaeological sites also provide information about past vegetation. The archaeobotanical materials contain not only remains of plants that intentionally gathered on the site, there are also many plants from the immediate vicinity that could get there accidentally. All these remains provide information on the former vegetation around this archaeological site. However, the reconstruction of former vegetation is a very difficult and complicated subject. In this type of research, knowledge about currently living plants is used. Environmental condition of plants and their pathosociological affiliation is considered. Of course, this approach has many limitations. First of all, the history of plants communities in the past is not sufficiently well known. Secondly, the species identified in one sample may not grow together, but they have come from different locations. However, the reference of data on contemporary plants is irreplaceable in the interpretation of archaeobotanical material. An important element of such studies is also reference to data obtained from other studies, for example, palynology. There are many places and objects which were traps for archaeobotanical material. Among very archaeological finds, pottery is the most common and also most significant element that can help in interpretation of the site. Among different traces which can be found in vessels, there are plant remains. Now I will tell you about my research. There will be example for archaeobotanical research of vessels fillings from the two sides of Lutetian agriculture settlements, Grodno and Polanowo. I will start presenting the archaeological sites from which materials were collected. The first site, Grodno, is located on the north-central part of Poland in the Grodzieńskie Lake. The archaeological site is located on former Lake Island. Now is the peninsula connected to the shore. Archaeological research discovered the remains of fortified settlement from the beginning of the Iron Age of the Lutzen-Anford culture. On this former island, there were preserved remains of wooden buildings, bridge connected to the island to the shore, the entrance gate, palisade, and buildings. Ceramic vessels were also found near the palisade. The vessels were very well preserved, and the material for archaeobotanical research was collected from them. The second site, Polanowo, is situated in the central part of Poland. This is on the water archaeological site, is placed in the coastal zone of the Polickie Lake and also represents the settlement Lutzen-Anford culture. There are also remains of a wooden structure in the vicinity of the shoreline. This functional places is evidenced mostly by many artifacts. 2 ceramic vessels with excellent preserved organic fillings were discovered. 2 archaeobotanical samples were obtained from these objects. Now I would like to say something about Russian ocean culture. This archaeological culture existed at the end of the late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age, so it was more than 2,000 years ago. The most characteristic feature of this culture is burial. These former societies cremated remains buried in the urns. There are many archaeological sites of this culture in Poland. The most famous site, and now its museum, is Biskupin. So my research is based on results of archaeobotanical analysis of 11 samples from the archaeological sites Polanowo and Grodno. Some samples have been previously analyzed in terms of useful plants. However, during these studies, it turned out there are a lot of remains of wild plants in the material. So my purpose of my research is interpretation and comparison the floristic composition of the vessel in terms of biodiversity of plant communities in the former landscape of the Lutzen-Anford culture, such as Grodno and Polanowo. I focus on the meadow and pasture plants. Now I quickly go to the results. In whole material from the 2 sites, there were over 20,000 seeds and fruits. These seeds and fruits were identified to over 200 taxa plants, included 171 species. In the whole material, the taxa were classified into 5 ecosociological groups. It was plants associated with meadows and pastures, varied in terms of habitat condition, watersheds and marshy plants, plants associated with forest and forest ages, ruderal and sagittal plants, and cultivated plants. The group of plants associated with meadows and pastures includes 60 taxa with 58 species. This group contains plants that occur in contemporary plant communities. Among the identified species, many occur in modern plant communities of the Molino-Arenaria class. There are semi-natural and anthropogenic meadows and pastures of high economic value. The key factor of existence is grazing of mowing. The large number of species may suggest that similar formation could be around Grodno and Polanowo. Fewer species were associated with dry grassland on cancerous soils from Festuco-Brometea class. There were also several specimens that occur in dry sandy grasslands like Coral Glauco-Congenapolatea class and grassland and heaths on Nardo-Palmitea class. It should be noted that each of the plants communities is represented in material by a few species, which limits the possibility for assessing the degree of development this type of plant formation of the sites in the vicinity of the Grodno and Polanowo. Additionally, I would like to mention that meadows and pastures could be a source of various useful plants for our former societies. Some of them were edible, medical, and also can be fed by animals. Now I go to summary. The significant share of traces from meadows and pastures were preserved, which assume that tip or land well developed near the sites, as well that the past society explored them. A large number of remains of wet and anthropogenic meadows and pastures may indicate economic activities such as mowing and grazing. Meadows and pasture could be also source of fodder for animals, but also medical plants and other useful plants. Archaeobotanical materials for vessels are also good source of information, not only of useful plants, but also on former vegetation. Thank you very much for attention. This is my references.
Okay, thank you very much, Karolina, for this presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, if not, or if you have some questions later for Karolina, please use our chat to contact with her. I'm sure she will reply. And please stay with us for the rest of the presentations in the session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will continue hopefully with the presentation from Emilia Żygarłowska, University Utrecht, Fate of Buoyant and Non-Buoyant Microparticles in the Nearshore Coastal Zone, a 3D exploratory model. Emilia, are you with us? Okay, if not, then if Zuzanna Mill is available for her presentation, impact of underwater sound on cetacean populations will be next.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry about earlier. I had difficulty with my microphone.
Okay, it's all fine. We can hear you now. You can share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Yep. Okay, can you see everything fine?
Yes, everything is fine. In full mode, you may start.
Great. Okay, so hello, I am Zuzanna Mill. I am a student at University of Gdańsk, and I study oceanography, which is really what started my interest in this particular topic. So hopefully today you'll learn something about harbor porpoises, what is their, like how do they differentiate between the other cetaceans, what is underwater noise, and what effect does it have on marine mammals, or any marine animals, to be honest, and what is currently being done with it. So harbor porpoise itself is a cetacean that belongs to the family of toothed whales, or Odontoceti from Latin. Yeah, here on the bottom right, you have some statistics about it. Overall, people usually mistake it for dolphins, but there are quite a bit of differences, as you can see on the picture. One is that it has a lot shorter of a snout, and it's a lot more circular. What's the important thing about porpoises? They are an umbrella species or a sentinel species, which means that basically by studying its population and the way that they are, we are able to estimate the status of other species and their habitat as a whole. So when it comes to porpoises, they are largely found in shelf waters in the northern temperate zones. They prefer colder regions. And when you look them up and ask Google or any kind of other internet, sure, if they are endangered, you will come up with this response that the conservation status is of least concern, but I don't think that should be the case, or at least not what should come up as a first search result, because although it is still abundant as a species, at least compared to whales or even other porpoise species, it has largely disappeared in some areas of distribution, including our Baltic Sea. And looking at the picture, it may seem that there is quite a lot of them because there is a lot of color in the Baltic Sea, right? But if you take into the consideration that every black dot is at least once detected porpoise in the span of 2 years, it really isn't that much. We have around 500 porpoises detected in the whole Baltic Sea. And as you can see, even here, they don't really prefer our Polish coastal zone. But yeah, there isn't really a lot of them. And I chose porpoises specifically because when they use echolocation and also localization, but when they use echolocation, they use a very specific band of frequency. So it's quite a large range from 40 to 150, but they carry the most energy. So they are the loudest, you could say, when they send out the signal at 120 to 140 kilohertz, which is what they use to actually probe the surroundings. So if you compare it to humans' capabilities, we are limited to 16 hertz to 20 kilohertz, right? So it's a really high frequency, and the higher the frequencies, the greater resolution is of the resulting image. So it means that they basically see the surrounding by hearing, right? So yeah, there is so when they detect sounds, it's actually the echo of the echolocation clicks that they previously produced by their melon, and they actually detect it in their lower jaws, and then it travels to their ear, and that's how they produce the image of their whole surrounding. In recent years, approved acoustic measurements have totally actually changed the possibilities of studying any marine mammal in the wild. So here in the picture, you can see suction cups with electrodes which are attached to the porpoise back. They collect data on the porpoise's brain activity, and which can lead to us knowing about their hearing. So the first tests on the porpoise have exceeded all expectations. Actually, and like not only you can hear the brain activity, you can also measure their heart rate. And it is said that in the next phase, wild porpoises and other toothed whales will be examined using this technique. In the long term, these methods can be used to measure hearing on whale species for which we currently do not have any data, and they are also affected by underwater sound. On the right, you can see it may seem funny experiment, but basically they covered the porpoise's eyes with suction cups, and it was still able to detect which, there were a couple of those balls that you can see floating around it, which of those balls was the aluminum one, because they had different material balls like plastic, aluminum, other metals, and it was still able to correctly guess the one that I wanted it to guess, which just shows you how specified it is, the location is as a sense. So underwater noise. A lot of people don't really think about it or don't really doubt that there is always some noise underwater. We can basically specify the underwater noise into two sections, impulsive and continuous. And it's and the sources include marine transport, which is the perfect explanation of continuous sounds, because especially during this time we have a lot of ship marine traffic, right? So marine transport, detonations, conventional weapons, underwater work to lay cables or pipelines, or drillings, or even wind farms, offshore wind farms. It all makes a great deal of noise, which we cannot hear, but it affects animals a lot. Yeah, so you can see all of the ways that it can affect animals, and it all seems really like bad, but actually the most concerning thing is that it can, like all of those things, can lead to death, death or just like erasing the population as a whole, and that's really the most important thing. So in the picture you can see mass stranding. Mass stranding happens when the eardrums of marine mammals are popped, and mass stranding usually happens with an unplanned explosion, underwater explosion, from like explosives left from wars or military actions. So yeah, the European Union actually had laws prepared about the topic, but they are not really anything specific. So it basically here, the article from 2022 actually says that there should be no more than 20% of continuous underwater noise, or 20% of the habitat cannot be exposed to impulsive noise. But there aren't really any precise ways that you can detect how much, especially in percentages, how much was their noise. Here we have the National Program for the Protection of Marine Waters, and it is pointed out that there is a need to collect data over a period of several years, if not more, and to prepare information on the number of days per year, or for even zones where impulsive noise was generated. At the same time, they emphasized that the register should cover the entire Polish Executive Economic Zone, because it's an organization that only tracks to Poland. For sounds of continuous nature, the document says that there needs to be a systematic mapping of the acoustic background. For example, as we can see on the right, this is the result of the BIAS project or other sources. Mapping and continuous sounds should be included as assessments of baseline values for underwater noise. Here you have some legislative instruments that protect the porpoises. So in Poland, porpoises are actually under protection from the year 1984, but the documents that say how they are protected are still updated to this day, because they need to be. And although the Azkaban is the only international body with a clear mandate to act to improve the conservation status of the porpoises in the Baltic, other regional and international organizations have also important roles. So yeah, HELCOM, which is basically the environmental protection and international, and the IBSFS, which has the competence of an international fisheries management organization in the region. So ICES provides scientific advice related to the management of fish stocks and other species that also include marine mammals. And IWC, they basically provide an important forum for assessing the status of small cetaceans, and that also includes our harbor porpoise. Here, if anyone would be interested, you can visit the HELCOM Habitat site and see how those documents really look. So it isn't anything. It's called soft law. It basically cannot really tell you what will happen if you break the law, because there isn't really any law. It's only said in the matters of you should, you ought to, you may do something to prevent some things from happening. Okay, so what are the conservation strategies? or porpoises. So for porpoises and dolphins, you can use pingers and hydrophones. They are usually used in nets to deter mammals from being bycatch, because as you may know or may not know, bycatch is still the largest danger to marine mammals. But using pingers and hydrophones, so they generate sounds that are detected by porpoises, and they are basically deemed dangerous because they don't know what makes the sound, where the sound comes from, so they deter from the site where it comes from. Also, we have a lot of other strategies. So they are bubble curtains, hydrosound dampers, a lot of castings, pilings. There are a lot of like Blue Speed, for example, is a plan to lower the speed of any marine traffic, so any shipping containers or even private shipments. So yeah, it's a plan by 2023 to make it a lot to reduce the limit of speed that the boats can travel by. Yeah, bubble curtains. So that's actually one of the more interesting ones.
Susanna, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, it's basically a ton of bubbles that which surround the noise source, and it reduces the speed of sound, which then just basically it all is to deter the animals. Here you can see the comparison of amplitude of sound pressure during drilling into the foundation of the seabed, inside and outside the air curtain. So it basically, you don't have to know how to read graphs to get the idea that there is a lot less sound outside of the curtain. So yeah, in conclusion, we have a long way to go. We have a really long way to go. I mean, it's not only the marine, the porpoises that are endangered, it's all of the marine mammals especially. And as technology develops, new measures should be developed, because right now they are mostly like how to say it properly. So people are really afraid that the laws that are currently being set are not in order to protect the animals, but to actually just make the people that care about protecting the animals, well, to appease them rather than actually do something, which is a really big concern. And yeah, so that's basically it. Thank you very much. Here are my references, and if you would be interested, because not a lot of people know how actually the echolocation clicks or the sound that porpoises make sounds. So in the link that's in the red text, you can, if you put it in your,
you can copy it after your presentation and put it in the chat so that everyone can.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And are there any questions? If not, I may have one. And my question would be rather a perspective question. Maybe if you have an idea if, in your opinion, in any of the countries' locations, there are regulations for those noises, for porpoises specifically, that are actually working and maybe are not only for people who like for pleasing our bad feeling about animals and introducing noise pollution into environment.
Do you know what? Actually, I didn't come across any like set limitations, like concretely set limitations that are made by an legislative organ that could actually execute something. But the country that, from my research, the country that is basically moving forward the most right now is actually United Kingdom as a whole. So the Blue Speed project in itself, it originated from there. But it's mostly European countries, mostly our region of countries. Also in Poland, we actually have a lot more organizations or even strategies to promote the conservation of porpoises, and not only porpoises, because we obviously don't have a lot of marine mammals in our Baltic Sea, right? So it's kind of, it's maybe more of a priority for us than for some other countries with more biodiversity to protect them because they are the only marine mammal that is constantly in our sea. So yeah, but United Kingdom is really at the forefront right now.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment. If anyone has some questions for Zuzanna, please address them in the chat and I'm sure she will answer. Okay, thank you. And now we may proceed with the next presentation. So once again, maybe this time, Emilia Zygarłowska, Fate of buoyant and non-buoyant microparticles in the nearshore coastal zone, a 3D exploratory model. Emilia, are you with us? Okay, if not, then we will proceed with the Pavani Vidana Mageta, Vidana Mestrige, sorry for my wrong pronunciation. And the topic is variability of sound speed conditions in Horsund Fjord, Svalbard from 2001 to 2019.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
okay.
you. And
Okay.
you can share your screen now and the floor is yours.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot yet,
Now?
but it's loading. So yes, now we can see it and it's full screen, so it's already good.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Pavani Vitana. I'm a PhD student at Institute of Oceanology, Polish Academy of Sciences. So today my topic is about variability of sound speed conditions in Hornsund Fjord, Svalbard from 2001 to 2019. So first, I would like to give you the importance of this study and some background. So Hornsund is an Arctic fjord. Normally, Arctic fjords are not quiet because of the different natural sources like glacier melting, wind waves, but it is normal. But the problem is due to the climate change, especially Arctic warming, the intensification of these natural sources as well as some anthropogenic sources like shipping, the noise in this area have been increased. So it is a problem. And another important is sound and marine mammals. Here I presented these belugas. We can see them in Hornsund. These marine mammals use sound and they produce sound and they are sensitive to sound and they use sound for their biological key functions like navigation, communication, reproduction. So they have some frequency range of their sound, the sound they produced, and also they have frequency range for sound they hear, but when anthropogenic noise introduced to this region, for example, ship noise, they also have some range of frequency. When this range of this anthropogenic noise is common to this the noise, the frequency range of hearing and sound produced by marine mammals, this make noise pollution in that area, which is impact on the marine mammals. So it is important to understand what are the factors influence on the noise pollution or noise level. So there are two factors: noise sources and conditions define how does noise travel. In this study, the condition I considered is vertical sound speed profile. So the sound speed depend on temperature and salinity. That when temperature increase, sound speed increase. This vertical profile of temperature and salinity are responsible for this shape of the sound speed profile. What we can see in here that the temperature has a remarkable influence on the sound speed profile. This is a example for sound speed profile and how sound propagate, and what is we can identify special feature in the vertical sound speed profile which focus sounds and bring sound for long distance with less attenuation. We call it sound channels. So it means the more prominent channel means it is better condition for noise traveling. And we know that temperature and salinity impact on sound speed. So there are several governing processes impact on the temperature and salinity of the water column in fjords, especially in Arctic fjords. Meltwater discharge and shell fiord exchange are the main processes, but these governing processes are climate driven. So it impact the changes impact on thermohaline temperature and salinity structure, and finally sound speed profile. So this means that climate change has a indirect impact on sound speed profile. So considering all these things, my objective is to understand how climate change impact on conditions of noise traveling in Honshu. So then I moved to the approach. My study area is Honshu. It is a West Spitsbergen fjord, and the fjord shelf experience warm water current and cold water current. About data, I used temperature and salinity data from 2001 to 19 in summer data collected during RX expedition by IUPAC. These yellow dot shows the CTD locations, and I consider sound speed for separate parts of the fjord, outer part, main basin, and prepolar. So this is how I calculate, then I calculate sound speed from temperature and salinity data using this formula. I calculate sound speed, then I analyze mean vertical sound speed for each basin. And from then I move to the results and discussion part. From the mean vertical sound speed profiles for different basins, I identified main types of sound channels. Here I presented one example, near surface sound channel in Prepolen. We can see near surface sound channels in Prepolen. Prepolen is shown in this map in red box, and and every year we can see near surface sound channel in Prepolen. Why I selected it? Because near surface sound channel important for noise generated by surface sound sources. This is a mean vertical sound speed profile of Prepolen in 2010 and 14. Here, near to the surface, we can see sound speed minimum region, and which is the region near surface sound channels are associated. So these are the sound speed profile of Prepolen in 2010 and 2014. X-axis shows longitude, y-axis shows depth. In these profiles, here sound channels are visible in here. My next concern is what are the reasons for the formation of this sound near surface sound channel. Here I presented temperature, salinity, and sound speed profile of Prepolen 2014. The warm color shows in each profile, warm color shows higher value and cold color shows lower value. The reasons are impact of glacier melting water, which is visible in the salinity profile in here, and the warm water from the western part of the fjord to the below layers, which is visible in temperature profile in here. And then I compare compare years from first decade and second decades to identify the impact of climate change on near surface sound channels. First, I consider about channel length. This other sound speed profile of 2001, 2007 for first decade, and 2014 and 16 for second decade. What we can see, this more blue color shows the channel area, and in the second decade, this green color shows the channel area. What we can see from these profiles, and with comparing the length of channel, the longer channel in second decade, which means the better conditions for noise travel. To understand the reason for this longer sound channels and shorter sound channels, I compare 2 years. I compare 2001 and 2016. This is sound speed profiles of both years, and this is temperature profile and salinity profile responsible for this sound speed profile in each year. So what we can see in this salinity profile, we can see the longer low salinity surface layer in 2016 compared to 2001, which means stronger impact of glacier melting. And in addition to that, in the temperature profile, we can see a high temperature layer, which could be the impact of Atlantic water advection in 2016. And the next impact of climate change is the inhomogeneity in the mean surface channel. Here I compare sound speed profile of 2007 and 2016. What we can see in the 2016, the uniform sound speed in the whole water layer in the channel. So it means more prominent channel in 2016, which is a better conditions for noise travel. And I would like to pay your attention about some future perspective we can expect because of the global warming. Now we know global warming can increase glacier melting water, and we identified that glacier melting from near surface sound channels. Increased glacier melting can make longer and wider near surface sound channel. On the other hand, global warming can increase noise from ice-ocean interactions in these fjords. And we have a question: is the combined effect of these two can make a noisy ocean environment in upper layers? If it is so, it will be a problem for the well-being of marine mammals who lives in that area. And then I move to the conclusions. My main conclusions, we identified main type of sound channel and the mechanisms for their formation. And we found internal variability of sound speed profiles due to internal variability of the governing factors. For example, that we see longer and more prominent near surface sound channel in second decades. So finally, we can conclude these all factors can impact on the well-being of marine mammals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, so maybe I have a question, or rather, yeah, a question actually. because you talked a lot about sound and climate changes that may impact the distribution of it. So I wonder if you if you have any collaboration with other scientists, or maybe you do research on your own that could actually give you an information how already those changes in sound and those variables, climate change variables you were talking about, like temperature or salinity, are influencing, for example, marine mammals or other groups of animals living there.
I'm sorry, could you please
Okay,
repeat?
it was really long. So maybe to make it shorter, do you put your study results out for other scientists to collaborate with you and combine different studies, like behavioral studies of fauna? Yeah. Okay.
No, no, I don't have.
Okay. Okay. So I was just interested because your topic was really interesting and the presentation was really mentioning all of those sites. So I was wondering if you maybe have some connections already and studies going on, like collaborating different scientists of different background, because this is actually a future and your topic is extremely important, at least in my point of view. So thank you very much for your presentation. If you would like to add something, you're more than welcome to do it even now. I think we have 1 or 2 minutes if you would like to say something else. If not, we can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just was wondering because it's really interesting. And okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we may proceed, and once more I will ask if there is Emilia Zygarłowska with us to present fate of buoyant and non-buoyant microparticles in the nearshore coastal zone, a 3D explanatory model. Okay, I guess Emilia won't be joining us since it's third time I was asking. And this completes our session then, unless some of the speakers would like to add something to their presentations or comment or discuss any of the topics. Okay, if not, thank you very much. Timon, are you around? Because
yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. So we rejoin at 1:30.
Yeah.
For the fourth session.
Yes.
Okay, Doc. Thank you very much. Okay, seems like we are getting ready for the session, and it seems like I will run this session due to the changes in the program for us. So the first presentation in 1 minute should be given by Klaudia Bochniarz and Aleksandra Wybrańska from the University of Gdańsk. Do we have the presenters with us?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yes, I can hear you. So 15 minutes. I will, if you are reaching like 13, 12 minutes, once you're reaching the time, I'll let you know. So please try to stick to the 15 minutes because we have really packed program. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I share the screen. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is a comparison of the effectiveness of lavender and rosemary essential oil in influencing brain waves and the cognitive function, and it was a pilot study. And at the beginning, let's define the aromatherapy, and it is a discipline of phytotherapy using pure essential oil from fragrant plants. And it can improve health as well as the quality of life. And we have 3 types of essential oil administration. It is by the nasal route, and here, for example, with a diffuser, and the transdermal route and the oral route. And the safest method of essential oil application is diffusion. And the essential oils are a complex of composition and can contain of even hundreds of distinct chemical substances. And the chemical composition varies because of the result of genetic variability and the growth conditions and of the oil extraction process. And here we see 3 examples of chemotypes of rosemary. For example, this first one will be most effective for improving memory because of 1.8 cineol. The same with the second one. And the third one, due to the high CAMP4 component, might be toxic for our nervous system. And here we see 3 examples of chemotypes of lavender, but there are many more, and which one differ in specific components. And chemotypes are determined, for example, using chromatography. But how does essential oil have the ability to influence to our brain? And odorant molecules are detected by receptor cells, which are located in the olfactory epithelium, as we see here. The receptors transmit signals through the olfactory nerve to the olfactory bulb, and the chemical odor signals are converted into electrical signals in the olfactory bulb. And from there, the axons of mitral cells project the olfactory cortex and other brain regions involved in odor detection. And it includes regions such as the olfactory cortex, there is hippocampus, thalamus, and other brain structures. So we can see that we can say that the compounds of essential oil reach the olfactory nerve and strongly influence the limbic system, including amygdala and hippocampus, which are most important for our cognition. What's more, previous studies shows us that rosemary has stimulation effect on our brain and impact our mood. And lavender essential oil is one of the most common plants used in natural medicine for stress management. Moreover, lavender and rosemary essential oil regulated our brain catecholamines level, and both lavender and rosemary oil inhalation suppressed the activity of our hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which is a response for stress reaction. There is a similar effect with lavender oil in the case of benzodiazepines. And what's more, the inhalation of lavender and rosemary essential oil increased the relative alpha power spectrum and the relative low beta power spectrum. Furthermore, the relative high beta power spectrum increased after only rosemary inhalation. And studies shows that lavender essential oil inhalation improve our attention and mathematical tasks, and lavender essential oil globally impair our memory and reaction times. And in case of rosemary essential oil, it was better quality of long-term memory. And the aim of this study was to compare the effects of lavender and rosemary essential oil on brain waves and cognitive performance. And the methods which was used there, it was the Wisconsin card sorting test, which assesses the ability to plan, cognitive flexibility, and the adaptability to changing condition. It was the Stroop task with assess the executive function and the ability to suppress cognitive interference, and the flanker task which assess attention and the ability to suppress cognitive interference too. And it was the letter numbing sequencing test, which assess the executive function and working memory. We also assess mood because it significantly influenced the cognitive task performance. And the procedure, okay, I should say about the participant. The study participant was a 31 years old woman with difficulties in attention and memory. And after the initial diagnosis and result of this questionnaires, a consultation with a psychiatrist was suggested, which confirmed the diagnosis of attention deficit disorder. And the study consists of 4 sessions. And during the first session, an interview was conducted to exclude any possible contraindications for participating in this study. And EEG diagnosis was performed for 5 points in condition with eyes open, eyes closed, and during focused attention. In the second session, the participants was asked to complete a questionnaire assessing attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder and mood. Then brain waves measurement was taken with eyes open and eyes closed. After the measurement, the participants performed cognitive tasks. Tasks were presented using PsychoPy program. And after this was inhalation. It was 2 drops of essential oil with water and were placed on cotton pad. And the participants inhaled the aroma for 25 minutes. Brain waves measurement was taken and the participant performed the same cognitive task after the inhalation. And the same procedure was repeating during the 3rd session with rosemary. And based on these results, it was decided that rosemary oil would be tested in the context of improvement of the effectiveness of theta-beta training. So it was applied during the 4th session. And the results shows us that the participants exhibited a high amount of alpha and theta waves, and as well as significant predominance of delta waves. Here we have eyes open and eyes closed in both conditions, before lavender and after lavender. And the theta-beta ratio, which is known as the attention index, is quite high. Scores over 2 indicates significant concentrations problems. And it is also one of the indicators used in diagnosis of attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. And in the case of lavender, contrary to the results of previous studies, alpha did not increase and high beta did not decrease. However, a greater level of distinction can be observed there. And in case of rosemary, we observe a decrease in delta and theta waves, indicating a reduction of drowsiness. Similarly, there was an increase in beta waves, indicating increased alertness, and the theta-beta ratio decreased. And looking at the cognitive test results, inhalation of lavender essential oil was associated with impaired cognitive function, while rosemary essential oil improved cognitive performance. For example, here we see with lavender essential oil, there was an increased effect in the Stroop task, which shows as the suppressing effect of cognitive interference, what most likely was due to the increased sedation.
It's 12 minutes already.
Okay, 1 minute. Here we have a discussion. So the main outcome of this pilot study indicates that potential for cognitive improvement with rosemary inhalation. However, future research is needed to determine these effects in statistical significantly. And this pilot study is not conclusive for this regard. But it aimed to provide a direction for future research. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. So the floor is open for comments, questions. Would somebody like, please take action if you want to, because I cannot see all of you now. It must be a pleasant experience to do this research, because the smell of lavender must be really nice in the lab, huh?
Yes.
One thing that I'm not sure about from your presentation, would that have to be on the regular basis, like once a day, twice a day, or what would be the frequency of the therapy?
No, it was 4 meetings, 1 per week.
4 meetings, 1 per week. But if I wanted to start doing it, that would be also this frequency, or do you have other data statistics for something else?
For the theta-beta trainings, it should be, I think, more than 5 meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And for the aromatherapy, it's not data with the data shown inconsistent results.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's still one chance to ask a question or comment on the presentation. I don't hear anyone.
Do you use
okay.
Do
Go
you
ahead,
use
Grażyna.
lavender in your daily life?
Could you please repeat?
Do you use this free grants for your daily life? You like
yes.
the smell of lavender, the smell of lavender.
Yes, I use rosemary before my exams.
Okay.
So you take work to your house. Take work home. Okay, thank you very much then.
Thank you.
Okey-doke. So the next presentation will be given, I hope, by our colleagues from the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences. Do we have the team? I do not dare to say
yes,
the
I am
name.
here.
Oh, perfect. So the floor is
Yes.
yours.
Yeah,
15 minutes. I will warn you after 12 minutes.
Sure. Yeah.
If you reach that point, and we don't see the drawing into the
sorry.
conclusion.
Okay. So is my screen visible?
We can see it now. Perfect.
Yes. Okay. So now it should be in presentation mode, I guess.
Are you up north?
Yes, I am in sunny Longyearbyen.
All right.
Waiting
okay.
for the ship.
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll watch your back for the polar bears just in case.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you. So hello from the beautiful Longyearbyen. So I'm Abhishek Bambi-Alphonse, a PhD student from the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences. And I'll be talking about the UAV studies we are conducting in and around the Polish Polar Station in Öresund. Just before I begin, let me just give a brief introduction about the project. And so the project is applying remote sensing and geophysical imaging in recognition of spatial variation and changes in water balance. So this project technically deals with UAV, GPR, and in-situ measurements, and to model these cryo-hydrometeorological conditions in two catchments, Fuglebecken and Arjebecken, in the vicinity of the Polish Polar Station. So I'm going to talk about the UAV aspect of the project and our first published paper in that aspect, and why UAVs in the Arctic. So Svalbard is heavily glaciarized, as you can see in the background. There's a glacier behind me, and it's more suitable for analysis with spatial and temporal changes because it's more dynamic and there'll be more changes. So we can detect more changes and we can see the spatial variability of these changes. What is the use of this? So these changes can be used in delineating basins, in recording geomorphological changes, and most importantly, in my aspect, I can record these changes and put it into a model and model the future hydrocryometeorological variables. So which is the primary goal of the project. So what it means, there are drones everywhere, even in the Arctic now. So we are using these drones for every subject. And in my case, I'm using these drones to study two glaciarized basin, one glaciarized basin and one deglaciated basin, Fuglebecken and Arjebecken. So the goals of the study. So to create the first ever UAV-based orthomosaic and digital elevation model in the vicinity of Polish Polar Station in Öresund, and the morphometric characterization of the catchments. And we need to evaluate. So we need some comparative studies if our product is better or not. So we took the other two sources of remote sensing products, such as aerial images and satellite images. And we use change detection using structure for motion technique and DEM differentiation. And you can download these products and view and play with it for free because these products are available online. So this is a study area, Fuglebecken, which is unglaciated, and Arjebecken, which is glaciated. So this is the Polish Polar Station in Öresund, which for which I'm waiting for the ship to go there, and I hope it'll be there with this night. And so, what is the methodology? So we have the drone, which is the DJI Matrix 300 RTK, and we have the Zenmus P1 camera, which is the RGB orthophoto camera. We first take the UAV images using the camera, using automated flight modes, and we align the images using Agisoft Metashape professional software, and we georeference using GCPs and creation of dense clouds, which is done by the software. We create the digital elevation model and the respective orthomosaic for these two catchments. So the next step is to co-register, which is the basic alignment of each and every pixels with respect to another image. So we co-register with the aerial DEM, which is provided by the SIOS, which Waszczyk et al. 2022. And we differentiate these two dams and subtract the elevation from one dam with respect to another. So we can see what is the change in respect to the elevations of these two digital elevation models. So this is the data processing. I'm not going to go much deeper into that. I just want to focus on this aspect. This is called spatial resolution, which is the size of each and every pixel. And in Fugler-Becken is 6.4 centimeters, in Arya-Becken is 7.2 centimeters, which is really good product. So this is the Fugler-Becken catchment. As you can see, we have many GCPs, we have checkpoints. So these checkpoints are used to check the accuracy, which is 0.6 meters with horizontal. Horizontal RMSE of 0.09 and vertical accuracy of 0.2 meters, and with a spatial resolution of 0.06 meters, which is 6 centimeters. So this is a 3D model, and we need to degrade the quality because the IS quality cannot be opened in the PowerPoint presentation, and I can assure you the quality is much better than this. In terms of Arya-Becken, which is a glaciated catchment, as you can see, it's glaciated by Arya-Bren, and we have multiple GCPs, and we have code registration points, which we use to compare these two images. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any checkpoints because this is a really tough place to climb and measure each and every detail. So hopefully we can be done. Something can be done in the future. So in this case, we have a RMS projection of error of 16 centimeters, which is under good quality. And this is a 3D model of Arya-Becken, sorry. And you can see the glacier, and the quality is low because the presentation doesn't allow to put the IS quality in this. So the next step is to play with it, to play with many digital elevation models and orthomosaics. The first thing is to get the morphometric analysis, and these characteristic and variables tells the history of the basin. I'm not going to go into deep into these individual characteristics, but I'll just put a summary of it. So the basin is characterized as slightly elongated, which means it will have a flattened peak flow, which means that in Arya-Becken, and which means that if there's a flood, the flood will last for a long time, but the intensity will not be that much. But it's the in Fugler-Becken, also a flattened peak flow, but with the probability of higher peak flow for a shorter duration. And in case of Arya-Becken, the catchment is younger. We can see it as evidenced by the presence of a glacier. And since it's younger, it'll be prone more to erosion. And in Fugler-Becken, it's young, but older than Arya-Becken, which means that there'll be low structural control. And the relief ratio is attributed to the sudden and extreme drops in elevation, especially in the slopes and in the moraine part. And in Fugler-Becken, it's the same, and it's steep in the northern part of the catchment, as shown over here. As you can see, this is the trail, and you can see the slopes are quite steep, but you can see there's a moraine over here. This is also quite steep. And in Fugler-Becken, the northern flank of the slope is really steep, and then it's almost flat. And the next step is to compare the dam. So is it good? So we compared with the previously two best available data sets, which is the Soyuz dam, which is taken by an airplane by the Soyuz aerial crew mission, and the Arctic dam, which is sourced by the satellite. So why do we use a drone? Because of this. The spatial resolution is the most important factor in case of remote sensing products. As you can see, the resolution is 6 centimeters in Fugler and 7 centimeters in Arya. In Soyuz's crew mission, it's 17 centimeters, and satellite is 2 meters. Why is this important? So our study area is really small. So if you have a resolution of 2 meters, which means that you cannot distinguish an object which is less than 2 meters, which is not useful for a small catchment study, as demonstrated over here. You can see the glacial, this is the glacial part, and you can see the lineations on the glacier. You can see the lineations on the glacier in the Soyuz dam as well, but nothing in Arctic dam, which is a satellite-based products. So for detailed studies of small catchments and hydrological modeling of small catchments, we need this drone-based digital elevation model. So in Fugler-Becken, as you can see, the channels are visible, and in satellite, there's nothing. So we need this dam. And another case is to showcase the stream delineations accuracy. As you can see, the Arctic Dam is not that accurate in while demonstrating the stream delineations, and the Arctic Dam captures all the streams in the catchment. And same in case of Fugla, as you can see, there are many streams in this area, but the Arctic Dam shows just one line, which is a natural line. As you can see, this is the actual representation of number of streams in the Fugla Basin, and Sayos Dam also performs well, but not as much as the drone-based dam. And the Arctic Dam is not as par level for us. In case of slope and aspect, you can see the slope is more resolved in this Arctic Dam cases. As you can see, there are 90-degree slopes, which means the drone-based digital elevation model can detect slopes on the edge of rocks, which is greater than 7 centimeters. So at the edge of rocks, the slope is 90 degrees. The drone dam can capture this, this characteristic, which is really good for us. In case of aspect is the direction where the slope faces. As you can see, the Arctic, the Sayos dam and the drone-based dam shows that the majority is in 200 degrees. But in this Arctic dam, it shows it's around southern, which is around 120 degrees, which is incorrect in this, if you see the catchment. So next step is to detect changes. So what changes took place in 2 years? So we used 2 dams, the drone-based digital elevation model and the Sayos dam, which is captured from the airplane. The Sayos dam was captured on June 2020, and the drone was captured on June 2022. So we can see the 2 years difference in this. What are the major changes? The first is the coastal erosion. The coast is degrading, is getting eroded by the waves. And which is evident if you visit this area, the Polish forestation staff has like put up a fence or something just to prevent the erosion, but it's not working as much as they planned. And you can see the streams have been migrating because more and more snow melt is occurring, and the stream changes direction just to take in all the water. And you can see in this case, there's downcutting, which means that the river is eroding vertically, which is a direct precursor for more water and sediment influx.
It's 12 minutes already.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So, and in Arya, so we can see the major change is the negative mass balance of the glacier. The glacier is receding really badly. And also, like, there's a channel migration of around 10 meters, which means that due to larger influx of water. And you can see in the small case, you can see the moraine of the glacier has been breached by a high volume of water, where there was a mini flood, let's say. As you can see in this case, the moraine has been broken, and this is a June 2020 image, and this is June 2022 image. So you can see the moraine has been breached by one of the streams. So in conclusion, remote sensing products developed from drones provide vital piece of information, especially if the study area is small. And we integrate the use of high resolution ortho-rectified images and digital elevation models. And these flights will be repeated, and we are in Longyearbyen going to Onsun just to repeat some more flights. And this can be used for many studies, even by other people who wants to use our dam. So the procure data along with the plant feature mission will be a part of open source data where we can use any way you want. So these final products are available in this website. And we published a paper on these results recently, and feel free to read it. And we also have 2 other cameras, which is a thermal image camera and a multispectral image camera. So these are the preliminary results. Just want to share. As you can see, the thermal camera shows a really good variability of spatial temperature variations, and multispectral can show this variability of vegetation in the catchment. These 2 can be combined to make soil moisture data, which shows the spatial variability, how the soil moisture varies across catchments. So in final conclusion, drones are useful, especially for me. My PhD is based on this one. And this data will be available and can be used by everyone. And you can go to this website and download the data if you want. And you can even email me if you have any clarifications or any images. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Do we have any questions or comments from our participants? If not, then I have a quick question. At what altitudes do you fly your drones?
So
does it depend on what area you want to cover, or?
Exactly. So we fly at 120 meters above ground level. So for Aria, since it's higher, we climbed up the ridge and we flew the drone from there.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else would like to ask a question or comment on this presentation? If not, thank you very much. Be careful with the polar bears, and, good luck with the boat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This session is very multidisciplinary. So the next presentation is given by Dagmara Pokojewska and Piotr Belczacki from Ateneum University in Gdańsk and the special school in Starogard Gdański. Do we have the presenters with us?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, so the floor is yours, and after 12 minutes, I will start waving my hands.
Okay, you can see first slide?
Not at all.
Oh.
We can hear you, but we cannot see the slide.
And now you can see?
Not at all.
And now?
Still nothing.
We may share your presentation, I think, because you've sent it.
If
I don't know why.
Alex, if you can step in and show the presentation, that would help probably.
Okay.
I can see it now.
Wait. Well,
yes?
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So go for it.
Good afternoon. At today's conference, we would like to introduce you to the project on two wheels through Kochevia, with concert informal education focused on hiking and cycling trips in the vicinity of the region. This project was carried out in a boarding school in the Special School and Educational Center in Starogard Gdański, where I work as a tutor. So can I please the next slide? Okay, thank you. The main assumption of the project was to promote an ecological means of transport and recreation, promote cycling tourism, educate about interesting places in the area, or improve safe cycling techniques and traffic regulations. Next slide, okay. Pupils learned the basic principles of proper nutrition and physical activity. They followed the traffic rules. They learned about the individual components of the construction of a bicycle. They learned how to implement a healthy lifestyle at school, at home, and in the out of the school environment. They were aware of their place of residence, its history and nature. They worked in a group and communicated well. They developed their imagination through creative expressions, artwork, and photos taken. Please, next slide. Okay, the project involved pupils from the boarding school of the Special School and Educational Center in Starogard Gdański, age 12 to 18. All the students in our school have some kind of disability, for example, autism spectrum disorder or Down syndrome. but I think they did a really great job with this project. Please, next slide. Sightseeing trips took place in the vicinity of Starogard Gdański, the capital of Kotlewie. It is located in the north of Poland, in Pomerania, about 50 kilometers from Gdańsk and the Baltic Sea. The pictures show the market square and the city park. It's really beautiful places in Starogard. And now Peter will tell you about individual trips and the effects of our work.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dagmara, for your introduction. Now let me continue the story. The first trip we had, it was to Grodzisk in Orbit, which is located in Pomeranian province. Participants go there by bicycles. We had really spent a really nice time over there. We made some bonfire. We had a lot of the attraction. We also visited the Museum of Slavic Mythology. The puppies find out about the Slavic rituals. For example, why we joined Marzanna at 21st in March. Also, why we got Christmas Eve one empty space on table. If I can ask you for another slide, please. Thank you. So in the winter time, we had also hiking tour through Wieżyca Valley. The students discover what animals live around. For example, black bear, nuthatch, robin, beavers, stag, deer, and also they found out what fruit are growing in this area, like wild strawberries, raspberry, and yeah. If I can ask this for another slide, thank you. We organized another hiking trip to Kochanka Lake, which is located near to Starogard Gdański. So this is also paradise for anglers. We could observe the breeding season of birds, was plenty of them. It was no end to joy when we managed to find the eggshell after a hatching chick. And next one slide. With the arrival of spring, also we arranged one more trip to Jamerta Lake, which is in the central forest in Spęgawk. It's a small village in the Pomeranian province as well, close to the Starogard Gdański. We could admire remnants of the famous scenography from Polish movie Knights of the Teutonic Order, directed by Alexander IV, based on the novel the same name by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Subsequently, we went to the mass graves in the Spęgawk forest too. We commemorate the fallen at the grave, which our center takes care of it. Please, another one. Thank you. The culmination of the project was walking to the Ale Jazda Excursion Academy. The pupils learn how to care of the horses. We watch a film about sport disciplines with the use of them. We visited the stables and rode horses. At the end, there was an integration. Also, we did a bonfire combined with roasted sausages and plenty other attractions. And can I have another one? Slide, please. Okay. Each section in the project was immortalized in the pictures that throughout the school year adored the newspaper in the corridor in the dormitory, which can be seen on the slide. They were also posted on center's website like Facebook page and school chronicle. We also made a poster promoting safe cycling using lights and reflectors. For this poster, we received a major award in the local newspaper. And the last slide, please. Through participation in the project, the puppies improved their cycling in the traffic. They visited the main rivers near Starogard Gdański and learned about the history of Kościewie. They develop their imagination. They also aware of how to eat healthy and why movement is so important for young people. They learn how to work as a team, which was very important thing. We all felt the joy and satisfaction of the positive effects of our own attractions. Non-formal education is an excellent alternative to getting to know the world tangibly, not from the desk in the classroom. For this reason, the project will continue in the next school years too. So we would like to thank you very much for your attention and hope you had a nice time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate and you can ask us, me and my colleague Dagmara. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this really rich project information, and the floor is open for discussions.
We just cut it lots because there was plenty of details, but we know we've got only.
No. We got a full picture of the project. Thank you. So who would like to? Grażyna, do you want to?
Yeah,
Oh, Isabella.
No, I just wanted to say that I was born and raised in Kościewie, and I'm very glad that you're promoting our region and that you're doing this kind of projects.
Yeah, we are happy to.
Very nice. Thank you.
Isabella.
Okay. I'm very glad that the topic of the modern education was included at the conference Where the World is Heading. And I have a question. What has greatest difficulty in the implementation of the project? I know from my experience that anything can always happen.
For me and for my work with children with disability, it's communication with them, I think. And
okay.
But would you say that by going outside of this classroom that helps to communicate?
Yes, I think for them it's really
A different experience, I understand.
Yes, it work with disabled children is really hard, but gives me a really satisfaction. And
sure, thank you.
Super, thank you.
Would anyone else? Yeah, would anyone else like to comment or ask questions about the project? How many children do you have on these events?
In school, it's I don't know, maybe 200, but in boarding school we have 15 pupils.
Okay. So when you go on the trip, it's around like 10, 12
yes.
kids.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So if we don't have any other questions or comments, then thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
And do we have Dominika Kolenda from Oxford, University of Oxford with us? Dominika? I don't think so. Or we
it's
can
a
wait.
little bit earlier, like 2 minutes to
Yes, that's true. That's true. So we can either wait or ask Szymon Szałapata. Do we have Szymon with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Szymon. So maybe you can.
Distinguished organizers and participants.
Oh my God, that sounds like serious stuff. Thank you very much. So between body shaming and body positivity, and then we will wait and see if we have our colleague from the UK with us. So Szymon, the floor is yours. 12 minutes. I will start manifesting myself that it's 12 minutes.
Perfectly. In my speech, I'd like to critically evaluate the body positivity movement and indicate its potential dangers for the medical conditions of people who may fail to consult a specialist, such as a doctor or a dietitian. First of all, let me quickly talk you through the objectives of this presentation. First of all, I will define body shaming as well as body positivity, including with the historical and sociocultural context of these behaviors. Next, I will present the potential negative consequences of body positivity movement, which were raised both in science as well as in public discourse. Finally, I will suggest that we should promote not only body positivity, but more broadly well-being, as it covers both the mental and physical health of people. So body positivity is the view that all people should not be ashamed of their bodies, no matter what defects they have, because honestly speaking, perfect bodies can only be seen in modeling. Everyone has some defects such as moles, scars, etc.
Shimon, I'm sorry, are you expecting us to see a presentation? Because if yes, then we don't see anything.
You don't see the presentation?
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
Sorry.
That's all right. Something is going on. Yes, defining body positivity. Slide number 3.
Yeah.
Okay, super.
So one person may be a little bit overweight and the other one may be so skinny, so we can see the some of their bones, yeah. But in the concept of body positivity, everyone should feel comfortable, for instance, to sunbathe on the beach, with the exception that naked bodies can only be exposed in restricted areas. So this movement arose in the 1960s when mainly Black and queer women began fighting the discrimination that they were facing because of the way they looked. Having described body positivity, let me define body shaming, which is simply discriminatory practice against people because of the imperfections of their bodies. One can say, well, maybe if I honestly and explicitly point out someone being overweight with a little bit of sarcasm, maybe then they will realize their problem and do something about that. But unfortunately, the science have shown that such an attitude does the exact opposite. Fogel in 2019 pointed out that stigmatization of people with weight problems increases the chances of them putting on weight even more, which brings a greater risk of death for them. When I was looking for the pictures that would support my presentation, I found that nearly all of them were showing women. And the reason for that is probably the fact that women have to face negative comments and stigmatization because of their bodies more often than men. And there is this pressure for society that women should meet certain canons of beauty. I think one of the causes of that phenomenon may be that nearly all female models that we can see in advertisements are super skinny. Furthermore, Sattler et al. Found that shaming women due to their weight negatively affects their motivation to involve in sports activity. Before turning to the potential negative aspects of body positivity, let me acknowledge some benefits of this movement. And first of all, body positivity movement has changed the language and perception of people's body imperfections, especially in connection with weight disorders. First of all, it has strengthened the message that there isn't such a thing as the perfect body, and there are different shades of beauty. Moreover, people whose imperfections are more visible deserve to be respected and treated with dignity and sensitivity. Finally, body positivity movement makes a point that body shaming cannot be accepted in civilized society. Now I will discuss the concerns related to body positivity. Studies conducted in the United Kingdom highlighted the rise in the percentage of people who inaccurately assess their weight and underestimate the seriousness of their medical condition. Between 1995 and 2015, the percentage of people who underestimated their real weight status went up from 37% to 40% for men and from 17 to 19 for women accordingly. The conclusions of this paper suggest that the rise in these rates is because of the fact that these days there is a growing acceptance of obesity and being overweight. In my view, the quote that I found in one of the online articles of The Guardian is a precise summary of all doubts and dangers that too radically viewed body positivity notion may lead to. And let me read it aloud to you. Medications, health, social deprivation, self-esteem, sorry. Oh, God. Oh, now it's gonna be better. And genetics all play a role in our ability to control our weight, and judgment is never a constructive approach, but suggesting that being a size 30 is just as healthy as being a size 12 isn't a body positive message either. It's an irresponsible form of denial. And coming to conclusions, I acknowledge that thanks to body positivity movement, less and less people are being made fun of because of how they look. But the concept of body positivity can be a perfect excuse for not reacting or not taking the symptoms of medical conditions seriously. We have to bear in mind that obesity or anorexia, or even just overweight, make people more likely to end up having more serious illnesses such as high blood pressure, diabetes, cancers, and so on and so forth. And they can disable people and even shorter their lives. Moreover, if eating disorders are frequently symptoms of mental health issues, as people, for example, with chronic stress sometimes have either significantly larger appetite or they nearly eat something at all. And we simply cannot remain silent when we see people with clear symptoms of medical problems. And from a moral standpoint, we should approach them with and offer them help or encourage them to contact a doctor or a dietitian. But we must not do it in a sarcastic way, but gently and with compassion. And I would like to extend the term of body positivity to well-being, because that could be a good solution, as well-being promotes health, both physical and mental. What's more, a work-life balance should be promoted as well, as this is the key in controlling stress that can often result in physical and mental health issues. But establishing such a balance may be extremely difficult for someone who needs to work 60 hours a week because they struggle to pay for the rent and utilities and simply survive from one month to another. Which is why I do believe that governments and non-governmental organizations should treat the sustainable development goals proposed by the United Nations seriously, because they indicate the areas that needs to be improved so that people can have a decent standard of life, fundamental to having a work-life balance. These are the references that I used in the preparation of my presentation. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yes, I'm sorry I had to answer the phone, but thank you very much. It was about the conference issues, so I needed to answer that. So the floor is open for the discussions. I think the topic is very interesting and may refer to many of us. Any questions or comments, please? Would you say that in like the media, you would see the change in the presentation of these issues, like the from body positivity to the well-being idea as you presented? Would you see the change in the media, social media, whatever media?
Unfortunately not. I still see this, what I call a radical view of body positivity. Recently, I watched a TV interview conducted by pretty controversial reporter, P.S. Morgan, with one of the representatives of the body positivity movement, and they were arguing about making the seats in planes larger so that people with some weight issues can have enough space, and they were having pretty heated discussion about that.
Okay. All right. Would somebody else like to comment or say something about the issue?
Hello, Szymon. This is Dorota Majewicz.
Hello.
I would like to ask, to which extent do you believe that following the suggestions of sustainability proposed by United Nations, or promoting healthy lifestyle in social media would work compared to building let's say work culture or promoting healthy lifestyle on the basic levels? What I mean is, probably you're too young to remember, but we used to have a more healthy lifestyle, which means, for example, my parents worked until 3 o'clock, and then nobody used so many cars. So what I'm saying is, we used to have a more healthy lifestyle, and then the unhealthy lifestyle has actually been promoted to us. I don't know, Timon, if you agree. So then we got the cars, and then we got, I don't know, here we have Netflix, computers, all those things.
Fast meals.
Yes, exactly. So what happens is, actually, this is, we are on a different wave of statistical fluctuation. This is, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, unless we really change our lives on a basic level, the big words like United Nations, build work culture. Actually, you know, I'm in Central Asia now, but this is not the time, but I could provide an insight into what's going on here. But since so much effort has been done to promote an unhealthy lifestyle, it's going to take us quite a while to get back to the healthier, I would say, lifestyle. Do you agree?
Well, yes, I do believe that there is, apart from the responsibility of like bigger institutions, the personal responsibility for implementing some habits that could increase the healthy healthier elements in our lives. For example, walking as often as is possible, and choosing to walk, for example, or ride a bike to work instead of driving to work. But in this reference to sustainable development goals, I saw the fact that in so many societies, people have to work overtimes, many overtime hours, so that they've got very little time to relax and do some sport activity, and this generates a lot of stress, and lead us to health problems. And some of these problems relates to weight disorders.
But if I may, I think the problem of overtime work and poor societies is quite a different problem, because this does not really relate to the problem of to the issue of promoting a healthy lifestyle or body shaming. I don't think they go together. Do you agree? I mean, this is just a suggestion for your future research. Because this is a problem that has always been existing, and it's a completely different problem to be solved, not promoting healthy lifestyle. I mean, I cannot imagine. I used to stay in Egypt, and I could see that those people travel 2 or 3 hours one way to work for 12 hours, 7 times a day. And I found it, I'm sorry to say, but quite ridiculous to say, we would like to promote healthy lifestyle for you. These people have no days off. They don't eat healthy, they make minimum money. So I think this group is quite, if I can risk saying, quite irrelevant for the research you have done, because I think this is just a separate group with completely different quality of life. And to deal with this, to help them, to encourage, to enable them, not encourage, but to enable them, would be a completely different thing than body shaming of people, let's say in Europe or in the United States, which by choice stay on the phone or drive a car or I don't know, eat in an unhealthy way, let's say fast food. I think these are like 2 issues in one now.
Okay, perhaps I should have adopted broader perspective, because in my view I was focusing mainly on Western countries. Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I think you just raised an issue, and I sort of like it, but I would say that both of you could meet at the point that we have to redefine the idea of well-being. Because well-being may not be only having a bigger car than before and blah blah blah. So maybe that's something that we have to do.
Yeah, Shimon, it wasn't meant to criticize. I just
I totally understand.
You do understand me, yes? That what I wanted to make us see is that these are 2 different issues that can be incorporated in the well-being problem, or yeah.
Because my point was, because
guys, I'm sorry, I have to close the discussion, because we may let me ask if we have Dominika Kolenda with us.
Okay.
Do we have Dominika with us? I guess not. Then we can continue on the discussion.
So basically, what I wanted to compare is that these UN goals, one of them refer to improving the standard of life by eliminating poverty, so that people can have a better lifestyle if they earn more money, so they don't need to worry about like very basic needs. Then they may have time to care about their bodies, their mind, and practice sport activity or other activities, which aim could be to reduce the stress. Because I myself work too much, and I had to reevaluate certain aspects of my life, because recently it turned out that I've got a high blood pressure and high level of cholesterol.
I fully agree. You know, I think that the quality of the well-being goes with the poverty level. When I work with well-being, and I work with labor law, so I deliver policies for companies. So, for example, I worked in a completely different way with companies, let's say in Malta, in Europe. Then, for me, it's also very strongly cultural issue. So it was a completely different adventure to work in Malta than, for example, to observe what is going on in Uzbekistan, where I currently live, where there is a culture of working 6 or 7 days a week. So it's people who might stop, they do not for cultural reasons, because currently there is a tendency to show off, to show I'm successful because I'm successful, I want to work more. So just as, for example, the United Kingdom has just passed the law to try 4-day working week, right? So in Central Asia, it's unbelievably stupid to say I would like to work 4 times a week, because they want to show that. So I mean, if you say I have one job, it means you're lazy. So the sign of success is when you show that you work all the time, you travel all the time. So the well-being itself becomes non-existent, because it's culturally not accepted, I would say. So, but just very clearly, I'm going to stop here. But what I wanted to say is to give you a different insight, like a cultural insight into the issue. And the presentation was extremely important. I'm very happy for you to have tackled the problem. I'm going to stop here, Devon. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to take the floor? I don't see anybody. Then thank you very much. We don't have Dominika Kolenda with us still. Nope. So we're closing this session, and please come back or stay with us at 2:45. Thank you very much for this session, and see you soon.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's last session. And we are going to start with Virginia Heppert from the University of Gdańsk. Can you guys hear me? Is anyone there?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, thank you. Virginia?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon again. My name is Virginia Heppert, and I would like to present today the research decadal variability of air quality over the true city agglomeration based on RMAC data. Are the cities destined to be continuously polluted? And I would like this topic to present with concern the variability of air quality in the Dry city area in Poland connected to anthropogenic emission. The investigated area includes Gdańsk, Sopot, and Gdynia, collectively known as the Dry city agglomeration. It is a metropolitan and highly urbanized region located in North Poland, situated along the Gulf of Gdańsk, and it is characterized by a strong maritime economy as well as thriving electronics and shipbuilding industry. The centers of Gdynia and Gdańsk are located close to big industrial centers, harbors, and shipyards and oil refinery, which are known as a potential pollution emission sources. What is more, Dry city is a touristic area located near to the Baltic Sea, and it attracts a massive number of tourists every year during summer, which creates a characteristic source of anthropogenic emission pending the non-heating season, mainly during summer. And a serious problem of over-tourism is becoming an important source of environmental pollution, particularly due to road transport. Air pollution contributes significantly to climate change and have harmful impacts on local environments. It can lead to acid rain, regional haze, and eutrophication. Among the pollutants, sulfate aerosols have a notable effect on climate change by influencing cloud albedo. Additionally, excessive levels of ozone caused by air pollution can also result in damage to environment, to plants. Air pollution is a prevalent issue in European cities, including Poland. While emissions have decreased, high pollutant levels persist, especially in densely populated areas. And here, interesting is the northern part of Poland generally has better air quality than the south. Air pollution can affect the human body in the short term with immediate effects and in the long term through prolonged exposure. According to studies, air pollution is recognized as the most critical environment-related threat to humankind among many air pollutants. Among many different factors, being responsible for around 7 million of deaths worldwide every year due to long-time exposure. Particle and gaseous pollutants introduced at this slide are considered as the indicators of air quality index, which is an integral part of the environmental quality index. It is an index which helps to examine the daily air quality. And, well, simply speaking, it tells how clean or polluted there is, connecting the indices to impact concerning human health. Regulations have been implemented by political entities to address the issue of prolonged exposure to high concentrations of pollutants. The table presents limit values and annual exceedance threshold for each pollutant. For comparison, the limit values and annual exceedances recommended by the World Health Organization are also included. And this work focuses on particle matter PM10 and PM2.5. The goal of this work is twofold.
Firstly, to estimate the variability of atmospheric pollutants throughout the decade for Tri-City agglomeration area by using sample statistics with a focus on seasonal variability. And secondly, to find about the human impact on air quality in cities. The examined region experiences unique atmospheric conditions. The Tri-City area is influenced by coastal weather events such as sea land breeze circulation and specific local winds. These winds can both clean and worsen pollution. Coastal areas have milder winters and higher temperatures. And for the analysis, 5 urban background stations were selected, presented at Figure 8. The continuity of data available on these stations over a decade allowed for accurate trend analysis. The main method of this work is statistical analysis in order to establish trends and correlation between pollution and meteorological parameters. The chosen meteorological parameters were temperature, wind direction, and wind velocity. And going to the proper analysis, the annual average concentrations showed significant variations. The highest concentrations were observed at station AM2 located near the port and AM8 in the city center. The other stations exhibited lower concentrations. Interestingly, decreasing trends were observed at station AM2 and AM8, while the remaining stations showed minimal increases. These black vertical dashed lines indicate high peaks that occurred in 2014 and 2018 at all stations. If we consider the annual average permissible limit, it was exceeded every year according to the WHO standards. However, according to the EU standards, no year indicated such an exceedance. The highest number of daily exceedances was also observed at station IM2, particularly in 2014 and 2015. During those years, the allowed number of such exceedances was also surpassed. The other stations also exhibited significant exceedances, but they did not exceed the permissible limit. PM10 courses during the heating season are very similar at all stations. The highest values are observed at AM2 and AM8, which are the most burdened with anthropogenic activity with attention to domestic heating in winter. And in the non-heating season, these values are more divergent. It is worth noting that from 2011 to 2016, at all stations except AM2 remained at a constant, relatively low level. And in 2019, a high peak in seasonal concentration is observed at the AM5 station located in the city. This peak is caused by intensive human activity, probably by the expansion and modernization of the rendering plant located near to the station AM5. PM 2.5 was analyzed only at the station AM8 in the city of Gdańsk. It has a very similar course in relation to PM10, and similarly, annual concentrations are exceeding according to WHO data, and the trend is rather constant. Here are presented scatter charts illustrating the best relationships between variables. After making a correlation with temperature and wind velocity, it turned out that the correlation itself is average or weak even. The data were correlated with the period of the heating and non-heating season, and despite the fact that the correlation coefficient is weak, it can be noted that the correlations are much higher during the heating season. This applies to both the temperature and the wind speed and direction. These parameters therefore have a much stronger impact during the heating season, during winter and autumn. However, it can be observed that as the wind speed increases, PM10 concentrations decrease, and this is an important support for the thesis that about the air purifying activity of wind. And in 2011, intensive activity of the port of Gdańsk was observed, affecting the AM2 and AM8 stations. This year was also characterized by higher correlations with meteorology, among the rest. In the next years, not only an intensive increase in annual and seasonal concentrations was observed, but also a massive number of daily exceedances. This situation was caused by the intensive construction of the Pern oil terminal in Gdańsk, the first stage of which lasted from March 2014 to the end of 2015. This decline in 2016 and 2017 was observed against the mild course of winters in several of these years, according to Armagh Foundation reports. Over the years 2018 and 2019, the second stage of construction of the Pern terminal began, expanding with several huge tanks. Such investments are a source of emission not only through the construction process itself, the process of resuspension, in other words, lifting settled dust from the ground and exhaust emission caused by intensive transport traffic of loads are also involved. And in 2020, all stations observed decreases in both average concentrations, including seasonal concentrations, as well as decreases in the number of daily exceedances. And the main reason was the lockdown introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Limited human activity resulted in lower emissions into the atmosphere. Overall, the general conclusion was that heating houses is an important source of emissions in Poland, hence the increased concentrations in winter during the heating season. Temperature and wind speed significantly affect the concentration of pollutants. Nevertheless, this relationship is complicated, and in general, the concentration of dust in the air is the result of many aspects, not only meteorological parameters. Of course, the impact of anthropogenic activity is an important factor worsening the air quality. Stable and increasing trends testify to the still intense human impact on air quality in the Tri-City. Few of the observed downward trends are the result of emission reductions, especially at the AM2 station, where the modernization of the port's heating systems was underway. More restrictive laws and restrictions are still being introduced. Of course, public awareness is increasing, but it is still not enough. Especially in Poland and other European cities, and especially capital cities. And here, the New York visible in the picture from the last week perfectly shows what we are striving for. Admittedly, the dust comes not from human emissions, but from forest fires in Canada. However, the shocking number of devastating wildfires is atypical from years past, and it is an effect of climate change exacerbated by anthropogenic activities. And I think we need to remember that there is no planet B, and by constantly polluting the air, we deprive ourselves of the environment, which is essential for our existence. And here is the literature representing documents I used for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Virginia. It was really nice talk. And are there any questions to Virginia?
Yes, I have a question to Virginia. Maybe I put my camera on. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Nice to see you again. Okay, it's very nice and very useful presentation. And on the basis on the research presented by you, Virginia, can it be conclude that Sopot should not be called a kurort, resort, or a spa. Are these far-reaching conclusions? What do you think?
Yes, the station located in Sopot was exactly station IM6, and in my bachelor thesis, I grouped these 5 stations into 2 groups called like the shoreline group. The 3 stations, exactly station in Sopot, Gdynia, and Gdańsk, which should be affected by the sea, by the cleansing effect of the sea. And by looking at the statistics, by just looking at the outcomes, I don't think that the air quality in Sopot is perfect like it should be in the resort city. I think that the interesting fact is that like year or 2 years ago, there were introduced new directives for Sopot to reduce the emission coming from the household heating. And it was a massive restriction, I think. So maybe in the future it will be better, but
okay, I'm really sorry, guys, but we have to move on forward with
you so
the
much.
presentation. Thank you very much, both of you. And let's continue with Andrea Doldi from Università Milano Bicocca.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna share my presentation. And can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. If I okay, so good afternoon. I'm Andrea Doldi. I'm from the University of Milano Bicocca. And the project I'm presenting today is titled Evaluating the Performance of Low-Cost Sensor, specifically the Alpha Sensor PCN3 in an indoor environment. The overall goal of this project was to assess how this kind of low-cost sensor performed inside an indoor industrial environment in the assessing specifically the particulate matter and the worker occupational exposure. So, what are the risks related to the particulate matter? In the scientific literature, it is well documented how the particulate matter has profound health effects that are associated with its concentration. Specifically, it's related to an increase in the mortality, an increase also in cardiovascular respiratory diseases, and also linked to an increase in cancer risk. But it is also known how it has profound effects also on the ecosystem, the entirety of the climate, but also materials of anthropogenic origin, such as, for example, cultural heritage or IT infrastructure. So on what level do we assess particulate matter? Specifically, mostly on 2 different levels, which is the outdoor and the indoor environment. So for the outdoor air quality, this has been subjected for many years to structured and specific regulation from the Europe and from the World Health Organization. On the other hand, for indoor air quality, this is not up to date, subjected to the structured and unified regulation. This is very important as the time spent indoor by the population is really significant. But also the indoor and outdoor environment are strictly and profoundly interconnected one from the other. And also the indoor environments are vastly different from one another. I mean, inside the different room, maybe there could be some variability. Inside the same building could be some variability as we have different sources, different processes, and different phase changes that happen inside at every time. So how do we usually carry out our our air quality assessing or air quality campaign. Usually it is done with a scientific grade instrument and usually to aim for compliance with legislation or scientific research. These traditional sensors that usually are chemical or optical analyzers, however, come with some limitation, specifically the higher cost. We're talking about few thousand euros. They also are very bulky and difficult to use and usually require continuous maintenance and calibration. This results in a restricted to a small number of monitoring stations that can be spread for each campaign, and also in campaigns that are limited in time, thus resulting in an inadequate spatial and temporal resolution. So for this reason, to respond to this limitation, there has been a growing worldwide trend in the development of the low-cost sensor for air quality that can respond to some of this limitation. For example, this low-cost sensor can show some advantages, such as, of course, a lower cost. They are smaller in size, easier to use, but specifically they have a higher resolution in air quality data. They can aid for the creation of a larger network of instruments, and thus granting greater spatial and temporal variability in the measurements. However, as of now, this kind of instrument also show some limitations, such as, of course, a lower detection accuracy. They still need calibration, and they lack comparability between different instruments inside the same network. And they're also sensitive to time degradation and other environmental parameters. So specifically, this project was inside the BioMat project, which is an European project that aims to be an open innovation testbed for nano-enabled bio-based polyurethane foams. This project aimed to follow the innovative polyurethane production processes using different polyols, standard and bio-based. And we followed this kind of project in one of the pilot facilities of the BioMat at the CNR in Portici near Naples. So the overall goal of this project was the monitor and sampling campaign to assess the environmental and occupational exposure of the workers inside the facility to nanoparticles and coarser particles. We use this opportunity as we had one of our reference instruments inside the facility to acquire some low-cost sensor and compare the data and how they responded to this concentration in this indoor environment. So we deployed 4 different OPCN3 from AlphaSense. These are optical particle counters that work with the laser scattering principle. They measure the particulate matter with a particle range from 0.35 to 30 micrometers divided in 24 dimensional beams with a data resolution of 1 second. So these 4 OPCN3 were then coupled with 2 different portable aerosol spectrometers, which is a reference traditional instrument, a federal equivalent instrumentation, which is from the GRIM. This also is an optical particle counter that works with the same principle as the OPCN3 or the laser scattering, and work with a particle range of from 0.25 to 35 micrometers divided in 31 beams with a minimum data resolution of 6 seconds. So here you can see a scheme of the plant where we deployed our instrument and where we did our campaign. On the left, the relative position of the polyurethane foam production. Here next to you can see what we call the near field of the position of the first match of instruments, where 1 OPC GRIM and 2 OPCN3 were deployed, and the far field, which was selected to be on the other side of the room, where still 2 OPCN3 and 1 OPC GRIM were deployed. This difference in the position was made to make sure to assess any possible change inside any possible change in the concentration of particulate matter and nanoparticles. given the greater variability of the indoor environment, and given also the proximity to the polyurethane foam production site. So in this slide, you can see the intercomparison of all the 4 OPCN3 that was made. This intercomparison was done getting all the 4 different locus sensors, the OPCN3, putting it together in the same position for a short period of time, about 1 to 1.5 hours. And without any polyurethane production processes in place, this was to ensure to ensure the non-presence of any possible interference with the analysis. So you can see this is the time trend, the trend over time of concentration in PM particulate matter, especially PM 2.5 and PM 10. You can see how there's comparability between the trends over time for all 4 sensors in the PM 2.5 especially. While in the case of PM10, the concentration trend is, especially the variability of data, of the instantaneous data, is noticeably worse. The overall trend is followed, but there's a higher variability, as you can see from the relative standard deviation in the instantaneous values. Here you can see the scatter plot with the linear regression fit for each sensor, or each of the 4 sensors during the intercomparison, to the mean, to the average of all 4 sensors during this period. The coefficient of determination square was calculated for each sensor, showing how for PM 2.5, there's good correlation between the data that was obtained for all 4 sensors. On the other hand, for PM10, the correlation between the data appears to be lower. In this slide, in this graph, you can see the trend of particulate matter concentration, especially the PM10 concentration over time for both the OPC GRIM and to the OPCN3 that were positioned in the far field relative position. The peaks that you can see here on the graph correspond to 3 different filler weighting events. The filler was, in this case, silica nanoparticles, which were moved by the workers at the facility. Thus, we can see a really high concentration of particulate matter, over 250 or even 400 micrograms per cubic meter. So even in this case, we can see a correlation between the trend of the 2 OPCN3 and the overall trend of the reference OPC GRIM. However, in this case, the OPCN3 appears to constantly be underestimating the particulate concentration, especially in the presence of the 3 peaks, where the overall value of the concentration of particulate matter is higher. Then the scatter plot that were calculated for the OPC GRIM versus each of the alpha sense entry deployed in this position with a 1 minute mean. Even in this case, we can see how for PM 2.5, the alpha sense OPCN3 sensor show a really high correlation with the corresponding data from the OPC GRIM with a R-squared coefficient of about 0.9. However, for PM10, the alpha sense, the OPCN3 shows moderate at best correlation with the OPC GRIM, as we have R-squared coefficient of about 0.4. Especially the data there seems to be more dispersion of data from with a higher concentration of particulate matter, especially over 60 micrograms per cubic meter. This result is, we can say, is in line with what we can see in the scientific literature regarding the OPCN3, as it is well known how these kind of instruments have some limitation in assessing the higher coarse and the coarser particle concentration, especially above PM10 and above. So in conclusion, what we can say about this first test that were made for this OPCN3, the data obtained for the further in-field test showed good agreement between each of the 4 sensors that were deployed. The overall concentration trend was detected consistently by a 4th sensor, which were able also to assess the change in concentration over even a short period of time. However, the precision of these instruments was lower for the coarser particle fraction, especially PM10 and above, showing more variability between the data. Then comparing the OPCN3 with the reference instrument, the OPC GRIM, also show good agreement between the data, especially for PM2.5. However, the concentration in this case were always underestimated by the low-cost sensor in respect to the reference instrument. And the accuracy, in fact, was, even in this case, was found to be lower at the higher the dimensionality of the particulate matter, where especially over the coarser fraction of particulate matter. However, overall, you can say how this OPCN3 behaved well in assessing the levels of the concentration of particulate matter and the exposure inside an indoor industrial environment, correcting, assuming the trends and the overall concentration. However, this test highlights also the limitation of such instruments and probably the need for this kind of instrument the need for recalibration inside the specific indoor environment in which they are deployed. However, this kind of low-cost sensor proves every day, while not always well accepted by the scientific community for now, at least, due to the limitation principally, prove to be an useful tool that in the future maybe can help gain more stability in measurement of air quality and more accessibility also to the community level and the public level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
I'll have to cut you out because we are a little over time. So if a very short question, anyone has a question, if not, then we will move forward. Okay. So maybe just quickly, do you know if there are any other instruments that have a higher accuracy of measurements than the ones you used?
So for for the kind of instrument I work with and watching also reading the scientific literature, the results are usually the same. We are on the same level for both the accuracy and the variability between the data. This seems to be one of the best performing one, at least.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and the next presenter is Irene Gini from also University of Milano Bicocca.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, hello.
I share my presentation.
Okay. Yes, we can see it.
Yes, perfect. Good afternoon. I'm Irene Gini from University of Milano Bicocca, and today I'd like to introduce you my work entitled Evaluating the Thermodynamic Properties of Atmospheric Aerosol Deposited on High Voltage Insulators in Function of its Chemical Composition. The object of the studies are the insulators of the Italian transmission power lines, and they are important elements because of the role that they play. On the one end, they insulate the conductors from the tower, and on the other end, they mechanically support the line. But the stability and the reliability of the transmission power lines are threatened by flashover phenomena, electric discharges which affect the whole insulator surface, causing their disconnection from the power line and subsequent failure. The main responsible of these flashover phenomena is the atmospheric aerosol, which accumulates on insulator surfaces that operate in outdoor environment. Atmospheric aerosol is a complex system composed by an internal mixing of soluble and non-soluble compounds, and both soluble and non-soluble substances play a role in this flashover phenomena. In particular, under high ambient humidity, inorganic salts can dissociate into ions, and the polluted layer takes on conductive properties. This conductive layer can trigger an electrical discharge and consequent line interruptions and failures for users and lead to flashover phenomena. Also, the presence of inert substances could worsen the phenomenon in two ways: by favoring the adhesion of the other atmospheric particles on the surface, and by absorbing the water vapor from surrounding air, increasing the risk that hygroscopic salts can humidify. The physical state of atmospheric aerosol is controlled by the synergy between the aerosol deliquescence and crystallization relative humidity and the history of relative humidity of the ambient air. Here is shown a simplified representation of a pure hygroscopic aerosol response to a change in RH condition. Starting from a RH, a value of RH below the DRH, the aerosol is dry until the DRH is reached. From this point on, the aerosol spontaneously absorb water, producing a saturated aqueous solution, and then any other RH increase leads to a further condensation of water called hygroscopic growth. Conversely, a reduction in RH starting from a value above the DRH leads to evaporation until CRH is reached, promoting the aerosol crystallization and bringing again the aerosol to a dry state. This cycle is known as the hysteresis loop of aerosol, and it is important to know that the DRH and CRH are function of the chemical composition of the aerosol itself, making the aerosol chemistry a key parameter to understand and investigate its effect on insulators. One practical method of flashover prevention and pollution characterization consists of the soluble deposit density estimation evaluated by equivalent salt deposit density and the non-soluble deposit density. For the determination of these two parameters is details in the technical specification 60815, which gives the ESDD and NSDD definitions and details the sampling procedure, which is based on the swabbing technique. Starting from the solutions obtained by the sampling procedure, ESDD and NSDD are determined. The SDD determination is based on the conductivity measurements that, together with the temperature of the water containing the dispersed aerosol, were recorded. And after measuring ESDD, the water containing the collected aerosol was filtered out by using a funnel and pre-dried quartz filter, and then the filter retaining the non-soluble aerosol fraction was dried and weighted. In order to the geomorphology of the Italian territory, the regions of Italy were grouped into three macro sectors. In green, macro region 1, which includes the island, macro region 2 in orange, which includes the southern and the western side, and macro region 3 in yellow, which includes the northern and the eastern regions. In order to prevent this flashover phenomena, the chemical composition of aerosol, its hygroscopic behavior, and the related electrical effect are key aspects to be taken into account. So a chemical characterization of both soluble and non-soluble substances of the sample was carried out. In order to chemical characterize the ESDD, a coupled ion chromatography system was employed. The analysis is useful in order to identify the chemical nature of soluble salts responsible for the values of ESDD. It is important to remind that ESDD plays the major role when in solution in reducing the insulator resistance and making any water layer electrically conductive. An SDD, the non-soluble fraction collected over filters was first analyzed for the carbon content. As I stated before, also the inert substances such as black carbon could potentially decrease the resistivity, making its determination important for the deposit characterization. The analysis of the concentration of the total carbon and black carbon fraction were carried out using a total carbon analyzer coupled to an optical transmissometer. For evaluating the phase transition and the related conductive effect of the aerosol, a synthetic aerosol is generated in laboratory using a saline aerosol generation system composed by aerosol generator, a mini aerosol exposure chamber, a cascade impactor, and a pump. And a salt solution with a chemical composition, a saline chemical composition similar to those of each macro region of the Italian territory was prepared and inserted in the aerosol generator. Then the generated aerosol particles are pushed into the mini aerosol exposure chamber, and then they are collected over PTFE filters for DRH and CRH determination, or instead over sampling which simulate the surface of insulator for the conductance measurements. The study of the hysteresis loop of the aerosol and its related conductive effect has been made in the aerosol exposure chamber, which is a sealed glass cube with a volume of 1 cubic meter, in which it is possible to simulate different environmental conditions, varying the level of relative humidity and the temperature. The DRH and CRH curves are determined by using a gravimetric method. An analytical precision analytical balance was located inside the chamber to record the rising mass measurements for each PTFE sample filters, while varying the relative humidity. At the same time, conductance measurements are obtained in fact within the ISYC. Up to 6 samples can be housed at a time in a specifically designed PTF filters holders. Each support is provided by 2 electrodes that allow the measurements of electrical resistance and conductance of the deposit, aerosol deposit, at each RH step. The electrical measurements are performed through a multiplexer. As you can see from the pie charts, the ESDD, the soluble fraction, represents more than a half of the composition for all the 3 macroregions. The eigenvalues of both ESDD and NSDD are mostly associated with macroregion 1, which is markedly characterized by marine pollution and possible transport from the closed Sahara Desert. And the deposit decrease going northeast towards macroregion 2 and macroregion 3, which presents the lowest values underlying the reliability of macroregions definition of the basis of the geographical features of the Italian territory. Here on the left is shown the water-soluble fraction, so the relative contribution of each inorganic ions to the total ESDD for the 3 macroregions. It's possible to observe a non-negligible contribution of sodium and chloride for all the 3 macroregions, but this contribution is higher in macroregions 1 and 2 due to the geographical position of the regions included in these macroregions, in agreement with the trend of the total ESDD. It is also possible to observe a large concentration of calcium and sulfate, which follow the same trend of the previous ions, while the content of ammonium, fluoride, and phosphate is negligible, and they represent about 1% of the composition. Here is shown an excellent linear correlation between the chemical quantity of charges in solution due to the analyzed inorganic ions and electrical conductivity measured immediately after the sponging procedure. On the right is shown the total chemical composition, so the water-soluble fraction and the non-soluble fraction. The non-soluble fraction is made up mainly of black carbon and organic matter, but the contribution of black carbon, as you can see, is negligible. And there is also an unknown fraction of NSDD, and according to literature, it's reasonable to assume that this fraction is consists of terrigenous and metallic elements such as aluminium, iron, potassium, calcium, and etc. Here they are the humidograms of the hysteresis loop of aerosol obtained in ISYC. You can see the humidification phase in blue and the dehumidification phase in orange. This analysis has been made at 3 different temperatures, 10, 22, and 30 Celsius degree, but because of the small variations, we have to decide to determine the deliquescence and crystallization regions on the average humidograms. The DRH and CRH regions were identified using the variation of the derivative related to the mass of water deposit on the filter. And for both processes, we have identified 3 points: the starting points of the process, the maximum gradient of the derivative, and the ending point of the process. And here in the table, you can see the RH values at all these points. You can also see how the shape of the cycle varies between the 3 macroregions related to the chemical composition previously explained. For example, as you can see from the table, for the macroregion 1, the DRH values and also the CRH values are the highest, while macroregion 3 show the lowest values. And this may be due to the higher concentration of sulfate in macroregion 1 and higher concentration of nitrate in macroregion 3. All the previous results had important implication on the conductive that can be present on each insulator in the 3 macroregions. And to obtain the conductive measurements, the calcium sodium glass piecement of insulator have been exposed to RH cycles in aerosol exposure chamber, as explained before. And as you can see from the graphic, there is an increase in the electrical conductivity with the growth of the RH during the humidification phase, reaching its maximum at 19%. And conversely, during the dehumidification phase, the conductivity gradually decreases until the crystallization occurs. So in conclusion, in order to understand and prevent this flashover phenomena on insulator, the analysis of chemical composition is fundamental. This was the first chemical characterization of aerosol deposit on insulator along the Italian territory. And the ion chromatography analysis revealed that ESDD mass is mainly consists of sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, chloride, nitrate, and sulfate, while the concentration of ammonium, fluorine, and phosphate were negligible in agreement with literature. And the analysis of the non-soluble fraction show that the NSDD mainly consisted of water-soluble organic matter, while the black carbon content is negligible. And according to literature, it's reasonable to assume that the unknown fraction consists of terrigenous and metallic elements. The obtained results underline the role of inorganic ions, which could form a conductive layer on insulator surface when wetted and cause sharp phase transition of the deposit material in function of the ambient relative humidity. The consequence conductivity can cause flashover phenomena. The study of the hysteresis loop of the aerosol in function of its chemical composition showed greater DRH values for macroregion 1, which decreased going north till the Po Valley area in macroregion 3. Macroregion 3, and this can be due to the higher sulfate nitrate ratio in macroregion 1 than in macroregion 3.
Okay, I'm sorry, Irene, we'll have to wrap it up a little bit because we are over the time. So just a little, so you can finish your sentence and we'll move on, okay?
Yeah, the greater DRH values in macroregions 1 according to the chemical composition, and growing conductance which grow with the growing of RH. And all these both the DRH, CRH values and the conductivity are strongly tied to the chemical composition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just, so you also got one short question. Were all those measurements made? Do you take them each day? Like, are they taken during the same hours in each region? How does it look like in a time frame?
It's a sampling campaign formed by 8 sampling campaign from 2016 to 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, over 3 years.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next presenter is Amadeo Cefali from also University of Milano Bicocca.
Yes, I'm here. I share my screen.
Okay, hi.
Okay.
Okay,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manuel Cefali, a PhD student of Milano Bicocca. And today I present to you my project entitled Validation of Methods for Determination of Formal Data in Stationary Source Emission using a Test Bench Loop in collaboration with RSA. In 2016, the CEN, European Committee for Standardization, activated the working group measurement of formal data emission. The goal of this working group is develop an accurate and reproducible analytical protocol for formal data quantification in emission. But why this decision? In the past, formaldehyde was considered as a dangerous chemical compound, but there weren't stringent limits in national legislation. For the reason, there wasn't still a European method validated for determination of formaldehyde in emission. But the scenario changed in 2006 because the International Agency for Research of Cancer has reclassified formaldehyde in carcinogenic tumors. For the reason, stringent limits arise, and it's clear how is necessary a robust analytical protocol to realize an accurate and reproducible environmental measurement for formaldehyde. And the process for the definition of standardization method has been started in the same context. To validate the new reference method, CEN decided to use a dual approach: measurement in real plants and measurement in emission simulation laboratories called bench loop. The measurement of industrial emission have a big problem. That is difficulties available of unknown and stable gaseous matrix. In general, is done an analysis of gas emission take from real cases, but this is an approximative solution. In fact, the presence of a different and no interference lead to an incorrect measurement. In particular, formaldehyde is a photosensitive molecule and can react with different compounds, leading to the formation of polymers. And the measured values are often affected by artifacts, with an uncertainty that it's very difficult to determine. The goal of this project is the study of methodologies for the preparation of repeatable and artifact-free standards for formaldehyde using a proficiency test in synthetic reactor bench loop. To reach the goal of this project, we will use a proficiency test. Proficiency tests are sessions in which several laboratories analyze the same sample, prepared in ways to predict its final composition, creating what is called a reference material. They are used to certify the capabilities of laboratories to apply correct sampling and analysis procedure, validate new method, and determine its uncertainties. As said before, one of the major difficulty in emission monitoring is due to the impossibility to the realization of a stable and metabolical correct gas matrix. For the reason, in this project, we will work with synthetic gas mixture. The choice of working on synthetic atmosphere is an experimental plan to respond to two different needs: guarantee the composition of effluent, no concentration of pollutant and diluent, and no constraints present in a real plant, for example, presence of unexpected interference. To make synthetic gas mixture, we will use an experimental facility called loop raised by RSA in Milan. Using the loop, we can generate the realistic mixture present in industrial plant emission. We take the values of humidity, temperature, and gas matrix composition. In this way, we can realize a proficiency test in the field of emissions. The campaign for the evaluation of formaldehyde measurement method was divided into 3 different sessions in October 2022. Mixture with different concentration of formaldehyde, water vapor, and SO2 were generated within the loop. The latter two are no interference for formaldehyde measurement. The mixture were synthetic, and for that the concentration of formaldehyde and their other interference is no. 2 different setups were used. The first with lower concentration of pollutant, and the second with higher concentration. The measurement campaign were carried out in collaboration with Regional Agency for Environmental Protection, ARPA. They involved 13 laboratories, and each of them was assigned a code.
Oh, we cannot hear you. Is it just me? Oh, no, we cannot hear you.
I cannot hear you too.
Yes, something is off. Can you inform us on the chat if you're still there, Amadeo? Oh, okay, so maybe some technical problem. Let's hold on a second. Okay, guys, since the next presentation is pre-recorded, we can start the record. And when we are back with Amadeo, we'll start. He'll finish his presentation then maybe. So let's start with the final presentation. It's Jakub Stankiewicz from University of Gdańsk. And let's start.
Wait, do you want me to share it?
If you could, yes.
Okay,
I had it too, but I don't know why it doesn't want to.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jakub Stankiewicz and I am a graduate student pursuing a master's degree in biology, specializing in plant ecology at the Department of Plant Ecology, Faculty of Biology, University of Gdańsk. The title of my presentation is Burial Customs Inferred from Pollen and Plant Macroremains, Results from the 17th-19th century crypt burials of the von Glasenapp family in Białowąż. This research builds upon the work I conducted during my undergraduate studies. Together with the aforementioned here scientists, we aim to contribute new insights into the role of plants within the context of burial rituals. My talk is particularly relevant to those of you interested in history, archaeology, ethnology, and biology, because archaeobotany is a discipline that combines these fields. As a branch of ecology, archaeobotany focuses on the interactions between organisms, specifically examining the relationship between plants and humans in the past. Archaeobotanical research provides insights into the impact of human activity on the environment. Additionally, it can serve as a source of information about past dietary customs. Plants also play a significant role in culture, and therefore botanical remains found in archaeobotanical sites can be interpreted in terms of symbolism. For me, the most intriguing aspect of archaeobotanical research is understanding the significance of funeral plants in burial practices, and that is precisely what I will be discussing. This brings us to the issue of funeral plants. So rituals associated with human burials often involved the tradition of placing various objects, including plants, inside coffins. The deliberate inclusion of plant material in coffins was linked to beliefs and traditions, but it could also serve practical purposes. By utilizing appropriate tools and methods, it is possible to discover and analyze plant remains at archaeological sites. Burial contexts contain traces of plants intentionally placed within coffins. The main objective of the research is to identify these plants and discuss the reasons behind their use in funeral rites, thus exploring the physical and cultural properties of individual taxa. As I mentioned earlier, archaeobotany relies on the discovery of plant remains. But how is it possible for plant parts to be preserved at archaeological sites for such a long time? Firstly, external factors play a crucial role. Under dry and dark conditions, the decomposition of organic matter occurs at a slower rate, which is often the case with materials from burials. In the case of moist materials, such as from peatlands, anaerobic conditions and low pH are important for the preservation of remains. Some remains are found in a charred state, which is also highly resistant to the passage of the time. Secondly, plants secrete substances with preservative properties, which slow down the decay of remains. Here you can see the location of the archaeological site of our current study. Białowąs is a village situated 200 kilometers away from Gdańsk in the West Pomeranian. In this part of my presentation, I'd like to discuss the history of the von Glasenapp family. So, led by Caspar Otto von Glasenapp, they were responsible for the construction of the chapel in 1689. Otto Casimir von Glasenapp, son of Caspar, funded the building of a Protestant church and the crypt beneath it in Białowąs. From 1689 to 1836, the von Glasenapp family and their close relatives were buried in the family crypt. Over time, the crypt and its contents deteriorated. Unfortunately, the site suffered further damage until the 1970s, and the remains were desecrated. What is important for these studies is that they involve collaboration among representatives of different disciplines, and the analysis of plant remains is highly detailed, encompassing the identification of various plant remains such as diaspores, flowers, leaves, and storage organs, as well as pollen grains, wood, and mosses. Samples to the research were collected during the archaeological inventory and conservation work conducted in October 2020 by a team led by Marcin Majewski. In total, 17 samples were collected representing 10 coffins dating from 17th to the 19th century. In this presentation, I will focus on the samples from burials number 22 and 25. Let's now turn our attention to the next slide, which displays a table of results from the identification of plant remains. The most prominent element in the material was Humulus lupulus, which occurred in large quantities due to its specific properties, which I will discuss later in the presentation. In sample 25-1, apart from hops, diaspores of various species were found, such as Alisma plantago-aquatica, Caltha palustris, Cardus crispus, Ranunculus acris, Ranunculus repens, Rumex crispus, and Rumex obtusifolius. Furthermore, 2 species of moss were discovered in sample 25. Burial 22 exhibited a less diverse botanical composition. In sample 22-1, taken near the pelvic region, a significant amount of hops was identified, while in sample 22-2, taken from Caspar Otto von Glasenapp's pillow, in addition to hops, 4 other taxa were also found. The pie chart on the following slide illustrates the results of the palynological analysis. A significant number of pollen grains were discovered in burial 25. This burial exhibits an accumulation of representatives from the Poaceae family. The overall pollen profile suggests that the plant material was sourced from a human-transformed environment. Pollen from herbaceous plants clearly dominates over pollen from trees and shrubs. The palynological composition of sample 22-2 reveals a distinct dominance of Mentha species pollen, indicating its deliberate inclusion in the grave. The remaining sporomorphs likely reflect a general environmental context, either from the burial location or the source of plants used in the funeral ritual. To commence this segment, let us explore the historical significance of hops within the context of the burials. Lupulin produced by the grandular hops cones are small aromatic grains that are recommended to be stored away from light. It is worth noting that remnants of lupulin present in hops cones are remarkably well preserved in archaeobotanical materials originating from crypt burials. Hops cones exhibit antiseptic, sedative, diuretic, cleansing, and blood pressure lowering properties. Slavic cultures filled pillows with hops cones to ensure a restful night's sleep. Based on this practice, the tradition of placing hops cones in burials developed later on. Another plant that played a significant role in funeral rituals was Mentha species. Mint leaves or extracts held considerable value in embalming procedures where they were utilized either as direct applications on the body or incorporated into burial wrappings. This aimed to foster preservation while simultaneously imparting of pleasant fragrance within the burial environment. The antimicrobial qualities of mint played a pivotal role in the funeral customs. Let's turn our attention to the taxa identified within coffin, which exhibit a notable affinity with meadow plants, implying their deliberate collection as high. It is plausible that the intentional inclusion of high in the coffin aimed to provide a certain level of comfort to the deceased, as it would absorb moisture and facilitate the proper positioning of the remains. The meager nature of the recovered material can be associated with the religious beliefs of the buried individuals. The burial practices observed in the von Glasenapp crypt are characteristic of Protestant churches. Additionally, the xylological analysis indicated that the majority of the wooden shavings derived from pine, with a few samples also showing chips of oak. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that archaeobotanical research significantly enriches our knowledge of burial practices by shedding light on the characteristics of Protestant funeral rituals in the Pomerania region. What's more, it can be postulated that the sole plant intentionally placed inside the coffin was Humulus lupulus, from which cones were formed to create a pillow-like structure. The botanical composition of the analyzed samples revealed no traces of plants with vibrant or ornate flowers, aligning with the Protestant tradition. A common element shared by both Catholic and Protestant funeral rites is the custom of placing hops inside coffins. The taxa identified within the samples from inside the coffin display similar phytosociological affiliation, indicating a cohesive botanical assemblage. Further investigations in this field have the potential to uncover additional details about the complex relationship between humans, plants, and funerary rituals throughout history. Thank you for attention.
Okay, I think this is the end of the presentation. And since I don't think Amadeo is with us or Irena. Okay, so this concludes this year's conference, international conference entitled Where the World is Heading. And we are heading for a break and see you all in half an hour.
For the session Women and Girls in Science.
Exactly. Thank you, Timon. See you everyone. Bye-bye.
Ready? I hope you can hear me. Super.
I do. Yeah, I can.
We have a moment, so let's wait for. We just had the council of judges to decide on the winners of today's conference competition. So we have the results, which we will share with you in 45 minutes from now.
Good to know. I'll mute myself for a second and be back with you.
Sure. We'll start at 4:30 sharp. It's 4:30 on my computer, so I think we can start the session. We have 45 minutes, so that not that much time. I'm happy to announce that it's our third session, third panel in a row. Every year since 2020, we've been doing this, and it's really nice to have. Unfortunately, just 2 panelists out of 3, but we have great panelists. Our colleague from Morocco couldn't join us on the last minute, so we say hello to her and welcome our 2 panelists, Professor Magdalena Sariusz-Wolska from University of Łódź, and also a person who is involved in the work of German Historical Institute. I'm not going to develop on your CV because it was available on the web page. And then we have Dr. Natalia Szymańska from the Institute of Oceanology, Polish Academy of Sciences, a young researcher, and her CV was also available on the web page. I will start with a very brief introduction, why we are meeting every year and now. I gathered some information from the United Nations, very up-to-date information, and it says that women are typically given smaller research grants than their male colleagues, while they represent over 33% of all researchers, and only 12% of members of national science academies are women. In cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, only 22% professionals are women. We know that women still count for 28% of engineering graduates and 40% of graduates in computer science informatics. Well-educated women facilitate better results of their children's education, which is sometimes completely forgotten. The UN Secretary General said recently that we can all do our part to unleash our world's enormous untapped talent, starting with filling classrooms, laboratories, and board rooms with women scientists. So we have these low numbers of women as professionals in many of the fields of science. At the same time, Joachim Denk from Geomar gave me the statistics of our today's meeting. 71% of the participants that are actively taking part in the meeting are young women. So where are we with that, Magdalena? would you please give your view on the original information that I provided with?
Well, thank you so much. And I think much depends on the discipline. I myself represent the humanities, so I work at the intersection between history, sociology, and cultural studies. And I think from all the three disciplines, cultural studies are almost equal when it comes to the engagement of men and women. I'm the member of many professional councils within the cultural studies, and I don't have the feeling in that discipline that there is some kind of inequality. But when looking at the two other disciplines which I'm involved in, namely sociology and history, the image is quite different. Especially history is very male and male dominated, and I've experienced many meetings and councils within the field of history, being the only woman and mostly also the youngest one. So older male colleagues asked me to prepare coffee while I had to say, hey guys, I'm a professor too, and I'm a professional member of this panel or of this council. So it definitely depends on the discipline. But if you compare cultural studies and history in my field, you can obviously see that in cultural studies you have much less money, and less power, less influence. Cultural studies are not that visible publicly. But I think the more money and the more power and the more visibility there is in a discipline, the more male dominated it is. So it's a multi-layered structure of inequalities, which has to do with gender, but also with the power relations within sciences. From my perspective, I can only confirm. Meanwhile, I'm a quite advanced scholar, but from my perspective, I can only confirm that it's a very hard and difficult path to take if you want to make career as a scholar or academic, and if you are a woman.
Okay, thank you. Natalia, would you give some of your thoughts?
Yes, I agree with Magdalena. I am lucky enough that most of my colleagues here in my team are females. I have a male boss who is very understanding. So in Poland, I didn't experience that much discrimination based on my gender. However, I was on a research stay in the US, and I am a paleoceanographer, and I do also a lot of environmental science. We used to be in the Department of Ecology, so ecology is pretty close to me, and it's usually also a heavy female-dominated field, ecology. However, there was a situation when I was in the US where the whole research station that is located on some tropical island, I think Bolivian island, and the American Institute has its own research base there. And I knew a lot of women in my institution that I was staying in that were working in this said institution, this place. And the moment I was there, a lot of allegations dropped in of sexual misconduct. And it followed a lot of lawsuits and a lot of different things. Anywho, it seemed like a perfect. It was my dream to get there. Really, it's a magical place. At least it looked like that. And but it's not actually. There was a lot of sexual misconduct happening over there, and most female young especially dropped out of there, just stopped attending and stopped working in science, most of the victims. So it didn't happen to me, but it still happens. And it didn't happen in Poland, but it happened. I'm sure there are cases in Poland too. So it's very discouraging to women to have this risk to go within a place that is very secluded to do research. And you have to trust the people you're with, and sometimes it's not possible. So I started with a very heavy note, but unfortunately it happens. And I also wanted to also hit another very heavy topic, because we are currently looking for a PhD student, and we are getting a lot of applications right now, usually from Eastern Asia. And there are some applications from Iran, from women from Iran that are completely not qualified for the position. However, they try to find any way to escape. They are in science, but they cannot conduct their work anymore because they are discriminated, and they just cannot go to work. So it's not light discrimination, or it's not the size of the grant, but it's the danger to their health, to their well-being. So they cannot do science. So I also think Poland is becoming a little more developed right now. It depends who you ask, but we are getting a little bit fundings, especially in our institute. So maybe let's look for PhD students there, so we can help those women also a little. I was thinking about that a lot during the last couple of weeks. So we should also focus a little bit on the wider view, not only in our small institutions or small communities where we feel safe.
I absolutely agree, and especially in light of what's happening in Ukraine. We've had also at our institute a lot of Ukrainian, 9 of 10 female scholars. During the last year, we had a scholarship program for people from Ukraine, and we didn't address it at women or men, but obviously men weren't allowed to leave Ukraine. So yeah, it's a multi-layered problem. Not only that we have not only different kinds of situations within the disciplines, but also in different countries. And right now we encounter many Ukrainian female scientists who are in Poland or somewhere else in Europe, who are seeking for an opportunity to continue their work, and who are usually here, or quite often here, with children, but without their partners, without grandmothers, grandfathers. So it's a very difficult situation, and I think we should be sensitive to all kinds of inequalities and problems we may encounter right now.
Thank you. Well, you sort of, Natalia, provoked me to dwell on the American versus Polish issue. How about such a thesis that perhaps the young American women feel free and feel support to be able to say, hey, this is not right, versus potential Polish academia problem that, you know, professor of age 60 plus is simply a joker and there's not an issue. Would you please comment on that? Maybe this is the difference, that young American women feel the support of and freedom of being open that something was wrong versus us. Maybe this is a wrong thesis, but please comment on that.
I don't know if I can totally agree with you that maybe they feel more safe to say that something is wrong, to take any action, because I didn't experience, I don't have that much information on Polish assaults. However, I have to get back to the States, and unfortunately, I don't want to seem ungrateful because I had a great time there.
No, that's not the point.
But the only time I was ever felt also unsafe was in the US. So
okay.
I was maybe unlucky, but I was on a bus stop and it was a little bit dangerous. Like I was waiting for a bus and we were alone. It was an empty stop and it was very weird behavior. A guy sort of cornering me. I had to escape, take an Uber. So it was the first time I ever felt unsafe, but it's only my experience, so I cannot speak too much about. I never experienced such a thing in Poland, but I'm sure those things happen.
So I may, and this would be a question to both of you. So would you see a successful path of a young woman pressing charges against outstanding professor Dr. habilitowany in Poland?
Difficult.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely difficult. I mean, I myself, I'm in the academia for about 20 years now, and it happened to me many times that someone was rude or, behaved in a socially unacceptable way. It never happened to me that someone crossed the border in a way that would be legally unacceptable. But I know such situations happen. I know also that in the Polish system, it's very difficult for a young scholar to fight legally against her older colleagues. But I think that's a problem all over the world, because all over the world the academia is very structured.
Yes, right.
So everywhere you have young scholars and old scholars, and the older ones are more influential than the younger ones. The older ones write reviews for the young ones, and even though the reviews are anonymized, we know not all of them really are. So you have all kinds of these problems are simply part of the structure of the academia. And maybe part of the structure of the labor markets everywhere, which doesn't mean that I justify it. I don't. And I think in Poland, academia in Poland is poor, and most of the scientists in Poland don't get much money. So there are gender inequalities, but in a way there's not too much to fight for. I think in the Western academia, once you have a position as a professor, you're in such a high social position that there is much more to fight for. And I can imagine that many women in Poland say, okay, I'll just leave it. There is so much inequalities, there's not enough money, you have to be at work actually all the time, you have to go for conferences, for scholarships, for research, and the payment is just not enough, so many say, I'll leave it. And I think in many Western countries where there's a higher position and status of the academia, it's different. There's much more to fight for, and once there's much more to fight for, you have larger conflicts and larger inequalities.
Okay. So that actually leads us to the question of cultural differences and women's role in society. And would you comment on that the traditional role of of a woman in society can be a barrier for them to succeed in science, and the feelings of guilt, managing the work, family balance, childcare, household responsibilities, etc., etc. So that's sort of like the beginning of this discussion emerged from the previous unplanned question, so to speak. So would you comment on that, about your social role and the traditional stereotypes for you as a household keeper, blah blah blah?
I actually
Natalia mentioned Iran.
Yes, it's hard to. I should have ended with that. It's hard to go anywhere from that, but I feel kind of. I as a scientist, I'm also a little bit tired of also explaining the womanhood behind like my work. I like to be a scientist first and foremost, and then sort of have my other roles, especially in the official, like my professional life. I don't like to be like asked first about womanhood. Of course, this is a panel about women, so we do it, but in other settings, when we are giving awards to women based on something else, I feel like research should come first, and also it's not my job to educate people on feminist issues, because a lot of women feel discouraged by, in general, the ideas of feminism, because they have to educate other people and themselves also a little more. So it's a lot of work, and research is highly competitive, and you need to squeeze out a little time as you need to other things. And then you have the other pressures from your family, that you have more of them, maybe because you're a woman. So it sometimes feels like you can never win a little bit. Yeah, and also you called me doctor at the beginning, and I was thinking about how we are approaching this sort of more relaxed attitude towards titling each other, and that's really great. At first, I feel like I liked it a lot. I'm like a big fan of no titles. We are just experts, and let's call us that. But actually, when sometimes people don't treat me seriously when I take voice in some topics, it's nice to be the doctor, because it gives me a little edge, because I don't look like I have, to some people, I don't look like I'm very experienced, a polar explorer. So
Not to mention that you could be a doctor.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but that's true. It happened to me. Once I was in a very serious meeting, six men and me, and all the men were titled Professor so and so, and Miss Magda.
Terrible. Yes.
How nice! How nice!
But then I called them Mr. Robert, Mr. Piotr, and so on, and they immediately realized the problem. But you're right. There's the titles are sometimes quite problematic. But I think there is also another problem, that when you look at very young people, I think of students who are thinking about an academic career. They don't see, at least not in my disciplines, they don't see all the academic work. So they know the professors and teachers from the classrooms, and many of them think, okay, that's such a nice job. You have to teach like twice, 3 times a week, and from time to time write an article. So that might be a nice job for a woman who wants to take care of her children at the same time, because at the very first sight, it does not look such competitive as it really is. I have to explain it quite often to my family members, who call me in the middle of the day and say, oh, you're at home, you're not working today. Oh, I'm working because I am at home. That's the only moment where I can really work on my stuff. Apart, of course, of visiting the archives and conducting interviews, blah blah blah. It's all very nice, but then the hardest work takes place at home at my desk. So I think we should also work on the image of scientists, and it's also our job to explain to our students, hey, it's a very nice job and it's, you know, it gives me a lot of satisfaction, but it's much harder than you actually think, because you don't see me disappearing for weeks from home because I have to go to the archives, I have to conduct interviews, I have to go for a scholarship, because you can't do any academic career today without, you know, any international experiences. It's an extremely competitive work. So, you know, you submit many papers, some of them are being rejected, and most of them you have to rewrite them. So it's a very long process. And what looks like 20 papers published once a year is actually much more work. So I think we should invest also in a realistic image of our work. And I think, and there are differences between the disciplines, of course, but at the end of the day, we are all in this very competitive surrounding.
Yes, but speaking of an image, I have a sort of a rather sad example. A month ago, with my wife and myself, we were in New York City, and Isabella was asked by the people who she cooperated with for several years, doing projects, inviting them to the projects. I was not involved at all, to give a talk. And she asked me if I could join her on this endeavor. I said, sure, why not? I mean, 1 hour, not a problem. So we went to the meeting, 90 people or so. We gave, and the whole presentation was 2 names. It was Isabella's topic. At the very end, the organizer of the meeting thanked Professor Tymon Zieliński and his assistant. So how to change that? I mean, it's like I was obviously there just by coincidence. I was not the key person. At the same time, my title and my testosterone just turned the whole story around. What could she do? I have no idea.
Get angry.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was an obvious reaction, but you know what I mean. How? What can you do? I mean,
you know, it's like being called Miss Magda, and then
exactly. It's the same story, yeah.
Mr. Piotr, Mr. Jerzy, whatever. So I think it's you can turn it into a joke if the person is intelligent enough, or you can be very direct. But I don't think that we should accept such situations. But
okay.
Yeah, images and discourses are really important.
Okay, so the traditional role that is sort of still very present, women's traditional role in the society, that means like a person who takes care of the household and makes the whole family happy and working together. Is this a problem for you, or you really don't
yes
bother
and
with
no.
that?
I mean, my career was possible because I have a very supportive husband and a very supportive family, which means that my husband, who's also in the academia, but he's not as advanced as I am, because he was following me and not I was following him. So every time I had a scholarship or guest visiting professorship or something, he interrupted his job and followed me, and so on and so on. And my kids also followed me, which means that my older daughter attends now, I think, her 5th school, and my younger daughter changed her kindergarten also 5 times and the school twice. That's a huge price for all of them. And in our family, we understand this process as a teamwork. So it's not only that, you know, I bring the money, that's true. Meanwhile, it's me, and they follow my professional steps. But I can do these professional steps because I have them, especially my husband, behind me. So my husband and me, we are understanding us as a team, working, you know, actually he should be the co-author of all my publications, even though he did not do any research, or, you know, he did not write any single word, but it wouldn't be impossible for me to write these publications if I hadn't him with me. It's much more difficult with the children, because actually they are not only supporting me because they are there and they are my beloved persons and so on, but they really pay a huge price, including I'll be frank, including quite serious mental health issues, which probably wouldn't be the case if we hadn't moved between the countries so often. And I think we should address these issues frankly, and we should speak about that openly, because many people are not aware about the situation in the academia, that the competitiveness, the short-term contracts, the pressure to write grant proposals because it's the only way to get money for your research, and. So many people are not aware of that at the very beginning, and at the very end, they are very disappointed. They lose the families. I know many women who are either divorced or don't have any partners. If I think about my colleagues, very advanced colleagues in the academia, most of them don't have families. Either they never had any, or they don't have families anymore.
Yeah, that's a price. Natalia, would you comment on that, please?
Yes, I am. As I said before, most of my team members are female. Maybe not anymore now. Now we have some male PhD students, but we used to be 4 girls, 5 girls sometimes. And actually, we are starting to reach the age when we would. Most of my friends are having children. And we are around 30, all of us, a little older than 30. So also the way a science is structured, it a little bit promotes the postdoc position after you finish your PhD is the most productive time, and it's very strategic what you do with it. And it is also, if you want to have a family, it is one of the final moments to have a family. Like it's getting difficult with time, as we know, right? After 30 to get pregnant. So it's a very risky and it's very hard to navigate. And most of the pressure is on women in that department. So I think we are also very well aware, because we have one of our team members, she just had a second baby. So we also take some heavy lifting. We have to do a little heavy lifting to help her to finish her, just to do her projects a little bit, to support her during this critical time, because there are some tools and some projects. For example, the National Science Center in Poland deducts 1 year, like when you're having a baby, it doesn't count this year, but sometimes you don't have that. So you need to be
and even if you have that, this child does not disappear after a year.
Yes,
it still exists, and you know, being at the age of 2, it's still
yes.
At the age of 2, things start. Then it starts, yeah.
But because we are speaking about women, because this panel is about women, but actually similar problems are also, you know, men also have children.
Yes.
They don't get pregnant, but they also have families. And I'm quite sure that many books and articles that are authored by men should be actually co-authored by their female partners who do the homework with and for them. So you know, it's a gendered problem, but it's not a problem that is only a problem for women. You have also many women who drop their careers for, like my husband did for me. You have many women who drop their careers for their male partners or female partners or whatever. But in any case, the work in the academia is, if you have a family, it's a team job. So my mother is also a professor, so I grew up in an academic family, and I know from my experience that both as a professor now and as a professor's kid and so on, I know that it's a family job. It's a job where all the family is involved, where the destination of your vacation is quite often, it follows your research questions, and the schedule of the conferences define the schedule of the whole family, and we know it from many many different aspects of our work. So I think it's one of the jobs where your family is most involved in.
Yes, I agree. It's hard to also leave the work at work. It's you carry a lot of stuff with you all the time. I feel like in science, or maybe just my husband is better at navigating this, but I feel like I talk to him all the time about what I do, and I need someone to vent and like give some ideas. I need to. This is how I operate. Why I work write projects. I also need someone to talk to about that. Otherwise, I'm not able to write. I have to give credit to my parents as well, because they are also amazing in that, and I feel like they are the main contributors when it comes to where I am now, because they were always very supportive. They don't have higher education, but they love science a lot, and my dad was always very supportive, and he's the one I call a lot about like giving any ideas, so just someone to talk to, and I need that a lot. Yeah.
So it's a teamwork. Well, probably it's a good moment to open the floor for discussions. Would somebody like to comment or tell their story or ask questions to our panelists? Feel free. I don't see anybody at the moment. So, yes, Shimon, yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I would just like you to make a comment because I think that when it comes to public sector, working in the public sector, there should be a substantial pay rise, because in public sector, especially in Poland, most employees are females. Like in teaching, most teachers are women. When it comes to social work, most social workers are also women. And I think that could contribute to the striving of the feminist organization from equality in the workplace.
Well, most employees in the Polish academia are female, but most of them are in the lower grades. The higher the grades, the more
testosterone.
Yeah, so the higher the grade, the less women you have. I don't know if this statistic is still valid, but a couple of years ago, 5 more or less, we had significantly more students in Poland more female students than male. We had about half PhD students, male and female. We had a little bit less female postdocs than male postdocs. And 20% of all Polish professors, I mean this 12, not 20, 12 of all Polish professors, this Belwederski professor, were female. This may be a little bit different right now, so I can imagine that now there are a little bit more women, but definitely not more than 20% of all Polish Professor Berwederski, so this highest professor grade, not more than 20% are female, because while in some disciplines, like cultural studies, which is probably cultural studies, literature studies are very equal disciplines. So you have almost as many female professors as male. You have other disciplines, like in engineering, for example, where you have almost no women. So there is a huge disproportion, and it's a classical glass ceiling. So and I think right now there are we have like 50 public universities in Poland, 50 something, and 2 university presidents are women.
The same in the Polish Academy of Sciences at different positions. You're hugely underrepresented, that's for sure. Somebody else would like to make a comment or ask a question?
And by the way, for the public sector, I wonder how it looks like there. So I can imagine that there are definitely much more women than male, but I can imagine that the higher the position is, the more men we have.
I'm pretty sure it's like that. Please feel free to comment, ask questions. It's an open panel. The more stories we get and views, the better it is. I cannot see any at the moment, so I will ask you one more question.
There is a question, I think.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
see.
I have a
yes.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What can we do with that?
The hardest question of all.
I will not comment on that.
Talk about it. I think it's the first thing we can do, and this is why I agreed so willingly to take part in this panel, because, you know, as a person coming from the humanities, I know that discourse shapes the social realities. So if we don't talk about something, nothing will change. So the first thing is to talk about it and talk openly. I myself am also very in favor for something that is standard in the natural sciences, but absolute not standard in the humanities, namely multi-authored publications. In the humanities, you are usually asked to write one book or one article, and it has one author. But it's sorry, can I say a bad word?
Yes,
it's
of
bullshit.
course.
It's bullshit. It's never. And an academic work never has only one
Absolutely.
author. You have in your professional environment, you have students who you talk with and who inspire you. You have colleagues, you have librarians, you have people in the archive who help you. And last but not least, you have your friends, relatives, family, without whom you wouldn't be able to write. So, you know, this image of a scientist who has great ideas and sits in her or his office and writes great books or great whatever, it's from the 19th century. And in the 19th century, it wasn't true as well, because these great scholars who wrote great philosophical works, they were very rich, they had assistants, they had female, either wives or, you know, female persons who did
partners,
so
to speak,
female
or slaves
did the homework, and they did not have to take care of anything but the intellectual work. And I think we should be aware of these networks, and this is something that is already happening. In the sociology of science, for instance, there is a lot of academic work on the networks behind academia. By the way, If we think about Bruno Latour, for example, as a French sociologist who writes about the production of knowledge, he writes a lot about especially female actors or female persons working in laboratories. You have the great male professor who publishes his groundbreaking article, but much of the laboratory work has been done behind by his female assistants. And this is, by the way, why you've
my example. And my example from New York. Yeah.
Yeah, but, and so I think we are becoming more and more aware of that. And we know a lot about the social networks within the academia. There is a lot of great research, and we're starting to talk about that. But, you know, it took centuries to get us where we are, and it will take us probably decades at least to change this.
Okay, Natalia, would you like to give some last thoughts?
Yes, I agree that we are heading in the right direction, and I also feel that the positions of power right now are also a little bit associated with age, and the previous generations were much more male dominated. So I feel like if in 30 years there aren't more female heads of major institutions, that's I don't know where we went wrong, but I feel like it will happen, and I see it already happening. We have more women right now in science, and hopefully soon in the positions of power in science.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think this is a nice conclusion for the panel. So networking, teamwork, and open discussions about all these issues, and let's hope we'll see the better future in 2 decades, 3 decades, as you said, maybe earlier. Let's hope for that. Thank you very much. We have to conclude this session, and in a moment, Szymon Smoliński will summarize the poster session. Once again, thank you, Magdalena Sariusz-Wolska and Natalia Szymańska. Let's be in touch and let's talk openly about all these issues. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And bless you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted myself.
Okay, good afternoon. I just want to be sure that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Szymon Smoliński. I work for the National Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Gdynia, Poland, sorry. And I will start a little bit officially. I have to say that it's my great pleasure to summarize this poster session. And I have to admit that I'm faced with a rather difficult task to summarize, I believe, around 33 poster presentations that we have seen in this conference. So first of all, I would like to thank you all contributors to this session. Overall scientific committee, including myself, was very satisfied with the poster presentations. And this assessment was mainly based on the quality of the content presented. You provided new knowledge and raised interesting points to our debate in a very clear way, understandable to all participants and observers. And what I noticed personally was, high standard of visualization. And it is clear that from year to year, new graphical tools become standard, which probably helps us, scientists and students, create attractive posters. But what is even more important, in my opinion, is that you are more and more aware of how we should present scientific content. So I'm really glad to see that, and congratulations. As I mentioned, we had a broad range of works presenting diverse topics. I quickly realized that I can't summarize each of them in a short time slot. So what I did was that I analyzed your abstracts and posters and tried to identify thematic clusters. So I really want to point them all one by one, because I feel that each of your presentations provided a valuable contribution to the conference. And I know that simply reading titles would be a bit boring for you. So let me propose a kind of game. And when I will talk about your work, and you have to be very quickly, please turn on your camera and raise your hand, or if you prefer, you can use a virtual one. Or if your camera doesn't work, please at least raise your hand in Zoom so that we see who contributed to these fantastic presentations, okay? But you have to be really fast. So based on my analysis, the first group of presentations refers to the topic on, let me check my notes, to the topics on ethics and global problems. So here we had titles like The Truth of Animal Testing, Don't Let Human Washing to Wash Your Brain. Do we have authors of this poster? If not, please show yourself later. Climate change, the urgent need for action. The courage of kindness and empathy. Censorship in libraries. And environmental impact of butchery and meat eating. Hunger and lack of access to clean water, need of actions. War during conflicts. And to this cluster, I assigned also the impact of social media on youth perception of beauty standards. So these are quite global aspects that are for sure worth discussing, especially in the group of young, ambitious people like you. And another thematic group of poster was composed of works dealing with technology, especially related to AI, artificial intelligence developments. These presentations touched on computer-assisted translations, how much easier our lives are with new technologies. One of the posters presented how artists and AI system can work together. It's not the original title, but I take the privilege to paraphrase some of them just to give you an overview of these fantastic presentations. We have seen also short overview of ChatGPT in the career section, the pros and cons of using, as well as AI modulators increasing prevalence in society. We had also very original presentations of studies on environmental and biological issues, and among them distribution of heavy metals in Hornsund, mercury deposited in surface sediments and diatoms in the southern Baltic Sea, lability of permafrost-derived dissolved organic matter in high Arctic Valley, environmental impact through wind power farms in Poland and Europe, diversity of benthic herpacticoids in Arctic fjord, long-term changes in the dominance of the main Copepada species in the southern Baltic Sea, and another presentation referred to optimizing reservoir operation for hydropower generation in the Blue Nile Basin. We have also learned about sperm whales echolocation, the future of sea turtles, disturbances in level of chaperone protease as one aspect of pathogenesis of mucopolysaccharidosis. And we have seen the results of the reconstruction of Holocene environmental changes based on chironomid remains. At some point of my life, I was also investigating this group of organisms as a diet of European grayling. It's a fish species. And what is clearly noticed is also growing awareness of the problems related to equality. And we had a very interesting panel discussion in this afternoon. I regret that I joined quite lately, but this cluster, we had titles like, how do you say gender equality, feminization and neutralization, growing importance of female figures based on video games, very interactive poster, gender gap salary, lack of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and the poster entitled "The Freedom of One Ends Where the Freedom of the Other Begins" after Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. But also advantages and disadvantages of giving human rights to women earlier, advancing equality, empowering women and girls in science for a brighter future. And we had also 3 poster presentations on the challenges and realities in modern day New York, creative writing as a tool in teaching English as foreign language, and principles of mindfulness, about mindfulness in school. So in general, the topics of your presentations reflect broad range of very actual problems, and we are glad to see that you are trying to answer the general question of this conference, which is where the world is heading. And of course, ideally, we would like to see you all in the real conference room chatting about the results of your study over coffee or tea, but the reality of this conference and online form of this meeting does not allow us to do so. But there are some advantages of this solution, believe me. And one of them is that nobody ends up with the poster stuck in the corner of this conference room. And now maybe more seriously, that your posters are available for a longer time to other participants, which is also very important. I have seen some comments and questions already in the Padlet, but I would like to encourage you to contact the authors of the posters and send them all questions that you would like to raise in a real life meeting. So again, thank you all for your exceptional presentations. And now I would like to pass the virtual microphone to my colleagues who will, I believe, announce the winners and then also say final words. So I wish you all the best on your scientific adventure. Thank you very much.
So we're ready? Okay. So we came to the very end of the day. And as every year, we have the happy moment, but also a very difficult moment, because we will happily announce the winners of the competition of today. But at the same time, I would like to thank all of the presenters, no matter if it was oral presentation or the poster presentation. We had a fantastic array of topics this year, where the world is heading was addressed from so many perspectives that it was really incredible. We had discussions among the people who were giving grades for the presentations and posters. We had a number of people, I think 9 people were grading the presentations and posters from different disciplines, from different countries, of different gender. And we came to certain conclusions. We had the numbers, we had the discussions, so we have the qualitative and quantitative results of our presentations today, of the sessions. Thank you all once again, and here come the winners. So the first award is the Professor Stanisław Szymborski Award for the best presentation in the field of natural sciences, and this award and 150 euros goes to Karolina Maciejewska for her presentation. Congratulations. We have also 2 distinctions in this field of science. The first goes to Virginia Heppert, and the second one goes to Alphonse Abishek-Bambi, the person who was communicating with us from Svalbard. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to all the participants of the natural sciences sessions. The second field of awards goes to falls into the specialization of humanities and social sciences, and the award granted by the Sopot Science Association for the best presentation in the field of humanities and social sciences goes to Julia Perlikowska and Dominik Olczyk for their presentation, and also it's associated with a reward of 150 euros. Congratulations, and thank you all participants from the field of natural humanities and social sciences. And the third category, this is the best poster without the distinction among the fields of expertise. So the award of the director of the Institute of Oceanology, Polish Academy of Sciences, for the best poster goes to the team led by Izabela Stokłosa. Congratulations. And we have 2 posters distinguished in this area. And the first distinction goes to Daria Kłos and Jakub Popławski, and the second one goes to Maja Tarasiewicz and Agnieszka Krultka. Congratulations, thank you all for participating. Let's stay together in this community of people who think about the future, who think about where the world is heading, who think about gender issues, and let's support each other, and hopefully we'll see you next year. Thank you very much. We're closing the day, and thank you. Goodbye.